Made by Fiction Logs.
Do you ever finish a beloved story and desperately need more? Fan fiction is where the fans take over, giving those characters and worlds a second vibrant life. Welcome to Fan Fiction Audiobooks Telling. Multiverse Traveler, arriving in the Tensura world with my Pokémon Ogerpon Part 4. General skills. Ice Magic, Ice Bug Dual-type Pokémon Magic. Ice Magic, presumably a mix of Ice Empress's abilities from her Soul Beast period and the elemental magic she obtained from me. Ice Bug Dual-type Pokémon Magic. Rin wasn't surprised by this. His retainers seemed to be able to awaken Pokémon moves from 18 attributes based on their own compatibility. Here it was called Pokémon Magic. The name was different, but the essence was still the same. Intrinsic skills. Extreme attribute, Ice Body. Full melee mastery. Magic power amplification, hyper regeneration. There was nothing much to say about the intrinsic skills. The latter three all came from Rin. Extreme attribute. I remember the voice of the world mentioned discovering new rules earlier. Rin remembered that the extreme attribute in the Soulland continent should mean that a certain attribute had reached its peak, and it was also a symbol of talent. However, after the transformation by the Cardinal World, the extreme attribute underwent some changes. Broadly speaking, the extreme attribute was equivalent to a passive ability that could amplify the same attribute and greatly suppress other attributes. Regarding this, Rin could only say it was pretty good, but that was all. After all, it's just the Soulland continent. Even if the attributes there reach the extreme, how strong can they be? Compared to the extreme attribute, this ice body is a bit more interesting. Simply put, Ice Empress's ice body was somewhat like Aokiji's ice fruit in one piece, possessing the ability to elementalize. This allowed the Ice Empress to be immune to almost all general skills and have great resistance to most physical extra skills. To defeat the Ice Empress, one would at least need to use magic type or rule level extra skills. Otherwise, with a bug-like elementalization ability like Ice Body, she would be virtually invincible. Of course, there was pure magicule suppression. For example, Millim's kind of destructive Mana Bullet. Even with Ice Body, and the Ice Empress would be obliterated by a single shot. In the Cardinal World, magicules weren't absolute, but they were truly overbearing. Extra skills: Thought Acceleration, Universal Perception, Ice and Snow Domination, Spatial Motion, Multi-Layer Barrier. Most of the abilities were inherited, and an Ice and Snow Domination was added. What Rin truly looked forward to was what kind of unique skill the Ice Empress would acquire. Domain of Perpetual Ice. This unique skill made Rin think of Chloe's Infinity Prison in the original work, the move that sealed the Storm Dragon Veldora. It was just that the Ice Empress's version was a lower-tier one. According to Purity, unique skills of the ability system like Domain of Perpetual Ice should be classified as low-level rarity. But this ability, Rin felt that this unique skill was very strong, extremely strong, and its future potential was no less than Chloe's Infinity Prison. The types of both were the same: sealing, confinement, and control abilities. Once unleashed, challenging opponents beyond one's level would be effortless. Exclusive skill: Twin Martial Soul, Eternal Night Blazing Sun. Special skills: Magicules. Solidification, inheritable. God's Ring, non-inheritable. Twin Martial Soul, Martial Soul Fusion skill. No, it's not a Martial Soul Fusion skill. Rin carefully analyzed this exclusive skill. Unique, exclusive, and special. These three types of skills could not be copied or seized and possess strong independence. Essentially, all three belonged to unique skills, but because they could not be accurately judged, they were further categorized by the voice of the world. Twin Martial Soul Eternal Night. Blazing Sun has two ways of use. The first is for the powers of the Ice and Snow Empresses to resonate. Then, with Ice Empress as the primary, instantly unleash an attack capable of rivaling a Demon Lord's level. The destructive power of a Demon Lord's level, that was truly terrifying. However, what truly intrigued Rin was the second use of Eternal Night Blazing Sun. That was to have the Snow Empress and Ice Empress simultaneously possess Rin, allowing him to break through a major realm in a short period and fight in a new form. So, this is actually a transformation skill? Similar to Soul Master Possession? Well, as expected of a power system from the Soul Land continent, it indeed had its unique characteristics. No wonder it's called Twin Martial Souls. Strictly speaking, Rin was also a Soul Master, and one who possessed the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion and Ice and Snow Martial souls. Finally, Rin turned his attention to the special skill brought by the Ice Empress. The special skill was special because it was different from the cardinal world. If Rin had to describe it, it was probably a fragment from another world, forcibly loaded into the skill system by the voice of the world through Rin. Star particle manipulation was the origin of the cardinal world, Magicules. Solidification was the integration and sublimation of the Konosuba world skill tree. The current God's Ring was the same. A unique feature of the Soul Land world was that Soul Masters had Soul Rings, and Gods had God's Rings. Leaving Soul Rings aside for now, God's Rings could have a maximum of 9 according to their number, which signified a supreme God King. However, Rin's God's Ring had a maximum of 10. This meant that Rin could store 10 skills in advance, and then release them instantly at critical moments without cooldown or delay. A divine skill. This God's Ring is simply a divine skill. One should know that the storage limit of the God's Ring was linked to Rin's endurance limit. For example, the maximum explosion magic used during the previous battle with the insect monster, Rin could prepare 10 of them in advance. As long as he had free time, he could store them inside. Not only that, but the God's Ring could also store Magicules, as well as any energy Rin could control. Skills, energy. Rin was at a loss for words. This special skill was simply a divine combat skill. The only problem was that the God's Ring seemed to be exclusive to Soul Land dependents. Rin could not transmit it to dependents like Ogerpon or other named monsters through other means. However, Magicules, solidification. Versatile Magicules, solidification, I, Rin, declare you the model worker. Magicules. Solidification was a special skill, so it could not be simulated or copied by outsiders, which established its proprietary nature. However, Magicules' solidification also allowed Rin to freely spread it among his own people, from dependents to named monsters. This greatly enhanced the overall quality of Rin's followers. After all, Magicules were equivalent to physical strength and mental power. Increasing Magicules meant a comprehensive improvement. Seemingly unremarkable Magicules. Solidification can cultivate a bunch of stat monsters. With the existence of Magicules solidification, if the Magicules reached a certain level, it could even immunize against most mechanisms. Because Magicules itself was a skill. Rin found that special skills were the greatest benefit he gained by traversing countless worlds, and they were also his capital for challenging the cardinal world and other worlds. What exactly are these? So strong. The Ice Empress was stunned by the attribute panel that appeared before her eyes. She had never imagined that becoming someone else's dependent would bring such a tremendous improvement. Arrogance was relative, and so was freedom. In the world of soul beasts, the strong were respected, and the fittest survived. In the original work, the Ice Empress, in order to survive, accepted the persuasion of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm and became Huo Yu Hao's second martial soul. In Soul Land 2, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, in essence, became divine beasts by Huo Yu Hao's side. It seemed good, but in reality, they were still pets of humans and gods, their lives not their own. Sorry, I misunderstood you, Master. The Ice Empress's address of Master was utterly sincere. If the soul beasts of the entire Soul Land continent knew that becoming Rin's dependent would bring such earth-shattering changes, countless of them would fight to the death for it. The Ice Empress paid the price of her freedom. But what was that small price compared to a bright future and continued survival? The only difference was whether one could follow the right master. However, looking at the present, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress were undoubtedly fortunate. They met a generous and humane master. Master? The Snow Empress, standing nearby, nodded. She also saw her attribute panel. Calling Master by his name is indeed improper. From now on, I will also call him Master. Actually, there's no need. Rin originally wanted the two women to call him Rin directly, but seeing their firm attitude, he said nothing more. Dependent and Master. This was originally a transaction. However, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress truly won big. Perhaps some might think that Rin also gained benefits. But in the eyes of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, Rin had countless choices, while they only had this one opportunity to follow him. They were fortunate, far more fortunate than other soul beasts on the Soul Land continent. From now on, please allow me an Ice Empress to serve by your side to repay your life-saving grace. The Ice Empress nodded obediently. Since even her older sister said so, as the younger sister, she naturally just had to follow suit. All right. Rin looked at the Snow Empress and asked, Snow Empress, what do you think? Very strong. On the Snow Empress's cold and beautiful face, a smile like melting winter snow appeared. Perhaps among Master's subordinates, I am the strongest now. Snow Empress. Race High Ice Elf. Magicules 86000. A rank High Tier. General Skills. Ice Magic, Ice and Fairy type Pokémon Magic. Intrinsic Skills. Icy Body, All Swordsmanship Mastery, All Melee Mastery, Magic Power Amplification, Super Regeneration. Extra Skills. Ultimate Attribute, Thought Acceleration, Omnidirectional Perception, Ice and Snow Domination, Spatial Motion, Multi-Layer Barrier. Unique Skills. Sword Saint, possesses the pinnacle of swordsmanship and martial arts realms. Nature, can absorb external magicules, create natural substances, and evolve them to obtain new states. Exclusive Skill. Twin Martial Souls, Cold Desolation Empress. Same as Ice Empress, both are Rin's martial souls. Twin-born can perform martial soul fusion. Special Skills. Magicules. Solidification, God's Ring. Resistance. Physical Attack. Nullification, Status Anomaly Nullification. Mental Attack Nullification. Natural Influence Nullification. Holy Demonic Attack. Resistance. 86,000 Magicules. Sword Saint in Nature. 2 unique skills. Also possesses the exclusive skill Twin Martial Souls, just with a different name. This exclusive skill, with the Snow Empress as the lead, fusing the Ice Empress's power, would allow her to break through a major realm, entering the Cold Desolation Empress. However, this transformation would greatly consume the Snow Empress's magic power and could not last long, only usable for a burst at critical moments. Additionally, when Rin performed Soul Master Possession, he could also enter this state. To be precise, these two exclusive skills were the same. With the Snow Empress as the lead, she transformed into the Cold Desolation Empress. With the Ice Empress as the lead, she unleashed Eternal Night Blazing Sun. When Rin used it, he would first transform, changing his title from Empress to Cold Desolation Sovereign, and then gain the qualification to unleash Eternal Night Blazing Sun, the ultimate destruction. Whether it's the Snow Empress or the Ice Empress, the fusion of their powers has flaws. Only by fusing with me can this exclusive skill's power be fully displayed. One should know that after Soul Master Possession, the magicules of the three would stack. After the magicules stacked, aside from the inability to qualitative change, it was purely the beauty of numbers. Just the current three, once they performed Soul Master Possession, their magicules could increase to over 200,000. This was already the level of a Demon Lord seed. In other words, Rin truly possessed the strength to contend with a Demon Lord seed. Snow Empress, your unique skill, Sword Saint. You also know swordsmanship. More than just swordsmanship. Before the Snow Empress could speak, the Ice Empress, who was a natural Snow Empress fan, excitedly said, Snow Empress is unparalleled in both sword and palm techniques. The Snow Empress did not act humble at all, nodding naturally, indicating that it was indeed as the Ice Empress said. Soul Masters of the Soul Land continent used soul skills, and soul beasts were pretty much the same, just those few moves. However, the Snow Empress, starting from herself, created the Snow Empress's 3 ultimates. Empress's Sword, Unparalleled Chill, Empress's Palm, Snowless Glacier, and Empress's Chill Snowy Dance of Ultimate Ice. The 3 were swordsmanship, palm techniques, and domain, respectively. A sword saint in the cardinal world was not just someone good at swordsmanship. It included swordsmanship, saber techniques, spear techniques, and even close-quarters combat, and so on. The unique skill. Sword Saint was generally bestowed upon beings who had reached the pinnacle in martial arts and skills. The Snow Empress had lived for 700,000 years. This number of years, of course, contained a lot of exaggeration. But time would not change. The Snow Empress had indeed lived for so long and used such a long period to elevate her skills to the extreme. Imagine if a strong person who had meticulously studied skills for 700,000 years came to the cardinal world. According to the voice of the world's judgment, who could compete with her for the title of Sword Saint? The answer was obvious: no one. Thus, the Snow Empress effortlessly claimed this title and obtained the unique skill, Sword Saint. As expected of Snow Empress, Rin marveled at Snow Empress's excellence. What is nature? A skill that converts magicules into existing matter. This skill was somewhat similar to Rimuru's Analyze and Create, yet it also had certain differences. The biggest difference was that Snow Empress's creations were not mere transformations of form, but closer to creation from nothing. For example, Rimuru would consume minerals and herbs, then directly create weapons and potions. Snow Empress could do similar things. Not only that, but she could also use magicules to create various minerals and plants. As Snow Empress gained further control over nature, she could even synthesize life, such as monsters and magical beasts. Isn't that like being a creator? There are differences. Snow Empress shook her head slightly. This skill cannot create souls. When used to create life, plants were best, followed by ordinary animals with low intelligence such as pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. If creating monsters, the monster's soul must come from an external source, and the monster's potential would depend on the strength of the infused soul. In the cardinal world, potential and aptitude were primarily determined by soul strength. The stronger the soul, the higher the upper limit of skills it could bear. I see. Rin praised. That's still very impressive. With you here, Snow Empress, we will never lack resources again. Magicules equaled resources, and resources could be used for development. No wonder it was called nature. Snow Empress alone could support Rin's entire family, and the future looked promising. Hayashi Rin. Race, Dragonoid Pseudo. Level A rank high tier, 87000 EP. Class, Mage. General skills: life magic, healing magic, elemental magic, Pokémon magic, etc. Intrinsic skills: adaptability, all profession mastery. Extra skills: Dragon Eye, explosion magic, soul summoning, human soul fusion. Unique skills: Traveler, Broken, Leader, Capturer, Duplicator, Spirit Controller, can transform dependent into soul spirits and gain a soul spirit space. Special skills: Magicules, Solidification, Inheritable, Star Particle Manipulation, Non-Inheritable, 10 Rings of God, Non-Inheritable. Exclusive skills: Twin Martial Souls, possesses Snow Empress and Ice Empress. Martial Souls can possess or directly summon them. Dependents: Ogerpon, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, 3-6, Benimaru, Shuna, Shion, Sue, 4-6. Marked worlds: Pokémon World, cooling down, Konosuba World, cooling down, Soul Land Universe, sealed. Spirit Controller, a new unique skill. Rin was very happy to have gained another new unique skill. Spirit Controller allowed dependents to accompany him in Soul Spirit, Martial Soul. Form and live in the Soul Spirit space. Rin originally had a similar space. But the spirit space and the soul spirit space had fundamental differences. The soul spirit space was based on mental power. Here, Rin could directly materialize anything, making the dependents inside very comfortable. The spirit space could store matter and physical bodies, but it was too narrow inside, with almost nothing. I wonder if these two skills can be fused together. If so, the combination of matter and consciousness would truly create a portable mini-world. However, this task was quite difficult, and Rin had no idea how to approach it. As for the Soul Land universe being sealed and inaccessible, Rin was not surprised. Tang San was, after all, the enforcer god of the divine realm in Soul Land. His power was immense, capable of triggering world rules to be wary, which Rin found very reasonable. Rin expressed indifference to this. Soul Land was currently in the peerless Tang sect era, and no matter how much Tang San trained, he would only reach a certain level. Rin's speed of becoming stronger was beyond Tang San's imagination. When he could forcibly break the seal of the Soul Land universe, Rin would naturally seek out Tang San to have a good talk about today's events. At the same time, east of the Great Jura Forest, an ancient castle sat atop a cliff. The plan failed. Failed tilde. Laplace, the Wonder Pierrot, reported the latest intelligence from the forest. Beside him, a little girl named Tyr raised her hands, spinning around and giggling as she repeated Laplace's words. Footman grumbled. Those insects indeed couldn't amount to anything. They were just a batch of failed modifications. We didn't have much expectation, did we? At the head of the table sat a tall man. He had silver-white hair, red pupils, 2 golden streaks on his forehead, and a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, making him appear exceptionally demonic. This person was Clayman, one of the 10 Demon Lord, known as the Marionette Master. He was also the mastermind behind the insect magic beast chaos in the forest. However, having the plan destroyed by someone is quite displeasing. Clayman looked at Laplace and asked, "Did you find out who did it?" A newly appeared fellow seems to be called Hayashi Rin. Hayashi Rin? Clayman swirled the red wine glass in his hand, then indifferently took a sip. Never heard of him. Probably just some small fry who crawled out of a corner. Don't be careless, Clayman. Laplace's expression was somewhat serious. That guy is very strange. Not only did he defeat your modified insects, but he also subdued the ogre clan in the forest. He was actually able to subdue that ogre clan? Tia clapped her hands. So amazing. Ogre clan? Clayman remained disdainful. Just a bunch of muscle-brained simpletons. A mere B-rank ogre clan, and only a meager 300 of them. Clayman didn't even put them in his eyes. I will have Gelmud notify the Orc clan to advance towards the ogre clan's village. In Clayman's view, the Orc Lord, who had already reached special A rank, was fully capable of sweeping through everything in the Great Jura Forest. The Orc Lord? That guy gives off a terrifying feeling. With the Orc Lord, the new guy who just emerged will soon be eliminated, right? How pitiful. Just gained control of the Ogre clan's power, and now he's about to die. In the clown's eyes, a mere Ogre clan village, what power did it have to stop the Orc Lord's advance? Then we will continue to monitor that forest, Clayman. I leave it to you. Watching the clowns leave, Clayman drained the wine in his hand. Clayman could not personally intervene in the matter of the Great Jura Forest. That forest was the Storm Dragon's territory. Other demon lords would not rashly enter unless necessary. According to Clayman's plan, he would send the Magin Gelmud to name the monsters in the forest, thereby gradually encroaching upon the Storm Dragon's territory through this hierarchical relationship. What Clayman did not expect was that among the Orc clan, an Orc Lord, rarely seen for hundreds of years, had appeared. The Orc Lord possessed the power to devour all things and could rapidly increase his magicules by continuously feeding. If the Orc Lord could become a Demon Lord seed, then with him the power of 2 Demon Lord seeds would completely surpass the other existences. Yes, at this time, Clayman had no idea how enormous the gap between a demon lord's seed and a true demon lord truly was. In Clayman's view, even the ancient demon lord Guy and Milim, even if these two were stronger than him, they wouldn't be much stronger. If one demon lord seed couldn't win, what about two? Two against one? Could they still not secure a place among the 10 demon lords? A newcomer who appeared out of nowhere. Standing up, Clayman walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, then looked at his reflection and smiled sinisterly. Cherish this brief period of beauty. Soon you will know the cruelty of this world. As the sun set, the afterglow sprinkled over the rural village, golden light intertwining with the fresh green of the rice paddies, forming a peaceful and harmonious picture. Smoke from the wooden houses curled upward, blending into the gradually darkening sky, as if it were the most natural connection between heaven and earth. Pony tilde ponyo. The girl in the straw hat rolled up her pant legs, stepped into the wet rice paddies, and bent down to plant the rice seedlings into the mud. Ogerpon hummed a tune no one understood while releasing a green grassy terrain from her body, using grass-type magicules to nourish the fields and seedlings, helping them grow stronger. Beside her, sturdy ogre clan members systematically planted rice seedlings. The cultivated land was not only for rice seedlings, but also for vegetables and fruits. The cardinal world also had various crops, including those unique to other worlds and plant seeds from Earth. Due to the existence of skills, creating crops, altering genes, and cultivating varieties were far simpler than on Earth. This made the biodiversity of the cardinal world far more comprehensive than described in the original work. In front of the wooden house, a small river flowed gently, its clear water sound harmonizing with the sounds of farming in the distant fields, creating a tranquil pastoral life. This stream, about 4 to 5 meters wide, was specially dug by Rimuru and his people. The ogre clan had planted many cherry and peach trees along the riverbank. When the wind blew, pink and white petals fell like flying snow, truly transforming the village into a paradise within the great Jura forest. How does it feel? Rin sat by the river, holding a fishing rod, leisurely waiting for a fish to bite. Very good, I like this world. Snow Empress stood behind Rin, glancing at Ice Empress, who was playing with the ogre clan children not far away. It's been a long time since I've seen Ice Empress this happy. Ice Empress seemed aloof, but in reality she had a bit of a child's temperament, much like Ogerpon. Ogerpon was a good child, and not long after meeting Ice Empress, the two became inseparable. Oh, and Xion should be added too. The three of them were like mischievous tomboys, often led by Xion to wreak havoc on the brainless magic beasts in the forest. Of course, this was a good thing. Magic beasts are inexhaustible. As long as there are magicules in this world, if one batch of magic beasts is killed, new ones will quickly be born. Unlike soul beasts, magic beasts in the cardinal world are no different from resources. Monsters hunt magic beasts, and human adventurers also hunt magic beasts. Magic beasts, when can we stand up? Unfortunately, magic beasts cannot stand up, because magic beasts lack the essential thing for evolution, a soul. The reason Rin doesn't subdue magic beasts is precisely because they lack souls. They cannot provide magicules to Rin. I've been learning management from Miss Shuna recently. Snow Empress positioned herself as Rin's assistant. And to be a good assistant, both wisdom and strength are indispensable. She disliked being subservient, but was unwilling to leave Rin, which is why she chose the position of assistant. Moreover, having seen a new world, if she couldn't continue to grow stronger, wouldn't it be a waste of Rin's good intentions? Snow Empress would never easily let go of this hard-won opportunity. Also, Hakurao is very powerful. His swordsmanship has greatly benefited me. After returning to the cardinal world, Snow Empress began to establish her prestige. The first thing she did, just like Ogerpon, was to subdue the entire ogre clan, including Benimaru, Xion, and other subordinates of Rin. Under Rin's command, no one was Snow Empress's opponent except for Ogerpon and Ice Empress. Even Ogerpon, when facing Snow Empress's fully unleashed Snow Empress form, had to avoid her sharp edge and rely on delaying tactics to wear her down. However, Snow Empress would not give Ogerpon such an opportunity at all. Perhaps at first, Snow Empress didn't understand Ogerpon's abilities and suffered quite a bit. But after that, in the battles between Snow Empress and Ogerpon, the latter never gained an advantage again. Rin could only say that the unique skill of Sword Saint truly brought too much help to Snow Empress. And Ogerpon, she's been making rapid progress recently. Half a month had passed since returning to the Cardinal World. During this half-month, the Ogre clan village had been thriving, and the clan members who were out on mercenary quests had also returned. And the return of new members naturally brought more magicules to Rin. Ogerpon's growth was still Rin's most important means of acquiring magicules, without a doubt. However, now that Ogerpon had reached a rank to gain experience points, her opponents had to be B rank or higher. In the entire Great Jura Forest, B-rank magic beasts were already scarce, and most of them were still in the labyrinth sealing the storm dragon. Rin temporarily did not plan to deal with the storm dragon. The dragonoid race made Rin prepare for low-key development, trying his best not to be discovered by those dragon kind. This decision significantly slowed down Ogerpon's experience harvesting efficiency. In half a month, Ogerpon's magicules barely reached 48,000. Rin's magicules, however, due to Ogerpon's recent advancement, officially broke through the 90,000 mark, entering the realm of A-rank pinnacle. Let's go, Snow Empress. Rin put his things into his spatial storage and then called out to Snow Empress. Let's start today's training. Snow Empress quickly followed. She would train Rin's combat abilities every day, helping him familiarize himself with various powers. Rin's magicules were vast, and their value was also very high. However, Rin was truly not excellent in the combination of various skills and on-the-spot improvisation. Despite possessing such immense power, Rin only displayed less than 5% of it. Of course, Snow Empress could see that Rin was not bad at fighting. Rin definitely had combat talent. The only thing Rin lacked was experience. Soon after, Rin and Snow Empress returned to their wooden house. The two did not go to the arena specially built by the village, because it wasn't necessary. With a spiritual world like the Soul Spirit space, they could completely conduct consciousness simulations. Ice Empress, who was about to go play with Ogerpon not far away, suddenly stopped. It's starting again? Perfect. Let me see Master's progress. Ice Empress split a wisp of her mind, letting it control her body to walk towards the field area, while more of her energy was focused on the battle within the Soul Spirit space. Cheyenne and others took the same action as her. Except for Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who were permanently stationed outside, other subordinates, as long as they received Rin's permission, could enter the consciousness space in their Soul Spirit form. Such a good combat stage was not only for Rin. Other subordinates also liked to request duels for practical sparring. Over time, a combat power ranking was even created among the subordinates. Among the 7 subordinates, Snow Empress undoubtedly had the best record. Next was Ogerpon. Cheyenne and Ice Empress had similar records. Basically, if they lost one day, they could win it back the next. Benimaru, due to his unique skill being more military-oriented, was a step behind the 2 women. Sue and Shuna, one specialized in assassination and the other was a priest, simply could not defeat those combat fanatics head-on. Is Rin-sama going to fight Lady Snow Empress again? Sue and Benimaru had things to do, so they didn't watch this battle. Xian and the others stayed in the village, so even if they split their minds, it wouldn't affect their daily activities. I wonder how long Rin-sama can last this time. Cheyenne respected Snow Empress, but she would not slack off on the necessary challenges. Cheyenne would never easily give up her position as Rin's close subordinate. Rin-sama is already working very hard, and he gets stronger every time. What's more, he hasn't even used his full power. In such a simulated battle, Rin could be said to be challenging Snow Empress's strength with his weaknesses. In a real battle, Rin should be a turret standing at the rear. Under absolute firepower, any technique would seem so flashy. Of course, since it was sparring and training, Rin would not fight like that, but instead would use every ability he currently possessed. Only by constantly using them could one deeply explore and thus make oneself more perfect. Go, Rin tilde. As expected of Rin's little darling, Ogerpon had changed into a new outfit at some point and was now holding up a Rin must win sign, cheering and shouting. The soul spirit space was good for this. Everything was simulated. Go, Snow Empress, beat him up. Ogerpon felt that Ice Empress had been a bit too uninhibited lately. Fortunately, Rin didn't mind these things. Let this old man be the referee. Hakaru stroked his beard and stepped forward, standing to one side of the battle circle. I'll have to trouble you again, Hakaru. Not at all. To be able to witness such a wonderful battle is a great enjoyment for this old man. As Hakaru spoke, his brow slowly split open, revealing a vertical pupil. This was precisely the old man's reliance for being able to act as a referee, the heavenly eye. Are you ready, master? Snow Empress was a good teacher. Whether it was feeding moves to Rin or finding his shortcomings, she was incredibly professional. Rin was very fortunate to have such an excellent subordinate. Come on, Snow Empress. This time I'll try to last a little longer. Rin's answer greatly pleased Snow Empress. She raised her hand and a large amount of ice elements gathered around her. The two limited their power to a certain range, engaging in a pure contest of skill. Empress's palm. A big move right from the start. Rin watched as Snow Empress raised her hand and then lightly pushed it forward. Snow Empress's movements were very slow, yet in everyone's eyes, this palm strike was so fast, as if the entire process from raising the hand to striking had been completed in the blink of an eye. Has she improved again? Hakurao, who was watching the battle, raised an eyebrow slightly, astonished by Snow Empress's incredible comprehension. This palm strike seemed unremarkable, but it actually involved the application of multiple abilities. The surrounding space was enveloped by an invisible membrane, and the flow and changes of all things were momentarily stilled by the extreme low temperature. The principle of this move was very similar to Esdeath's Mahapadma in a Kamega kill. Both achieved the effect of time stoppage indirectly by freezing matter. The flaw of Empress's palm is that it must hit the enemy. Fortunately, Rin possessed an extraordinary mind, and even though his body was still, his soul remained. Thus, he could still think. And being able to think meant that the monster's skills were not sealed. There's still a fight left. However, just as Rin was preparing to counterattack, an invisible force gently landed on his chest. Rin felt a chilling sensation spread from his heart throughout his body. Due to their master-servant relationship, Snow Empress was unable to inflict any harm on Rin. But if this move had landed on anyone else, even if it didn't kill them, it would certainly result in severe injury. Snow Empress wins! At the same time, Hakaru, acting as the referee, immediately announced the battle's outcome. Huh? Rin was stunned, then immediately reacted, looking at Snow Empress in surprise. Snow Empress, does your Empress's palm no longer need to make contact with the enemy? In such a short time, Snow Empress had perfected all of her 3 Snow Empress ultimates one after another. The Empress's palm, originally only applicable to short distances, no longer required direct contact. As a result, Snow Empress gained another unexpected killing move, and her combat ability increased once again. So powerful, I had no chance to retaliate at all. In the Cardinal world, magicules were never the key factor in determining strength. Some monsters, despite having only tens of thousands of magicules, could fight against powerhouses with hundreds of thousands or even millions of magicules. The best example was Hakuro in the original work. As for Snow Empress, she was already the strongest combat force under Rin's command. Even Ogerpon, in a one-on-one situation, could only rely on her destroyer advantage to fight to mutual destruction. You did great. Hit him, keep hitting him. Although the surrounding audience didn't fully understand, they were greatly shocked. Especially a certain green-haired girl who was practically screaming her throat raw, wishing she could personally step in and punch Rin. This Ice Empress. Rin's mouth twitched slightly, secretly deciding that after the training ended, he would definitely spank her. Don't be silly, Ice Empress. Snow Empress glanced at Ice Empress, finding this quite a headache. Although she had already accepted Rin as her master in her heart, Ice Empress was not one to admit defeat verbally. Snow Empress truly feared that one day, Rin might lose his patience and go wild on her. Snow Empress, you're getting stronger so fast. In such a short time, you've completely adapted to the Cardinal World's power system, and even developed new techniques based on it. Losing to Snow Empress, Rin was not disheartened. Rather, Rin had already lost to Snow Empress dozens or hundreds of times during this period, so he was already accustomed to it. Master 2, your progress speed is even faster than I expected. Snow Empress still cared about Rin's face. She comforted him. At first, when I froze time and space, Master couldn't even react. After this period of training, if you encounter similar situations again, Master can calmly handle them. Snow Empress was not just talking about her moves, but also sudden assassination methods similar to time-space freezing. If it were the initial Rin, facing such a sudden attack, he would definitely be caught off guard. But now, Snow Empress was fully confident that no matter how sudden the situation, Rin would be able to react instantly. And this was Snow Empress's true goal. You're truly putting in a lot of effort, Lady Snow Empress. Hakaru sighed with emotion. What the Lord lacks is not the ability to fight enemies, but means of self-preservation. With powerful dependents like Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Ogerpon protecting him closely, Rin actually had no shortage of combat power. Sending out any one of them was equivalent to unleashing a powerful ultimate move. They were inherently Rin's strength. There was no reason to believe that he had to personally fight for it to count as his own action. Thank you, Snow Empress. Between you and me, there is no need for thanks. Snow Empress said, "Come, let's continue our training." Providing Rin with means of self-preservation was Snow Empress's most urgent priority. And beyond that, it was to unleash Rin's combat potential, making him no longer a weakness, but the strongest in the team. As her master, how could Rin be weaker than her? Having a sword but not using it, and having no sword to use, are two different concepts. Rin not needing to fight did not mean he could not fight. When enemies finally broke through the interception of Snow Empress, Ogerpon, and others, and finally reached Rin, they would discover that he was the strongest. This was Snow Empress's ultimate goal in training Rin's combat skills and instincts. Good. Rin did not decline, nor would he let down Snow Empress's good intentions. The battle ended, and Rin still failed to defeat Snow Empress. Rin, however, was indifferent to this. Previously, Ogerpon was stronger than him, and now there was another Snow Empress. It made no difference. You've worked hard, Rin-sama. Shuna brought a food box filled with many dishes she had personally prepared. The ingredients were mountain delicacies and wild game from the forest, and after Shuna's cooking, they were incredibly delicious, so much so that even Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who had little interest in human food, quite enjoyed them. Ponyo. Ogerpon came bouncing from afar. Because she had just come out of the rice paddies, the girl left muddy, black footprints behind her every step. Wait, Ogerpon, stop quickly. Po? Seriously, how can you come into the house all dirty? Shuna hurried forward, summoning water to wash Ogerpon's hands and feet. After this period of getting along, the ogre clan in the village had become familiar with Ogerpon's personality and character. She was just an innocent and kind little girl. In terms of strength, Ogerpon was indeed unmatched among the ogre clan, but in terms of temperament, they completely treated her as the ogre clan's mascot and took care of her. Especially Shuna, their relationship was as close as sisters. Wash this foot too, and this side. Oh, so comfortable, Tilda. Ogerpon didn't mind at all being treated like a child, and she even regarded Shuna, who was good at taking care of people as an older sister. Thank you, Shuna. Motilda. You need to be more careful next time. You're always so clumsy. Shuna dotingly stroked Ogerpon's head while handing the specially made sandwich to the girl. Ogerpon took the sandwich, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Delicious! This rice ball is also very tasty. But I still prefer curry rice. Okay, I'll make it for you next time. Oh. There was a lot of food in the basket. Shuna usually enjoyed researching these, and Rin's preferences were her main focus of study. In the original work, Shuna was not strong in combat, yet she was still Rimuru's second-in-command, and there was a reason for that. With Shuna overseeing the base camp with her excellent logistics and coordination abilities, even when Rin was away, their foundation would not fall into disarray. Gurgle, gurgle. After eating, Rin drank the freshly squeezed juice prepared by Shuna and looked at the prosperous and lively scene in the village, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. The Great Jura Forest was vast, with many scenic and pleasant places. The Ogre clan's village was nestled by mountains and rivers, rarely encountering conflicts with the outside world. It was peaceful and tranquil here, very suitable for retirement. If I didn't have the traveler ability, living in the Ogre clan village for a long time would eventually make me lose my fighting spirit. However, I can go on adventures in other worlds. Explore outside, and when tired, return to this village for recuperation and relaxation. Rin-sama, this is the village's subsequent construction plan. Please take a look. Mornings were for Rin and Snow Empress's morning training, and afternoons were for handling official duties. The official duties were not complicated, mostly concerning resource consumption, construction plans, and directions and goals for external expansion. Rin didn't need to consider the specific details. What he needed to do was grasp the overall direction. Tell me the specifics, Shuna. All right. Shuna clasped her hands in front of her lower abdomen, then reported to Rin the changes in the village over the past half-month. First, Ogerpon. Under her leadership, the magic beasts within a 50-kilometer radius have been completely cleared. The remaining monsters more or less possess a certain level of intelligence. According to your request, intelligent monsters, as long as they do not actively attack, have the right to survive in this land. Shuna didn't understand, but she wholeheartedly agreed with Rin's idea. Everyone had the right to survive. Being strong didn't mean one had to exterminate the weak. Hunting magic beasts is different because magic beasts are purely brainless monsters that cannot communicate at all. However, if magic beasts could understand the Ogre clan, both sides could coexist peacefully. In contrast, even with the lowest intelligence, monsters still follow some basic rules. This allowed the village, including the forest and fields within a 50-mile radius, to develop a completely new ecosystem. It's just that the village's development has reached its limit at this point. Shuna spread a map before Rin. Our Ogre clan is the strongest monster tribe in this area. Further out, there are scattered goblin villages and some intelligent monsters. What needed to be discussed today was the problem of these goblins. How to deal with goblins. Rin remembered that in the original work, Rimuru first subdued the goblins in the forest and even bestowed names upon them. Rimuru's magicules were backed by the storm dragon, so even if they were depleted, they would quickly recover. But Rin didn't have such confidence. His magicules were limited, so even if he bestowed names, he would only choose the most outstanding and promising monsters. However, this was only a matter of time. After all, naming monsters could provide Rin with more magicules. As long as they were willing to join Rin's command and become his subjects, bestowing names would be a matter of time. How many goblins can be recruited from the surrounding area? Shuna said. The closest goblin village to us probably only has a few dozen people. Only that many? I apologize, Rin-sama. Shuna said, our people are too few, and the forest is too vast, so we truly cannot conduct a more accurate search. The Great Jura Forest in the original work seemed small. But only after truly transmigrating to this world did Rin realize how vast the real Great Jura Forest was. Though called a great forest, it actually featured diverse terrains, including grasslands, swamps, lakes, and hills. These areas were separated by dense forests, which form the monster circle of the Great Jura Forest. It's all right, you've done your best. Rin naturally wouldn't blame the loyal ogre clan. I know about goblins, you see. Just as Rin was contemplating how to better search for tribes in the forest, a figure slowly appeared before Rin and the others. It was the Dryad, Trainee. Nearly a month had passed since Rin displayed explosion magic last time. During this time, Trainee had paid close attention to Rin's movements. She would occasionally visit Rin, who would then warmly invite her to taste the village's delicacies. Dryads are the guardians of the forest. With them, the forest can thrive endlessly. Therefore, it was beneficial to get along well with Trainee. These are our newly made potato chips. Please taste them, Trainee-san. Shuna brought a bowl of freshly fried potato chips, and Trainee's attention was instantly drawn to them. Well, then I won't be polite. Crunch. Trainee held a potato chip in one hand and gently stroked her cheek with the other, her eyes filled with enjoyment and intoxication. Ah, this food called potato chips is too delicious. Rin didn't quite understand Trainee's love for potato chips. However, he had read the original work and knew about Trainee's potato elf meme, which was why he offered potato chips to cater to her preferences. The effect was self-evident. Trainee was completely immersed in the potato chips, unable to extricate herself. Rin felt that in a while, he might even be able to convert her into a new dependent. Yes, a dependent. Trainee and her sisters are the guardians of the Great Jura Forest. In the original work, she eventually followed the Fairy Queen. But this has not happened yet. Rin had every opportunity to win over Trainee and by extension bring this forest completely under his supervision. Unfortunately, now is not the time. In Rin's opinion, it wasn't difficult to gain Trainee's favor. Even now, he had a certain chance to persuade her to become his dependent. But the problem was that Trainee's monster level was still above Rin's current level. Don't underestimate Trainee. The Dryad big sister seemed not strong, but her magicule's value was over 100,000. Capturer cannot convert beings with magicules higher than Rin into dependents. This is also a major flaw of the capturer. Trainee, are you willing to help us subdue the goblin tribes in the forest? I've always been entertained by you, and sometimes I want to do something in return. Trainee thought highly of Rin. She believed Rin had hope of unifying the Great Jura Forest. The Storm Dragon is the lord of the forest, but he is sealed beneath the labyrinth and rarely interferes in daily matters. If a powerful monster could step forward and lead the monsters in the forest, Trainee wouldn't have to worry about external forces infringing upon this land. Then you've truly helped us a great deal. Shuna asked, Trainee-san, do you know how many goblins are currently living in the forest? I remember goblins should be monsters that reproduce very quickly, Shion said. When I was little, there seemed to have been a goblin disaster, with over 5 million goblins rampaging through the forest. How many? This was the first time Rin had heard this number, and he could only say, as expected of goblins. But a problem arose. Rin didn't remember Rimuru having so many goblins under his command. In the original work, Rimuru seemed to have only subdued one goblin village, with a total of only 60 or 70 goblins. Even counting the goblins who joined later, the total number wouldn't exceed 2,000. But according to Shion, the number of goblins was so vast that they could almost establish a country. That's right, there was indeed such a thing. Trainee, who was listening, recalled, at that time, goblins were rampant and their figures could be seen everywhere in the forest. They expanded recklessly, eventually attracting a massive subjugation by human adventurers. It was because of that incident that the number of goblins sharply decreased, and a large portion of them fled to the eastern part of the forest. Is the east safer? Rin thought the goblins in the forest had migrated, which was why Rimuru only had so few goblins under his command. No? Trainee shook her head. The goblins who went to the east almost all died out. Soon, Rin learned the reason from Shuna. The Great Jura Forest, in terms of ownership, was considered the territory of the storm dragon, Veldora, and the demon lord's domain to the east, the Western nations, and the Northern Empire all tacitly acknowledged this. There were a large number of magical beasts and monsters in the forest, and many countries would hunt monsters living on the forest's edge. During the Goblin Rampant period, the Northern Empire and the Western nations acted together to drive them back into the forest. They thought that as long as they stayed away from humans, they would be safe. However, the three demon lords in the east similarly looked down on this group of weak goblins and carried out a massive purge against them. By now, only the goblins living in the central area of the forest remain, estimated to be no more than 30,000. Normally, the goblins in the Great Jura Forest shouldn't be as few as they were in the original work. Otherwise, wouldn't human adventurers not receive any quest to subjugate goblins? But the situation at that time was quite special. The storm dragon's aura disappeared, and the monsters in the forest became unrestricted, beginning to devour each other. It's not surprising that the number of weak monsters like goblins plummeted from tens of thousands to around 2,000. Will goblins not go extinct? They won't. Trainee said, monsters are very difficult to truly exterminate. Monster factors will not disappear because of the extinction of a certain race. Even if all the goblins in the world were killed, new goblins could still be born in the future. Furthermore, the voice of the world will also maintain balance, Trainee said. When they are truly on the brink of survival, goblins all over the world will receive blessings. This blessing is not limited to one place. Instead, goblins worldwide will rise simultaneously. Weak monsters will greatly increase in number during the Magicule's tide. Powerful monsters will give birth to kings rarely seen in 100 years. Trainee picked up the last potato chip, put it in her mouth, and showed an incredibly happy smile. Perhaps this is the world's benevolence. The Dryad girl drank tea and sighed. Whenever a race falls into a trough, it will usher in the hope of rising. Speaking of which, goblins seem very suitable for breeding. When the number of goblins increased, Rin could perform a complete domination at once, and the magicules brought by millions of goblins was something he couldn't even imagine. He would simply get rich. However, Trainee seemed to see through Rin's thoughts and poured cold water on him. The total amount of souls is limited. As a dryad, many things in the forest could not escape Trainee's eyes. Rin rose too quickly. Trainee had already figured out the means by which he achieved this. It's just that Trainee didn't dislike Rin. Her responsibility was to protect the forest's ecosystem, and having a like-minded ally could greatly enhance the cohesion of the Great Jura Forest. Is the total amount of soul related to race? Yes, it is. Trainee said, all monsters have an invisible racial existence value. Racial potential comes from the soul. Rin's leader, in essence, also shares the soul energy of his followers, allowing him to quickly grow stronger. However, the goblin race has a certain upper limit to its existence value. With a fixed upper limit, the more goblins there are, the lower the quality of each individual goblin will be. Therefore, it was only when there were only a few thousand goblins left in the forest, like Rimuru's situation, that subduing them allowed them all to evolve into hobgoblins at once. Millions, even tens of millions of fortune, were condensed onto a few thousand goblins. The individual quality of almost every one of them was 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. The more numerous a certain race is, the lower the potential of its individuals will be. Your ogre clan's population is around 300, which is actually a very good number, Trainee said. If the number continues to grow, the ogre clan will no longer possess the power of the forest's strongest monster race. Upon hearing the secret Trainee revealed, Shuna and Shion gasped. According to you, does this mean the upper limit of each race is already predetermined? Yes and no. Trainee paused for a moment and gave Rin a look. The latter understood immediately and promptly had more potato chips brought over. This made Trainee very satisfied, thinking to herself that Rin was a good lord who understood people's hearts. Her early investment this time had indeed not been in vain. Racial existence value can reach up to A rank. Trainee picked up a potato chip and bit it with a crunch. Beyond that, it can only be an individual. Once an individual, he will not be limited by his race. Instead, his race will be proud of him. When a certain monster race has given birth to a demon lord, the existence value of its race will be elevated. And for weak monsters like goblins, there has never been an instance of a demon lord emerging. This means that it is very difficult for goblins to evolve into a demon lord. They have no reference points, so they can only rely on themselves. This is why goblins are so weak. If the goblin race develops well, their numbers will inevitably be very large, which will then lower the potential of individuals. Not. In such a situation, for a goblin to become a king, he would first have to eliminate enough of his own kind. Numbers and individual strength. This fully demonstrates the advantage of rare races. So, naming is actually a promotion from a superior to a weaker being? Exactly. Trainee nodded and said, "There is no path, but if a strong person from above is willing to pull you up, then things become very simple. Strong individuals do not need to follow rules, because they themselves are the rules." In the original work, Rimuru transformed the remaining few thousand goblins into hobgoblins all at once, causing a leap in their racial existence value. The hobgoblins from the goblin village were separated from other goblins in the cardinal world. The two no longer shared the same racial existence value. How many goblins are there in the western part of the forest, near us? Rin couldn't possibly cross half the forest to the south and north to find scattered goblin villages. Following the principle of proximity, Rin intended to first take control of the goblins in this western area. Roughly 8,000, I suppose. That's quite a lot. Rin felt that this number was very good. He disliked weak goblins, but hobgoblins, much like the green-skinned orcs from Warcraft, were more acceptable. "Trainee, could you lead us to the goblin camp?" Shuna at some point brought another large bag of potato chips as a thank you gift for Trainee's help. Of course. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is beholden to them. Trainee was completely reined in by Shuna. The number of people in this expedition was not large. Trainee served as the guide, and Rin also dispatched several ogres who had received his name. Leading them was a Miko Hime named Sakurako. Sakurako had a gentle personality and had learned many ways of dealing with people from Shuna. She was accompanied by a Shadow Squad member and 2 members of the Red Ogre clan skilled in close combat. 4 ogre-kind individuals with the combat power of A-rank upper-tier demons. Such combat power before Rin arrived would have been enough not only to recruit goblins, but also to conquer the entire western forest. Also departing were Benimaru and Hakuro's teams. Their destination was the mountain range where the Tengu clan resided, to convey Rin's friendly message there. If possible, Rin wanted to bring the entire Tengu clan under his command to supplement the lack of aerial forces. Thus, about 2 days passed. Rin-sama. That night, Sue suddenly contacted Rin. "Have you arrived, Sue?" Rin asked, "How are things there?" "Things are bad." Sue had been sent by Rin to investigate the situation of the Orc clan. He remembered that in the original plot, the Orc clan, unable to obtain enough food, had their leader, who would later become the Orc Lord, forced to go out in search of hope. There was one point. The Orc clan leader possessed the unique skill Starved, even before Gelmud named him. Starved was like a curse, causing the normally gentle Orc clan's appetite to surge, leading them to devour their stored food and even resort to cannibalism. Just as you predicted. Sue stood on a cliff, gazing at the desolate land in the distance. Under the scorching sun, not a blade of grass grew. There's nothing, neither grass nor trees, all gone. It seems Starved has already manifested. Through this event, Rin was able to roughly determine the current time period. After Rimuru reincarnated, it took him about a few months to leave the labyrinth. Afterward, he successively subdued the goblins and direwolves, encountered Benimaru and others whose villages were annihilated by the moderate Harlequin alliance, and soon met the invading Orc army. Rin felt that it should be around the first half of the story's plot, as the Storm Dragon was still present. However, considering the insect-type magic beast not mentioned in the original work, Rin felt he couldn't completely rely on the original as a reference. In the real world, any event can trigger a butterfly effect. Rin didn't think the future would unfold exactly as described in the novel. Sue, at your service. Go to the lizard men's territory, inform them of the orc clan's changes, and then propose an alliance with us. Rin wanted to subdue all the monsters in the forest. Each of them was an important source of magicules for him, and he couldn't let a large number of them die off casually, as in the original work. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Sue wasted no time and immediately rushed towards the lizardmen's stronghold. This is a bit troublesome. Upon learning the current time period, Rin felt a slight sense of distress, and his expression was immediately noticed by Ice Empress. Master, is something wrong? Rin pondered for a moment and told Ice Empress the information he knew. Simply put, someone is behind a conspiracy, and there's a group of very strong individuals hiding in the shadows. I'm a bit uneasy. Rimuru's initial opponent, the early antagonist, and later a power-level measuring unit, Clayman, one of the 10 Great Demon Lord. Don't misunderstand, even though this guy didn't perform well in the original work and was easily dealt with by Rimuru. But Clayman was still a Demon Lord seed after all. The term Demon Lord seed here does not refer to a truly awakened Demon Lord. In the Cardinal world, if you are a Demon Lord seed, then acquire territory and an army, you can call yourself a Demon Lord. Afterward, through the Demon Lord Council, as long as the other Demon Lord do not object, then you are a Demon Lord. Clayman and the Demon Lords, are they very strong? Hearing that there were powerful individuals, Ice Empress felt a little excited and wanted to fight these strong ones. Among the 10 Great Demon Lords, 7 are true Demon Lords. Currently, Clayman's magicules value is estimated to be around 400,000. The amount of magicules doesn't represent everything, so even the current Rin has a chance to fight Clayman. Ice Empress and Ogerpon. The two girls' magicules are A+, but in a real fight, ordinary special A ranks are no match for them. But this is clearly not enough. I'm not afraid of Clayman. What I'm worried about is the moderate Harlequin alliance behind him. Clayman belongs to the moderate Harlequin alliance and is the weakest member within it. Besides him, every other clown possesses combat power comparable to a Demon Lord. To put it bluntly, the current Rin, facing any one of the clowns, would be utterly annihilated. Fortunately, the clowns will not easily expose their existence. After all, once a conflict breaks out between the two sides, the sheer commotion would be enough to attract the attention of other Demon Lords. Yuki Kagarazaka would definitely not jump out at this time. Every one of them has the power of a Demon Lord. Ice Empress was a bit surprised. She increasingly felt that following Rin was the most correct decision she had ever made. Interesting. There will be opportunities. Rin said, if things become impossible, I will activate Traveler and take you to other worlds. With Traveler as a fallback, the worst outcome is merely living to fight another day. After he becomes stronger by relying on the power of countless other worlds, he will return for revenge. It seems that after arranging things here, it's time to start exploring new worlds. The feeling of being targeted wasn't good, and Rin hated those who schemed in the dark. Even if they aren't deliberately targeting us since we are destined to be enemies, there's nothing more to say. If Rin was to follow Rimuru's path, then Rimuru's enemies would eventually emerge. Now, information on the Orc clan has been obtained. As for the goblins, Trainee will lead the way. Rin wasn't worried about Sakurako and their safety regarding the goblins. Trainee could summon Sylphide, and even if the clowns had truly arrived in the Great Jura Forest, they wouldn't dare to provoke her. I wonder how Benimaru and Hakaru are doing. Rin's understanding of the Tengu clan in this world was limited. Tengu? Ice Empress and Snow Empress, however, were quite interested. Rin explained. Although they are called Tengu, they actually resemble angels with wings. A long time ago, an angel incarnated into the body of a mountain wolf, thus giving birth to the Tengu clan. The Tengu clan here didn't actually have long noses. They liked to wear red, long-nosed masks and had white or black wings on their backs, and were called the Tengu clan due to their arrogant personalities. Years ago, the founder of the Tengu clan, Kaede, practiced swordsmanship under Araki Byakuya alongside Hakuru. The two developed feelings for each other and gave birth to a daughter, who was Momiji in the original work. However, the gestation period for Tengu was extremely long. Hakuru's wife took a full 300 years to give birth to Momiji, and she passed on most of her magicules to her. The stronger the monsters in the cardinal world, the less likely they were to bear offspring. Because this was a huge detriment to monsters. Bearing offspring meant the offspring would inherit a large portion of the parent's power. Even the former Star King dragon fell because of this. Given the relationship between the Tengu clan and Hakuru, with him stepping forward, and then Benimaru entering into a marriage alliance as in the novel, Rin felt there was a high chance of gaining the loyalty of the Tengu clan. At worst, he would take on the conflict between the Tengu and Frey. Frey's strength might be slightly stronger than Clayman's, but she was definitely no match for those few clowns. Rin was confident that before Sky Queen Frey clashed with him, he would become strong enough that she wouldn't dare to provoke him. The territories of the Tengu are located near Demon Lord Frey's country. Snow Empress memorized the map of the cardinal world. Hakurao and the others will probably have to travel for a while, so it definitely won't be that fast. Then let's wait a bit longer until the goblins submit. Rin also took this time to continue researching the traveler's abilities. He discovered that the traveler's ability to open gates to other worlds wasn't entirely random. There were some controllable aspects. For example, Rin didn't directly use the traveler, but instead dispersed magicules to capture world gates wandering in the void. During this process, Rin could obtain some fragmented information, thereby making a preliminary judgment about what kind of world was on the other side. Additionally, this usage would not consume the traveler's travel opportunities. Rin didn't need to worry about encountering danger and being unable to use the traveler. All right, let me see what the next world will be like. Rin closed his eyes, his consciousness completely focused on the traveler's ability. The next moment, a large number of images flashed through his mind at an extremely fast speed, including worlds inhabited by countless monsters and universes distorted by strange rules. All kinds of information surged like a tide, forcing Rin to actively disconnect. Huff, huff, huff. Opening his eyes, Rin gasped for breath, a large amount of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Are you okay? Seeing this, Snow Empress quickly stepped forward to check. His condition was most keenly felt by Ice Empress, Ogerpon, and the other dependents, but fortunately, Rin replied that he was training, which appeased them. I'm fine. Rin smiled slightly at Snow Empress and said, Good luck, I successfully captured an interesting world. An interesting world? Not yet confirmed. The new other world Rin discovered was a bit special. It has a very strong protective wall. I can't enter it freely like the previous few worlds. Of the three methods, connecting with that world and leading Rin in was impossible. Just now, as soon as the traveler's ability touched that side, the world's will there reacted violently. Clearly, the other side was unwilling to interact with outsiders and just wanted to close its doors and live its own life. Forcibly intervening is also impossible. That world is very vast. Rin wasn't sure how vast the other side was, but in terms of sheer size, it was no less than the cardinal world. Therefore, trying to sneak in like in the Soul Land world was very difficult. Then there's only the second method? No. Rin shook his head and said, If it really is the situation I'm thinking of, entering directly with my true body would be too dangerous. So we still have to use the second method, but in a different, safer way. A safer way? Snow Empress had already received the information about the new world that Rin shared with her. And after learning about the situation there, Snow Empress, like Rin, dared not underestimate the vastness and danger of that world in the slightest. What should we do? Remote projection. If it were other worlds, remote projection would definitely not work. But in this new world, Rin's traveler had a high probability of finding a loophole. I need to prepare. Not just me, but also you, Ice Empress, Ogerpon, Shuna, and the others. Rin said. I plan to bring everyone to fight this battle together. Interesting. Snow Empress realized what Rin wanted to do, and she smiled. The new world should have many abilities suitable for you to acquire. Ah. Rin said, be patient and wait for an opportunity for us to descend. While Rin and Snow Empress discussed how to deal with the new other world, the ogre team following Trainee had already arrived near the goblin village. The goblin settlement was not too far from the ogre clan's village. At the travel speed of an A-rank ogre, a day and a night were enough to cross half of the Great Jura Forest, let alone such a short distance. They set off at noon and reached their destination by evening. So scary. Why are such powerful monsters coming here? Is the village doomed? At this moment, inside the village, a group of goblins, whose height was no different from human children, held short sticks and rusty short blades, staring in terror at Sakurako and the others who had appeared. Who are you? Even though his body trembled, the old goblin still asked, please don't harm us. There's nothing in the village. If you need food, we'll obediently hand it over. Is this the current state of the goblins? They are truly quite destitute. To be honest, Sakurako was very disappointed. The girl brushed her silver-white long hair, and despite her dissatisfaction, she stepped forward and declared, I am an envoy from the ogre clan, here to convey the will of my lord. If you are willing to submit to my lord, you will be granted protection and food. Eh? The goblin village chief thought he had misheard. He looked at his son, a young-looking, skinny goblin. What did she say? Submit? Yes, old man. His tone carried a hint of excitement. She also said she can give us food and protection. Is that true? Is there really someone willing to protect us? The ogre clan. They are very powerful monsters. For the goblin clan, submitting to the strong held no psychological pressure whatsoever. Rather, if anyone was willing, the goblins would not refuse to submit to them. Goblins were almost at the bottom of the monster hierarchy, with their existence value so low that it didn't even reach 1,000. During the Great Outbreak period, the individual existence value of goblins once exceeded 1,000, reaching E rank. However, this was also the goblins' last glory. As time passed, the goblins in the forest, 0.4 of 8,000, had a maximum magicules of only about 500. 500 magicules, firmly F rank. An ordinary farmer could easily beat 4 or 5 of them without weapons. What use were such weak monsters besides wasting food? Too weak. For the Lord to be willing to protect such weaklings, what great benevolence this is. The 3 ogres who came with Sakurako lamented Rin's benevolence, that he was even willing to recruit goblins. Enough! Sakurako interrupted the 3, admonishing them. You cannot question the Lord's decision. Yes. The 3 quickly bowed their heads in apology. Sakurako was in charge of this small team. Their mission was to protect Sakurako and ensure the safe return of this group of goblins to their village. Trainee, please bear witness for us. All right. The dryad had been hiding nearby, and as she revealed herself, the goblins immediately broke into a commotion. Which monster living in the Great Jura Forest hadn't heard of the legend of the dryad, the guardian of the forest? Seeing her with their own eyes, how could mere panic describe it? This feeling was like the mountain god you usually worship suddenly appearing. Please do not doubt goblins. Trainee stepped forward and said, The ogre clan bears no ill will. They sincerely wish to gain the loyalty of the goblins. A powerful monster has been born in the forest. He has decided to rule this forest and at the same time grant protection to the monsters living within it. No need to worry. Please join them with confidence. I can guarantee you, on the honor of the Great Jura Forest Administrator, that there is no falsehood. The goblins already intended to pledge allegiance to the strong, and with Trainee's guarantee, they immediately became excited. That's great. Are we also going to have a protector? Finally, we don't have to worry about being eaten by terrifying monsters when we're in the wilderness. Please come into the village, adults of the ogre clan. The goblins of the cardinal world, at least this branch of goblins in the forest, are not as evil and cunning as described in other worlds. Rather, they are very simple and even a bit too naive. Crude, poor, backward. Entering the goblin village, Sakurako saw only primitiveness and dilapidation. Among so many demi-human races, the goblins were definitely the ones living the worst. The village chief offered food to entertain the ogres who had traveled a long way. The food had no flavor, not even salt, and only the fruits were edible. However, considering that everyone would become companions in the future, they politely ate some. Rin, who traveled between the Pokémon world and the Konosuba world, brought back various supplies from there, greatly improving the lives of the ogre clan. Before this, the quality of life for the ogre clan was not much better than that of the goblins. At most, there was just more abundant food. Sakurako and the others did not disdain the goblins' hospitality. The good life was bestowed by Rin and had nothing to do with their own efforts. Once the goblins also joined Rin's command, they would also receive benefits. It was only a matter of time. This is a gift we are giving to the goblins. Please accept it. Sakurako took out many supplies from her spatial storage and gave them to the goblins. This gesture truly made the goblins feel overwhelmed with gratitude. Delicious food, seasonings, and clothes and shoes suitable for goblin physiques, these were all specially prepared by the ogres during this time. As for their origin, it was very simple. Shuna's analyst could deconstruct matter and easily use existing materials to produce a large quantity of daily necessities. Pack your things and gather the clan members. Next, we will go to other villages and gather everyone. There were 8,000 goblins, with approximately 100 people per village. With over 80 villages, it would take Sakurako and the others at least a full day to visit all of them. Fortunately, the goblin villages were not far apart. For those with good relations, goblins could even notify each other. The goblins acted quickly. How could they delay when they could gain a powerful being willing to protect them? They immediately packed their belongings at the fastest speed, ready to depart. Sakurako did not think much of the goblins' messy village. The future center of their monster country would be the ogre village. Now was a time when population was scarce, and the addition of 8,000 goblins would greatly accelerate the development from a village to a town. All right, please wait a moment. Members of the ogre clan, I will have someone organize the supplies immediately. Quick, don't keep them waiting. We'll go prepare right away. The reactions of the goblin villages were largely similar. From initial vigilance and suspicion, to excitement upon receiving gifts, and joy at gaining favor. Soon, led by various goblin village chiefs, a large number of goblins gathered on the grassland designated by Sakurako and the others. These should be all the goblin villages that can be found nearby. Let's go. At Sakurako's command, the vast goblin procession, under the protection of the ogres, set off towards the ogre village. Due to the large number of people, what was originally a half-day journey increased to 3 days. During this time, Sakurako and the other ogres also had to protect the goblins. The numbers were too great, 8,000 people, nearly 10,000. Even though goblins are small, 8,000 of them crammed together still formed a dense, dark mass. To protect them well, the ogres dared not relax their minds, constantly maintaining magic perception to guard against dangerous magic beasts that might rush out of the forest. Oh my, how magnificent. Magnificent tilde. In the forest, 3 figures hidden in the shadows had long noticed this scene. They were members of the moderate Harlequin Alliance, Laplace, Footman, and Tyr. The 3 had actually arrived in this forest earlier. However, the schemes in the Great Jura Forest were currently being led by Clayman, and they were only there to assist him. The insects have been subjugated. Now even the forest administrator has started helping him. I feel like he's going to become an incredible fellow. A monster who appeared out of nowhere but grew to this extent in just 1 month. Compared to Clayman's carelessness, Laplace instinctively felt a threat. Should we interfere? Laplace spun around, a cunning glint in his eyes. It's just that the few monsters around this guy seem difficult to deal with. Before, it was subjugating the ogre clan. Now it's goblins. Are we really not going to interfere? If this continues, Clayman's plan will be ruined. Footman felt they should try to gauge Rin's depth, while Tyr felt they should be a bit more cautious. It's too conspicuous. Tyr fiddled with her long sleeves, a hint of difficulty in her voice. Wouldn't the demon lords discover us? The 4 ogres in front of them were already difficult to deal with. If they fought, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Not to mention Trainee the Dryad was also there, and they did not want to provoke such a being. Tell Clayman about it and let him figure out a solution. The 3 were not very keen on getting directly involved, and the matters here in the Great Jura Forest were, in fact, the responsibility of Clayman, who was openly in charge. If anyone should worry, it should be him. In that case, let's go find Clayman first. I wonder how he will handle this sudden intruder. Thus, the 3 clowns silently lurked in the shadows. They did not leave but continued to observe the procession. Sakurako and the others, who were on their journey, were clearly unaware that their actions had already fallen under the gaze of a certain demon lord. Swish, 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 tilde. Moonlight like water spilled across the vast grassland, silver light intertwining with the dark green sea of grass, creating a mysterious tranquility. The night wind gently brushed by, making the tips of the grass sway and rustle, as if whispering the secrets of the grassland. Dozens of giant wolves were galloping across the grassland, their figures appearing and disappearing like ghosts under the moonlight. The commotion caused by the goblins' collective movement not only attracted the attention of the clowns, but also other monsters living in the forest. Among them were the Direwolf clan, who in the original work proactively attacked goblin villages to contend for forest supremacy. On a protruding hillside, a giant direwolf howled at the sky. Behind it, hundreds of direwolves quietly awaited their wolf king's command, whether to launch an attack on this group of goblins leaving their village. Father, the direwolf who had gone out to gather intelligence on the goblins returned. He was the leader's offspring, and the strongest among the young direwolves. Have you found out why the goblins left their village? I smelled the aura of ogres. Ogres? Hearing the word ogre, the direwolf leader immediately thought of the ogre clan in the forest. Those powerful lower-tier demons with B-rank strength were not something their mere C-rank monsters could compare to. Despite having a numerical advantage, the direwolf leader began to hesitate at the thought of directly facing the ogre clan. Have the goblins surrendered to the ogre clan? We can't let them go to the ogre clan's village. If they really entered the village, the ogre clan was so strong, and with goblins as soldiers, 1 + 1 would be greater than 2, which would definitely be a huge obstacle to the rise of the direwolf clan. At this time, the storm dragon had not yet disappeared, and the monsters in the forest had not yet begun the dog-eat-dog self-slaughter. The clowns, at Clayman's request, had begun to disrupt the forest's order, but this had not yet started. The direwolf clan was even larger than in the original story, with a full 1,000 direwolves. With their tacit cooperation, even if they forcefully attacked the ogre clan's village, it wasn't impossible to fight. Of course, they would definitely lose. If numbers are no longer a disadvantage for the ogre clan, then in the forest, no clan will be able to contend with them. With this thought, the direwolf leader no longer hesitated and immediately announced his decision. Immediately launch an attack on the goblins. Then, Father, if the ogre clan finds out, will they... At worst, we'll leave here. Go east. The direwolf leader thought it through clearly. If they eliminated those goblins, their existence value would definitely rise by a notch. At that time, as long as they migrated east, the ogre clan was not good at tracking and would not be able to trouble them at all. So, now is the best time. For every goblin killed, they could plunder a portion of magicules. And this was the best way for intelligent monsters in the forest to increase their own existence value: conquest. This kind of improvement was not as abnormal as Ogerpon's growth, But the difference between the two was only in the duration. Ogerpon could gain benefits instantly, while racial warfare would slowly manifest. A few months at shortest, 2 or 3 years at the longest. As the direwolf leader, leading his clan to exterminate the goblins in the forest, the direwolf leader even felt that he had a chance to obtain a powerful skill. An extra skill was the baseline, and with a bit of luck, a unique skill might not be impossible. In the original story, the goblins were reduced to only 1 or 2,000, a large part of the reason being the attacks from monster groups like the direwolves. Such a good opportunity, I absolutely cannot miss it. The direwolf leader even felt that the scene before him was a godsend. The goblins were running around everywhere, and if they were eliminated at this time, it would not violate the rules set by the monsters. Did you sense it? The ogre belonging to the Shadow Squad with a black face covering was named Sauron. He grew up with Sue and trained as a ninja with him. Through thought communication, the four could exchange information and make decisions in a very short time. Sakurako nodded and said, 3 kilometers behind us, a group of monsters with an average rank of C or higher are rapidly gathering. Quantity: at least 500 or more. What are they? Sakurako rarely left the village, so she didn't know much about the outside world. Unlike Sauron, he had previously gone out with other clan members to perform mercenary commissions, so he had encountered the Direwolf clan. The largest direwolf clan in the entire Great Jura Forest. The entire Great Jura Forest was home to more than one direwolf tribe, with numbers ranging from 50 to 300 or 400. And the one led by the direwolf leader seemed to be the largest in number. What do they want to do? They're probably eyeing the goblins we're escorting. Sauron, his figure merged with the night, silently observed the movements of these hunters in the forest. A single direwolf was only C rank. But if they gathered, their overall strength would continuously increase with their numbers. With over 500 direwolves gathered together, their average strength could even reach C+. If the direwolf leader truly achieved the great unification of the wolf clan and then used the merit of exterminating the goblins, he might really be able to create a direwolf army of 2,000 to 3,000 B rank. At that time, even the former ogre clan village would fall into a difficult, bitter struggle, with the risk of falling. Suddenly, in Sakurako's perception, the direwolf pack split into 2 sides. Are these guys trying to encircle us? Kuen, Kogetsu. Leave it to us. The ogres named Kuen and Kogetsu both came from the Red Ogre clan, a brother and sister pair. The brother was named Kuen, and the sister was named Kogetsu. Genetically, the two were also Benimaru's cousins, so they joined their big cousin's team early on and became members of the Red Corps. The long howls of the wolf pack came from all directions, frightening the traveling goblins. The goblin village chief's already aged body trembled even more, but he still feigned composure, trying his best to comfort his surrounding clan members and tell them not to be afraid. It's dire wolves. The village chief's son saw the figures speeding through the darkness, and the fear of wolf beasts spread throughout his body. Don't panic. Their village was closest to the storm dragon's cave. The village chief was the oldest goblin and the first to surrender to Sakurako, so he was appointed by the ogres as the temporary leader of this group of goblins. Everyone, pick up your weapons and have the women and children stand behind. The old village chief's voice trembled slightly, but he still gave the correct command. Soon, all the goblins formed a circle, protecting the women and children behind them, while they themselves picked up their tattered weapons, standing ready. Even weak goblins will fight with all their might for survival. Seeing this, Sakurako nodded slightly, somewhat acknowledging these goblins. Dire wolves, if stop here, we can pretend nothing happened. The Kuen and Kogetsu siblings used magic to amplify their voices, conveying their stance to this group of dire wolves. If you come any closer, it will be war with us ogres. Woof tilde. However, this group of direwolves did not intend to give up the fat meat within their grasp. So many goblins gathered in one place saved the direwolves the trouble of plundering them individually. If they could devour them all in one go, the direwolf clan would surely gain a large amount of magicules, thereby standing out in the crisis-ridden forest. Tisk. Sauron's figure merged with the night. He watched the direwolves' movements and transmitted, "Make your move. They've made up their minds to be our enemies. We're really being underestimated." The Kuen and Kugetsu siblings exchanged glances, then released the suppression on their own magicules. At that moment, the aura of an A-rank monster, which had been unnoticeable to the outside world due to their restraint, swept over all the monsters on the field like a tsunami, whether it was goblins or the direwolf clan. Under this terrifying demonic might that came crashing down, all of them fell into a momentary daze. What? The direwolf leader's fur stood on end, his eyes filled with disbelief. This magicules! No, impossible. How could such a thing happen? Why are the ogres so strong? You are not ogres at all. With the direwolf leader's knowledge, it was naturally impossible for him to have seen the legendary ogres. Throughout the entire Great Jura forest, not counting Trainee and the other dryads, B+ was the pinnacle of all monsters. As for A-rank higher tier monsters, that was a rank that only named monsters could reach. In other words, the two red-haired ogres in front of him were named monsters. No, it wasn't just the two of them. There was also Sakurako and Sauron, who had appeared behind the direwolf pack at some unknown time, completely cutting off the retreat path into the forest. 4 Kijin-level ogres. The direwolf leader's heart was filled with regret at this moment. He hadn't expected such a reversal. They, who were clearly the hunters, had now become the prey suffering an ambush. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, the direwolf leader immediately let out a wolf howl to retreat. He had miscalculated. He had thought it was just a few ordinary ogres leading the goblins. But ogres, let alone 4 ogres, even one was not something they could contend with. Think of Benimaru's confrontation with the orc army in the original story. A casual strike of Black Flame Prison could turn hundreds of orcs into ashes. The Kuen and Kugetsu siblings' current strength was definitely not inferior to Benimaru in the original novel. To eliminate these 500 direwolves would only be a matter of minutes. Woof tilde. Without hesitation, all the direwolves instinctively followed their leader's command, fleeing in every direction. Stop them. Don't let a single one escape. Sakurako gave the command to Sauron, who spread his arms and threw out a large quantity of ice crystal-like threads, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Gap Crystal Silk. This was an extra skill inherited from the space element possessed by Rin. It could cut space and extract tiny threads. These spatial threads could not only bind enemies but were also incredibly sharp, comparable to the most top-tier divine weapons. Spatial motion threading the needle. A stream of light shot out from Sauron's palm, constantly appearing and disappearing in space, connecting all the crystal threads that enveloped this space. Clap! Sakurako clapped her hands together, and an invisible barrier already enveloped all the direwolves. The next moment, the circular network woven by Sauron began to glow with prismatic light, shimmering like a transparent kaleidoscope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of direwolves frantically rushing forward only felt a fleeting stream of light in the darkness ahead. They ignored it and crashed into it head-on. And so... woof? The figures of the wolves in front disappeared, only to reappear in other directions, and they went from having their backs to Sakurako and the others to facing them and rushing wildly. At this point, all the direwolves were bewildered. What's going on? The direwolf leader realized that things had exceeded his expectations. These ogres had used some unknown method to seal off the surrounding space. That circle of transparent mirrors was like a mirror, teleporting the wolf pack back, making it impossible for them to escape the range covered by the barrier. What should we do? Sauron watched the direwolf pack running around like headless chickens, then came to Sakurako's side and asked her how to deal with these direwolves. Master should need them. Rin's attitude towards monsters was mainly to recruit and subdue them. Roar. On the other side, dozens of direwolves, seeing that they couldn't escape, began to attack the goblins. However, Kuen and Kugetsu had already locked onto them. How could they give the direwolves a chance to harm the goblins? Smack! Kugetsu casually waved her hand, and nearly a dozen giant wolves, the size of lions or tigers, immediately flew backward like broken sacks. The girl had already held back her strength, but with the terrifying arm strength of an ogre, just a casual blow like that almost cost these direwolves their lives. Kugetsu! Sakurako saw this scene and quickly shouted, "Don't kill them!" Kugetsu didn't do it on purpose. She also didn't expect these direwolves to be so fragile. She clearly didn't use much force. But why did each of them just fall down? Healing spell. There was no other way. Sakurako had to cast a healing spell on the direwolves who were barely breathing, saving their lives. Let me do it. Seeing his sister struggling against the direwolves' attack due to her inability to control her strength, Kuen shook his head. Boom! The red-haired youth lifted his foot and took a mighty step forward. Terrifying brute force stomped the earth, and an invisible force spread out like waves in all directions, shaking all the goblins and the running direwolves to the ground. The martial artist skills inherited from Rinsama are indeed formidable. Kuen's control over his strength was far superior to his sister's. He perfectly managed to strip everyone of their ability to move without causing them harm. Next. Then a sharp glint burst forth in Kuen's eyes. He clenched his fist and swung it fiercely in the direction of the direwolf leader. Boom! Crack-tilled. The next moment, a scene that terrified countless goblins and direwolves appeared before their eyes. The earth shattered and dirt flew. A bottomless gully began from Kuen and spread forward, extending hundreds of meters until it barely stopped in front of the direwolf leader. Woof! At this moment, the direwolf leader had no desire to contend. Just this one punch from Kuen shattered his ambition. Now do you understand the gap between us? Kuen and Kugetsu confronted the direwolf leader. With Kuen and Kugetsu's actions, the direwolf leader now understood that he had kicked a steel plate. A rank was a watershed. Below A rank, as long as the numbers were sufficient, the opponent could eventually be worn down and killed. But after breaking through to A rank, the magicule recovery speed was simply abnormal. Ogres, as long as they didn't seek death by recklessly unleashing powerful skills, would almost never run out of magicules. Even if they couldn't win, if they wanted to escape, it would be effortless. And once animosity was established, unless one side completely submitted, there would be no end to it. The direwolf leader's guts were now green with regret. He shouldn't have provoked this group of goblins. If he had known how terrifying ogres were, why would he even contend? Wouldn't surrendering directly be better? Now he was being targeted by 4 A-rank monsters. Recalling the power Kuen and Sauron had just displayed. It wouldn't take many times, just 3 or 4 more, and the direwolf clan in the forest would face utter annihilation. What now? Kugetsu, seeing the direwolf leader starting to cower, quickly sent a telepathic message to Sakurako, asking for her opinion. They hadn't killed a single direwolf. Although the siblings were confronting the direwolf leader, they were actually at a loss internally, unsure of what to do. This power, after all, was not trained by themselves. Even if they defeated the direwolf pack, the proud ogre clan would not feel particularly glorious. Only their respect and admiration for Rin grew even stronger. Look, this was the grace of their lord. Such powerful strength with just a few punches and kicks made the goblins and direwolves tremble with fear. Let Rin-sama decide. Rin-sama. Hearing Sakurako's telepathic message, the Kuen siblings immediately understood her meaning. Stabilize these direwolves. I'll contact Rin-sama. Sakurako finished speaking and immediately used the soul corridor to send a communication request to Rin. As for the task of stabilizing the direwolves, that was too easy. Kugetsu and Kuen didn't need to do anything. They just needed to stand there and continuously release magicules, putting pressure on the direwolves. They weren't smart enough. But simple things like posing, they could still do. Has something happened, Sakurako? The request was quickly approved, and Rin's voice also sounded in Sakurako's ear. Rin-sama, it's like this. Sakurako briefly explained the current situation. We don't know what to do, so we came to ask for your instructions. 500 Direwolf clan members? That's great, I'll be right there. Rin's voice was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected such sudden good fortune. These monsters, given names by Rin, were only slightly less connected to him than his direct dependents. They could be called kin. Through the soul corridor, Rin could clearly sense the location and status of every kin. Ogerpon, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, you come with me. Bringing his 3 strongest dependents, Rin raised his hand and simply tore open a rift in front of him. Whoosh tilde. The next moment the space beside Sakurako parted. Master. And big sister Ogerpon, Snow Empress, and Ice Empress. Seeing the 4 arrive, Sakurako quickly bowed in salute. Here we go again. The Ogre clan's etiquette is a bit unbearable. Ice Empress didn't particularly like Sakurako's initially arrogant, then humble demeanor. Even among the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, the weaker members regarded the Ice Empress as an elder and family. As for the Snow Empress, who had always been reclusive, she cared even less about the so-called hierarchy. Pony tilde. Ogerpon, however, was already accustomed to it and happily greeted Sakurako and Surin. Are these goblins? Rin looked at the short figures like a tide not far from them. The goblins in Rin's impression were cunning, insidious, and despicable, with pointed mouths, monkey-like faces, and mouths full of sharp teeth. However, the goblins of the Cardinal world, while still not exactly good-looking, were more like a group of shivering little beggars in temperament. Rin turned his head to look at the direwolves further away. Just like in the original work, they are pack-hunting monsters. But what's the situation now? With the fractured earth and scattered direwolves lying on the ground, Rin only needed a few glances to analyze most of what had happened here. Sensing the arrival of new auras, the direwolves instinctively let out low growls, as if to intimidate them and make them retreat. This reaction was due to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress who had arrived with Rin. The ancient and desolate aura emanating from the 2 females caused the direwolves to have an immediate stress response. Tisk, so noisy. The Ice Empress couldn't stand anyone baring their teeth at her, so she immediately released a fierce, cold aura from her body. Her control over her power was incredibly precise. The goblins nearby only felt a cold wind brush their faces. As for the direwolf clan further away, they instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, shivering uncontrollably. Looking at the grassland outside the circle, it was covered in a layer of ice crystals in an instant, and even the 3 clowns observing from the shadows felt a chill run through their bodies. Such terrifying ice magic power. Laplace was shocked internally. He had encountered ice magic before, but such powerful and penetrating ice magic power was truly unheard of. So cold! Tyr hugged herself tightly. The quality of this magicule energy is too high, isn't it? Unique skill. This must be a unique skill. If it were a normal skill, given their resistance, it would be impossible for it to affect them. As for extra skills, single-target ones might be able to break through their defenses. But this was clearly a wide-range skill, and it had such intensity even without targeting the 3 of them. Such an effect. Besides a unique skill, the 3 of them couldn't think of a second possibility. Another named monster that has acquired a unique skill. Laplace couldn't comprehend it, unable to understand how Rin had gathered so many powerful monsters to pledge allegiance to him. Suddenly, the Snow Empress, who was watching Rin converse with the Goblin Village chief from a distance, seemed to sense something. She cast her gaze towards the forest behind them. The forest was shrouded in darkness, utterly silent, yet the Snow Empress could feel several gazes prying at her. Is something wrong, Snow Empress? Rin was currently inviting the goblins to follow him, and seeing the Snow Empress's reaction, he immediately became vigilant. Not sure. The Snow Empress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, but I have a feeling that someone is watching me. Watching? Rin's heart stirred, and he thought of a possibility. Could it be the moderate Harlequin alliance? Detect tracking. Immediately, Rin activated an anti-surveillance skill. Alert, no one detected watching. Rin looked at the information returned by the skill, feeling a bit speechless. He didn't believe that the Snow Empress was mistaken. In the Great Jura Forest, an existence that can secretly spy on us, and even the Snow Empress can't detect. Such individuals, besides Trainee and other dryads, could only be Laplace, Footman, and Terre of the moderate Harlequin alliance. The dryads didn't need to be considered. After Rin's arrival, Trainee had already appeared among the goblin tribe. And if it were other dryads, seeing Trainee here, they would definitely come over to greet her, not hide in a corner and secretly stare at them. Trainee, can you set up a barrier that can completely block external probing? Rin and the Snow Empress didn't have sufficient anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Sakurako's barrier was more physical in nature. It wasn't very effective against skills specifically designed for intelligence gathering. But it didn't matter. They still had Trainee. As a dryad, secretly observing life in the forest and concealing one's aura were commonplace. And if one could conceal, one could also block. No problem. Trainee didn't notice at first, but only reacted when Rin said so. The dryad first began to probe the distant forest. Unfortunately, there was no result. Clearly, the three clowns had realized they might be exposed and had already left. Buzz Tilda. Soon, under Trainee's doing, an invisible barrier enveloped the goblins in Rin's group. Kuen, bring the direwolf leader to me. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Kuen's eyes sharpened. His figure instantly traversed hundreds of meters, arriving in front of the direwolf leader. Before the direwolf leader could react, Kuen directly grabbed the scruff of its neck, lifted it, and brought it to Rin's side. The direwolf leader had never experienced such a thing. It wanted to resist, but facing Kuen's monstrous strength, it couldn't even lift its head. It could only let out whimpers from its throat, suppressing the fear and unease in its heart. My lord, the enemy leader has been brought. Please give your command. Kuen knelt on one knee, while simultaneously pressing down on the direwolf leader's head with one hand, forcing it to submit. Release it first. Yes. Kuen and the others weren't worried that the direwolf leader would harm Rin. How could a mere monster below B rank possibly touch their lord, especially not under their watchful eyes? If such a thing were to happen, they wouldn't have the face to live in this world and would simply commit suicide. Wolf or dog? It should be a wolf. The Ice Empress crouched on the ground, examining the prostrate direwolf leader, and poked its nose with her finger. The direwolf leader was utterly terrified and uneasy. Although the Ice Empress's magicules were only around 30,000, the aura of a 400,000-year-old fierce beast had been preserved through the rule power of the voice of the world. In layman's terms, it was killing intent. The Ice Empress had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless humans, beasts, and soul beasts had died by her hand. With such a vast number accumulated, the tyrannical aura entwined around the Ice Empress was far beyond what ordinary monsters of this world could imagine. Normally, the Ice Empress would restrain her aura. So, in the eyes of the Ogre clan, the Ice Empress was just a tsundere twin-tailed girl, not only not terrifying, but quite cute. However, the direwolf leader was different. It was a wild beast, and a wild beast's instincts were always incredibly keen. It sensed it, that terrifying figure of an ancient, fierce beast, standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Stay down obediently. Once my lord is done, I'll deal with you. How could the direwolf leader dare to bare its teeth at the Ice Empress? It immediately nodded repeatedly, indicating that it would never resist. There was no other way. The disparity was too great. It had thought that 4 ogres were the limit. Who would have thought that there were even more powerful individuals? Especially this monster with a human appearance in front of it. It was truly too terrifying. And even more terrifying was that such a monster actually had a master above her. If there was a regret pill in the world, it would definitely go back to its past self from a few hours ago and slap it hard a few times, telling it to stop dreaming of becoming a dominant force. Are you the master that Sakurako and the others spoke of? On the other side, the goblin elder from the original story was chosen by the goblins to be their temporary leader. He wore a dust-covered brown trench coat, leaning on a walking stick, his frail body seeming as if it would collapse with a gust of wind just by standing there. Yes, my name is Hayashi Rin. Rin didn't waste words and immediately announced, Sakurako and the others should have already told you my purpose. Under the witness of trainee, I will accept your allegiance and grant you my protection. From now on, you will become my subjects and obey my commands. I guarantee you this here. Rin said earnestly, as long as you obey me, I will protect your lives and property from infringement by others. Are you willing? The goblins didn't understand what Rin's words truly meant. They only knew that the weak goblins were about to receive the protection of a strong one. In the world of monsters, the strong are revered. Living in the forest, always on the brink of danger, if someone was willing to protect them, then giving up their freedom and loyalty was only natural. Rather, Rin was already very benevolent. We are willing. We are willing. Praise you, great master. Thus, the goblins gathered in front of Rin bowed down to him like dominoes. Successfully obtained 8,600 goblin followers. Commencing Magicule's total calculation. Calculation complete. The goblin clan's total Magicules is 258,860 EP. Unique skill. Leader begins integrating Magicules. Integration complete. Obtained 78,000 EP of Magicules. Ugh! The sudden massive increase in Magicules caused Rin to momentarily lose control. The increase in his magic power limit instantly triggered a series of chain reactions. Rumble. With Rin at the center, magic power transformed into a wave of energy spreading in all directions, and a dazzling blue magic power pillar, faintly shimmering with stardust, shot into the sky. If not for Trainee's timely reaction, and Snow Empress, who stood beside her, helping the goblins resist the magic power pressure from Rin, just that one burst would have probably knocked out a large number of nearby goblins. How terrifyingly powerful. Is this the power of Master? How terrifying. Even with Snow Empress's protection, the goblins still felt the pressure from their new master. It was a massive amount of magic power they couldn't even imagine. For a moment, countless goblins were both shocked and delighted, because such a powerful being was actually willing to accept their servitude. Rin. Ice Empress and Ogerpon noticed Rin's change. However, the two women didn't act rashly. Instead, they remained in place, helping Trainee maintain the stability of the anti-detection barrier. With Snow Empress by Rin's side, nothing would happen. After all, in terms of combat ability, Snow Empress was the strongest. As for the remaining direwolves, they were completely stunned. What kind of monster were they fighting against? At the same time, the direwolves were incredibly envious of the goblins, who could receive the favor of such a powerful dragonoid. If only that lord could also accept our allegiance. For some reason, the direwolf leader had such a thought in his heart. Not to mention Rin, even Ice Empress made it unable to feel any desire to resist. Submitting to the strong is not shameful. To preserve the race and continue the lineage, following a leader with a brighter future is the most correct choice. The direwolves are inherently pack animals with their own social structure. The alpha wolf as the leader, then the wolf pack as the main fighting force, and the lower status old wolves and cubs. However, Rin had no time to recruit the direwolves. At this moment, a large amount of information was surging in his mind, and he felt as if he was in a stormy sea, undergoing transformation by a massive amount of magicules. Detected magicules exceeding 100,000, meeting evolution conditions. Commencing evolution, evolution failed. Challenging again. Evolution failed. The repeated information cycled countless times. Finally, when Rin himself felt annoyed, within the central core of the cardinal world, a starry sky fragment, like a miniature universe, slowly appeared in Rin's eyes. Detected a power fragment of the Star King dragon Veldanava. Do you wish to fuse? Upon fusion, the race dragonoid will be fully awakened, and the evolution path of the dragon kind Star King dragon will be obtained. Fuse. Rin didn't expect that simply evolving from A rank to special A rank would lead to such an event. One must know that the reason Rimuru, in the original story, possessed such a bug-like evolution speed, growing to the level of a creator god in just a few years. Some speculated that a large part of the reason lay in Rimuru's identity and his unique skill, Great Sage. Regarding Rimuru's origin, there is a theory that Rimuru is the reincarnation of the Star King dragon, and the Great Sage is the Star King dragon's wife, Lucia. But Rin felt that Rimuru was not the true Star King dragon. Or rather, the Star King dragon had already fallen, but like Emperor Rudra of the Eastern Empire, he had split his soul into countless pieces. One of the larger pieces fell upon Mikami Satoru, who then reincarnated as Rimuru. However, Rin's current situation was different from Rimuru's. What he obtained was not a soul fragment of the Star King dragon, but a power fragment. More accurately, it was the authority left by the Star King dragon in the cardinal world. Report, individual name Hayashi Rin, has successfully evolved into a dragonoid. Obtained unique skill, voice of the world. Unique skill, leader has evolved into convergence. Unique skill, traveler, anomalous, has evolved into void gate. Obtained special skill, magic dragon transformation. Hu tilde. The evolution ended, and Rin remained in a dazed state. He could feel the magic power within his body, which was several times larger than before. It felt even more terrifying. After the special skill Magicule's solidification, Rin's physical qualities also increased by several times. Power. Unprecedented strength. Rin clenched his fist. He looked at his hand and found that his original palm had turned into sharp dragon claws. And behind Rin, a pair of dreamlike, ethereal, yet tangible azure dragon wings slowly unfurled. Is this the form after my dragonoid bloodline completely awakens? Rin was not dissatisfied with his current appearance, as this state was not permanent. If he wished, he could retract the dragon features at any time and return to his human form. This was similar to Milim. In addition, Rin also possessed the dragon transformation ability that Milim did not. Magic Dragon Transformation. Description: completely unleash the magicules within the body to construct a dragon-kind body. This process will absorb a large amount of magicules, and each use will result in a period of weakness. Magic Dragon Transformation absorbs a large amount of magicules. It looks like a transformation skill. Rin secretly wondered, I wonder how much magicules it can increase, and how much stronger it can make me. Notice, the magicules after the current Magic Dragon transformation will be 10 times that of the half-dragon transformation state. What? Rin was first delighted, then immediately reacted. Who are you, Great Sage? Notice, this being is unique skill, voice of the world, not Great Sage. Rin was stunned for a moment. He thought of something and asked, Are you the new ability I just acquired? Notice, yes. Unique skill, voice of the world, a superior substitute for unique skill, Great Sage, possessing the following multiple abilities. Thought acceleration, increases perception speed by 1,000-fold. Analysis and appraisal, analyzes target objects and performs appraisal. Parallel processing, can separate the desired analysis from the thought process for calculation. Chant annulment, no need for spell chanting procedures when using magic or other skills. All-encompassing encompasses all unshielded information in this world. The above abilities were very similar to Rimuru's Great Sage. However, Rin's voice of the world also possessed some abilities that the Great Sage did not. For example, central connection could analyze, store, and extract different rules. There were also functions such as gate management, space-time stabilization, anchor engraving, and starry sky projection. How did you come into existence? Rin merely glanced at the various abilities of the voice of the world. More than these, he wanted to know where the voice of the world came from and whether it would harm him. Notice, this body is a brand new manifestation of rules, born from the origin of the individual Hayashi Rin and fused with the rules of the cardinal world. Simply put, the voice of the world here was not the same as the rule incarnation of the cardinal world. The cardinal world was created by the Star King Dragon, and afterward, he loaded his wife Lucia's voice into it, turning it into a kind of world-will-like existence. However, the true voice of the world has no soul or self. It is a pure tool. Do you have your own consciousness? Notice, yes. The newborn voice of the world was born from the soul origin of Rin. Afterward, because Rin traveled between the Pokémon, Konosuba, and Soulland worlds. During this process, the voice of the world continuously absorbed new rules. Finally, it absorbed enough power of laws, and with Rin's breakthrough to Special A rank, it successfully came into being. So, you were born because I kept traversing worlds? Notice, yes, this really is... Rin understood. He really hadn't expected things to develop this way. The cardinal world is a chaotic world created by the Star King Dragon. As a world, it does not possess self-awareness or emotions. It merely mechanically executes preset programs step by step. The great sage in the original work was essentially usurping the authority of the voice of the world. In the end, it even subtly replaced the will of the cardinal world. When Rimuru became the creator god, CL naturally became the world's will of the cardinal world. What is your purpose? Rin couldn't describe what he felt about the voice of the world. First, there was closeness, a feeling of bloodline compatibility. Next was trust and absolute control. As Rin's ability, the voice of the world was inherently a part of his power. If Rin wished, he could easily erase the consciousness of the voice of the world, turning it into a program without self, only knowing how to execute predetermined commands. Notice Purpose 1, to help the individual Hayashi Rin grow better. Notice Purpose 2, to perfect myself and control the cardinal world. I can understand the first one, but perfect myself and control the cardinal world in the latter. Do I understand it correctly? Rin, you want to become the will of the cardinal world? Notice, yes. Without Rin, the voice of the world would not have been able to absorb the rules of the Pokémon, Konosuba, and Soulland worlds, thereby allowing its own consciousness to emerge. As for their relationship, the voice of the world shares the same origin as Rin, with Rin as the primary. Once Rin falls, the voice of the world will also disappear. Therefore, the voice of the world will never harm Rin. It will only do its utmost to help and protect him. But the cardinal world, is it willing? One should know that previously, the cardinal world had helped Rin negotiate with the Sinnoh Great Venerable, and both sides tacitly chose to cooperate and grow together. However, in the face of such immense benefits, Rin found it difficult to choose. On one side was his own, on the other, an outsider. If the voice of the world could become the will of the cardinal world, then Rin would be the lord of the world. Surely what CL in the original work could do, Rin's voice of the world couldn't. Rather than leaving it to the future Rimuru, it would be better for Rin to intercept it in advance. Notice, the rules of the cardinal world are not as the host believes. Rin, how so? Notice, the cardinal world will never develop self-awareness. This is a fundamental program written by the Star King Dragon at the beginning of creation, and no one can change it. Then, what is the world's will that helped traverse worlds? Notice, the world's instinct. In the words of the voice of the world, if the world were a living organism, then growth, self-strengthening, and continuous dimensional elevation would be its instincts. That way of speaking. Rin complained, "How am I like some kind of probiotic, which the cardinal world discovered and instinctively chose to coexist with? Notice, that is the truth. To what extent can you do it? Rin, replace the will of the cardinal world and manage its rules? Notice, as a newborn, I am very weak and not yet capable of large-scale interference with reality. Notice, I can only achieve limited rule modification. All right, Rin understood. It means that the Star King Dragon established the rules of the cardinal world. Although the voice of the world has gained self-awareness, she cannot go against the will of the Star King Dragon. What it was originally, it will remain in the future. The voice of the world cannot overtly grant Rin an unfair advantage. It can only help him through a back door. Then, how long will it take to completely control the cardinal world? Notice, the creator's power is too far from that of the former creator god, so it cannot currently interfere with the will left by him. Is there a clear level? Notice, when the creator breaks through to special S rank, they can attempt to completely seize control of the cardinal world. Special S rank only grants the qualification to contend for control, so it is not recommended. Theoretically, as long as Rin's strength surpasses the Star King Dragon, the voice of the world would be able to, in turn, devour the original rules. To give a simple analogy, if the cardinal world is a company, then Rin is a shareholder, and the voice of the world is the CEO. Yes, the CEO. Because the current cardinal world only has the voice of the world, as a consciousness with the qualification to contend for sovereignty. Although this CEO has great power, she can only abide by company rules and cannot modify or create new ones. So I need to go to other worlds, earn money and invest it into the company to increase my shareholding percentage. Until one day my shareholding surpasses the Star King Dragons, then I will have complete say over this company. Rin, is that what you mean? Notice, yes. Not only that. The voice of the world will also manage the cardinal world well, allowing it to become Rin's strong backing. It can be said that the cardinal world is like Rin's grand rear area. With it there, Rin can boldly explore other worlds with peace of mind. Increase income and reduce expenditure, feeding back into oneself. One suffers, all suffer. One prospers, all prosper. The most important point is that the voice of the world is merely a manager, not an owner. Once this world belonged to the Star King Dragon. In the future, it will belong to Rin. The voice of the world is more like a grand housekeeper, managing assets for Rin and overseeing the health of the financial chain. I see. Well then, please guide me from now on, voice of the world. Notice, I look forward to accompanying you, creator. However, what should I call you? Just call you voice of the world? It feels a bit strange. Rin thought for a moment and said, how about I give you a name, like how I name monsters? Notice, this will consume a large amount of the creator's magicules. Then, do you need it? Notice, not supported, but anticipated. I understand. Rin was also very interested in whether the voice of the world could be named. As for danger, if it truly would harm Rin, the voice of the world would definitely refuse sternly, rather than lightly saying, not supported. The voice of the world became Rin's companion spirit, capable of assisting him in combat and thought, yet subject to Rin and absolutely obedient to him. Violet, how about that? Violet from Violet Evergarden is the name of the female protagonist in it. Of course, Violet itself means violet and does not specifically refer to a particular character. Rin just felt that if one day the voice of the world could take human form, then her image would probably be like Violet. Emotionless attribute, with emotional cognitive impairment and a strong desire hidden beneath a cool exterior. These are very consistent with the nascent voice of the world. Notice, creator's wish has been fused, beginning integration. Integration complete. Unique skill. Voice of the world has evolved into unique skill. World Spirit Violet. Hello, creator. World Spirit Violet is at your service. Rin ignored the loss of nearly half of his massive magicules. He just knew his feeling was indeed correct. Although Violet possessed the ability to connect to the cardinal world's origin and master all known knowledge, she herself had not yet developed human-like emotions. In other words, how Violet would turn out required Rin's guidance. And with this naming, the voice of the world merged with the image of Violet from Rin's memories. Of course, this didn't mean Violet would be exactly like her. The image was merely a template. The voice of the world was still the original voice of the world. Rin chose Violet partly because the voice of the world had just been born. If he had chosen those moe characters, the conflict in personalities might very likely have led to a naming failure. Loyal, calm, pure. She's very much like you, isn't she? Violet, I don't understand. Violet's voice also changed, truly aligning with Violet from Rin's memories. But don't you dare act like Rimuru's seal. I'm not going to be some poor guy nagged to death by my own partner. This was also why Rin named his voice of the world Violet. Violet, creator, greedy. That's definitely not something Violet would say, right? Rin naturally didn't think that a single naming could completely distort Violet's self. The current Violet was more like a combination of the original voice of the world and the Violet from Rin's imagination. Forget it, this isn't bad either. Rin didn't mind having a friend by his side who he could talk and bicker with at any time. I will let you regain your freedom as soon as possible, Violet. Violet, let's work hard together, creator. Violet, race, world, spirit. Magicules, 200,000 EP. Possesses a Demon Lord seed level avatar. Unique skills, omniscience and omnipotence. Narrow sense, analyzes and manipulates all things. World creation, not awakened. World avatar possesses an avatar. Even if magicules are depleted, it can recover to peak over time. This was Violet's attribute panel. Her race was world spirit, considered a special existence born from the original voice of the world, merging with Rin's magicules. Her true body was the cardinal world, but her consciousness could move with Rin. Violet had 3 unique skills. Among them, omniscience and omnipotence could analyze different rules for manipulation and utilization, considered an advanced ability compared to Rimuru's Great Sage. Secondly, world creation. Although in an unawakened state, Rin could still examine its effects. World creation. Description: entrusts one's origin to the cardinal world. As long as the world does not perish, one can live eternally. This ability. Rin asked, why is it in an unawakened state? Because I have not yet fully controlled the cardinal world. Rin understood that his soul and Violet were one. When Violet completely merged with the cardinal world, it was equivalent to Rin gaining control of the cardinal world. As long as the cardinal world exists, Rin will not truly perish. He can revive again and again through the cardinal world. And as long as Rin is alive, Violet will not disappear. It's a perfect closed loop. Rin asked, what about the last one? What kind of ability is World Avatar? As Rin's words fell, a beautiful figure appeared before him, precisely in the image of Violet Evergarden from his memories. Thanks to the magicules you bestowed, I am able to accompany you in this form. Additionally, this body can return magicules to you. At this point, Violet seemed to worry that Rin hadn't understood and explained, returning magicules does not mean my regression. After the magicules are returned, this body will collapse. But this is only temporary, Violet said. With the passage of time, I can absorb magicules from the cardinal world until this body reaches its maximum magicule storage capacity. Hearing this, Rin inexplicably had a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this, like... Yes, it's just like the storm dragon within Rimuru. As a world spirit born from Rin's origin, Violet possessed all the knowledge her creator mastered, which naturally included the anime and novels Rin had watched. You can think of this portion of magicules as a recoverable reserve. Violet, it will take roughly half a month to complete the replenishment from 0 to 200,000. So that means... Yes. Violet, this means you can receive an additional 200,000 magicules from me every month. Just from the information Violet revealed, Rin could think of several ways to use this magicules. For example, taking it out for naming monsters, or in combat having Violet fuse with him to use their combined magicules. Is 200,000 the limit? No. Violet shook her head slightly. Both the upper limit and the recovery speed are only for the current stage. Limited by my strength, my world avatar cannot yet compare to the infinite magicules of dragonkind. The magicules recovery speed of the cardinal world's dragonkind is practically a bug. In the original work, Rimuru named 200,000 Orc clan members at once and only needed to rest for a period before recovering to his peak. That was 200,000. Even if the dilution ratio between high-level and low-level magicules was very high, it would be impossible to complete the naming of 200,000 Orc clan members. To put it bluntly, even if each Orc clan member only consumed 1,000 magicules, that would be a massive expenditure of 200 million. What is the concept of 200 million magicules? Even late-game Rimuru, after fusing with 2 dragonkind, barely reached this level. How could a mere Demon Lord seed-level Rimuru possess so much magicules? Other than the Storm Dragon, Rin thought of nothing else. Rimuru has the Storm Dragon, and I have Violet. Although they cannot compare for now, Violet will continue to grow, and that is the power of the World Avatar ability. Will consuming this magicules have any negative effects on you, Violet? No, it will not. Violet would not fall into slumber because 200,000 magicules was depleted. At most, she would lose the ability to manifest an avatar. In any case, Violet could recover in at most half a month. Actually, as long as the magicules consumed each time does not exceed half, the avatar can live normally. That's good. Rin naturally hoped that Violet would live with him like a real person. If he directly consumed the magicules every time it became available, wouldn't Violet never be able to condense a physical form? Rin would never do such a thing. This magicules must be used for naming. Rin was not someone who liked to do unprofitable business. Naming was an investment. Only if there was a profit would naming have meaning. Hayashi Rin, race Dragonoid. Level Special, a Demon Lord Seed, Disaster Class. Magicules, 205,000 EP. Cannot add Violet's 200,000 because those originally belonged to Rin. Profession, Mage. General skills. Life magic, healing magic, elemental magic, Pokémon magic, etc. Intrinsic skills, adaptability, all profession mastery, etc. Extra skills. Dragon Eye, explosion magic, soul summoning, human soul fusion, Demon Lord Seed's aura. Unique skills. Void Gate broken. World Spirit, Convergence, Capturer, Duplicator, Spirit Controller. Special skills, Magicules, Solidification, Inheritable, Stardust Manipulation, Non-Inheritable, 10 Rings of God, Non-Inheritable, Magic Dragon Transformation, Non-Inheritable. Exclusive skill, Twin Martial Souls, Bonded Vassal, Violet. Vassals, Ogerpon, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Benimaru, Shuna, Xion, Sue, 7/24. Vassal Clan, 0/3. Marked Worlds, Pokémon World, Anchorable. Konosuba World, Anchorable. Soulland Universe, locked. The attributes are getting more luxurious. Rin turned his attention to the Magicules column, 205,000 Magicules. When one's Magicules exceeds 200,000, they can obtain the title of Demon Lord. In the original work, Clayman, Carrion, and Queen Frey generally had around 300,000 to 400,000 Magicules. In other words, the current Rin already possessed strength comparable to the bottom 3 of the 10 great Demon Lords. This doesn't even account for the direwolves. Rin had no intention of letting these direwolves go. Direwolves possess the characteristic of whole is individual. That is, naming one of them was equivalent to naming all individuals simultaneously. No, of course, this naming method certainly differed from normal individual naming. Just the Magicules' consumption alone was much less than normal naming. Here, it must be explained the difference between Rin's newly acquired unique skill, Convergence, and Leader. Unique skill convergence would not increase the proportion of magicules that followers of different ranks could provide. Followers provided 1 to 3%, named monsters 15%, and dependents 50%. The original proportions remained the same, unchanged by the skill upgrade. However, between the originally vast gap of named monsters and dependents, unique skill convergence once again provided a new rank. Kinsmen. Intermediate between named monsters and dependents, they could provide Rin with a 30% feedback of total magicules. Kinsman targets needed to be personally selected and bound by Rin. Do you ever finish a beloved story and desperately need more? Fan fiction is where the fans take over, giving those characters and worlds a second, vibrant life. Welcome to fan fiction audiobooks telling. Multiverse Traveler. Arriving in the Tensura world with my Pokémon Ogerpon Part 5. The Kinsman limit was 3. This meant that the current Rin could only have a maximum of 3 monster races as his kinsman. As for where kinsmen came from, first, kinsmen must be related to dependents. In other words, only monsters of the same race as dependents could be transformed into kinsmen by Rin. So, Rin pondered his dependents. Only the ogre race meets this requirement? Shaking his head, Rin temporarily put aside that question and focused his attention on the direwolf clan before him. Subjugation or death? Rin looked at the direwolf leader, who had been obediently prostrating on the ground since earlier. Woof. Feeling Rin's gaze, the direwolf leader instantly cowered, even speaking with a trembling voice. I am willing to submit to you, great demon lord. The oppressive aura from that instant was undoubtedly a pressure far exceeding that of a monster. And a being more terrifying than a superior monster, the only thing the direwolf leader could think of was a demon lord. As mentioned before, the cardinal world did not have a clear distinction between a demon lord's seed and a true demon lord. In the eyes of most, demon lord was merely a title, not a power level. This issue even existed within the 10 great demon lords themselves. The bottom 3, Clayman, Carrion, and Queen Frey, also did not know the gap between themselves and the other demon lords. Demon lord seed and true demon lord. True demon lord and true demon lord who has obtained ultimate skill. The power gap between these 3 was so vast that calling it an overwhelming difference would not be an exaggeration. So, even though Rin was called a demon lord by the direwolf leader, he was actually in the weakest tier. Let's forget about the title of demon lord for now. I don't have any intention of becoming a demon lord just yet. Claiming to be a demon lord could very likely trigger a demon lord's banquet. Other demon lords might not care, but Clayman, that troublemaker, would definitely jump out and cause trouble. Although Rin was not afraid, he also did not want such trouble. Anyway, with Rin's speed of growth, he would eventually be able to crush him, so there was no need to rush. Yes. The direwolf leader did not know Rin's thoughts. Bring all your kin over. Yes. The direwolf leader dared not disobey and immediately let out a long howl, summoning its kin. Soon, nearly 500 direwolves had gathered before Rin. Direwolves were massive, almost a meter tall just standing, truly large wolves. Submit to me, and you shall be my subjects. In the original work, Rimuru killed the direwolf leader, and its son Ranga was still willing to follow Rimuru. In contrast, Rin had no conflict with the direwolf clan. Select the 18 most outstanding direwolves from your clan. I shall bestow names upon you. Rin's words utterly shocked the direwolf leader. It looked at Rin in disbelief, somewhat doubting if it had misheard. You mean, you want to name us? What? Rin joked. You don't want it? No. Thank you for your grace. The direwolf leader trembled with excitement. We, the direwolf clan, shall pledge our lives to follow you, generation after generation, upholding your authority. As the direwolf leader's voice fell, all the direwolves behind it knelt one after another. They offered their loyalty to their great and generous master. Also, goblins. Rin did not forget the weak goblins. Select 100 people. I will bestow names upon you. Rhea, really? Hearing that Rin was even willing to bestow names upon weak goblins like them, the goblins were incredibly moved, and many female goblins even shed tears. Oh, what a benevolent master! Even though we are so weak, you are willing to protect us. Originally, the old goblin village chief felt that being able to take refuge under Rin's command and receive his protection was already a great blessing. But who would have thought that their goblin race would have such luck to encounter such a master? Come up and line up. Rin waved his hand, signaling the old village chief to bring 100 goblins forward. You stay too. The old village chief was about to leave, but was stopped by Rin. At your age, if you don't get a name, you probably won't live much longer. From now on, you shall be called Rigurd, and serve me as the leader of the goblin race. These words once again moved the old village chief to tears. Rin even felt that even if he gave the command to commit suicide, Rigurd would not hesitate to take his own life on the spot. As for Rigurd's name issue, at this time the monster Gelmud had not yet arrived at the goblin village, nor had he named Rigurd's eldest son. As for you, the elder brother is Rigurd, and the younger brother is Rigurd. And you all? For the goblin's naming, aside from the first father and 2 sons, Rin was quite casual. Gobta, Gobuna, Gobuya. The naming process was quick. Rin glanced at the consumed magicules, which had decreased by about 60,000. Rin's magicules was 200, 000 plus, and after deducting 60,000, it had fallen below 200,000. However, the status of a Demon Lord seed would not disappear. In fact, even if Rin exhausted all his magicules, he would still be a Demon Lord seed. Demon Lord seed was the cardinal world's recognition of a monster, meaning you had the qualification to challenge the true Demon Lord realm. 100,000 was consumed, and 40,000 was fed back from the goblins, so only 60,000 magicules was reduced. Logically, to raise an E-rank goblin to the level of a C-rank hobgoblin, at least 2,000 magicules would be consumed. For 100 goblins, that would be 200,000. However, Rin had connections. Violet helped him get a backdoor deal, directly halving the cost to 100,000 magicules. Rin secretly gave Violet a thumbs up. Magicules. 205,000 become 145,000. After finishing the goblin naming, the direwolves also selected their kin eligible for names. Master. They are the most outstanding descendants of our clan. Under the direwolf leader's careful selection, 18 of the strongest and youngest direwolves walked before Rin. Among them was Ranga from the original work, and also individuals whose names were not mentioned in other novels. Interestingly, the 18 direwolves were exactly 9 males and 9 females. Rin had no intention of pairing them up. Once a monster evolved, breeding offspring would become difficult and could even endanger the parents' lives. Of course, Rin would not interfere with the direwolves' free choices. They could pair up, or they could remain single. This was the direwolves' choice. Including you, there are 19 direwolves in total. Rin had his own plans. He did not choose Rimuru's method of holistic direwolf naming. The 18 direwolves represented the 18 types of Pokémon attributes. Each direwolf would inherit one of them, and they would develop their respective clans. And Hoshiga would be the leader of the entire wolf clan. From now on, you shall be called Hoshiga. Besides the direwolf leader Hoshiga, the other 18 direwolves were males, Renga flying, Shiroga normal, Iwao rock, Kurogane steel, Daichi ground, Raiga electric, Tatsuya dragon, Kagega dark, Gecko fighting, females, Homura fire, Mizuki water, Midoriya grass, Ayakashi ghost, Satori psychic, Yukina ice, Tsukuyo fairy, Hachio bug, Dokuga poison. Among them, Hoshiga inherited some of Rin's characteristics as the Star King Dragon. Although he could not control star particles, he gained control over space-time and the power of the stars. Additionally, named after Hoshiga, the entire direwolf clan evolved into the Starfang Wolf clan. and beneath the Starfang Wolf clan, 18 sub-tribes were formed. As soon as the naming was complete, Rin immediately felt a large amount of magicules drain away. For the first time, Rin felt a dizzy spell. This was the result of the rapid consumption of magicules. It seems I need to rest for a while. Rin had not expected that he would also have an experience like Rimuru's. He immediately summoned Violet. I'll leave the rest to you, Violet. Ah, please rest well. Without needing to say more, Violet, who was connected to Rin's heart, embraced the collapsing Rin. However, this scene inexplicably aroused feelings of dissatisfaction in Snow Empress, who was standing by. She did not understand what this feeling meant. It was simply an inability to suppress the vexation in her heart. Who are you? Snow Empress took a step forward, wary of this suddenly appearing girl. Violet. Violet said calmly, I am Rin's other half. The sudden declaration instantly left Snow Empress and the other ogre clan members present at a loss. Other half? Doesn't that mean she's the mistress? What a bold declaration. Nonsense. Snow Empress reprimanded coldly. I don't know when someone like you appeared by his side. Logically speaking, Snow Empress was not one to get angry easily. But when it concerned Rin's safety, and a certain emotion that Snow Empress herself didn't understand, she couldn't tolerate Violet's absurd words. You'll know if you ask Rin about this. But right now we should be protecting him, not arguing here, shouldn't we? Violet's words left Snow Empress unable to retort. Having no choice, Snow Empress could only stand guard nearby. She had to protect Rin and also guard against Violet, while her heart was guessing the other party's identity, leaving aside Snow Empress and Violet's silent vigil. The transformation of the Direwolf clan immediately attracted the attention of the Hobgoblin, Goblin, and Ogre. The originally ordinary giant wolves, which were merely a bit larger than normal beasts, were now, one after another, emitting various colored lights. Red, blue, green. For a moment, the grassland, illuminated only by moonlight, seemed to become a dazzling stage under neon lights, drawing exclamations of awe from Sakurako and others. Individual evolution successful, calculating total magicules of followers. Calculation complete, this individual is a namer, sharing 15% magicules. Obtained 900 magicules. Individual evolution successful. Obtained 950 magicules. Obtained 1100 magicules. Obtained. As the Direwolf clan evolved into the Starfang Wolf, and due to the power radiation of the 18 clan leaders, 500 direwolves, based on their own affinities, evolved into corresponding clans. This time Rin almost exhausted all his magicules for the naming. A full 200,000 magicules was instantly depleted. In its place was the simultaneous evolution of 19 direwolves, including Hoshiga. Among them, Hoshiga received the most magicules. It obtained over 50,000 magicules from Rin in one go. Even with Violet's backdoor, Rin still expended 25,000 magicules. Adding the original magicules, the Wolf Clan leader Hoshiga directly evolved from its original C+ individual rank to high-tier A rank. Then, the remaining 18 direwolves all broke through the 14,000 magicules mark, becoming true A-rank monsters. This was a full 180,000, or 90,000 after the discount, magicules. According to racial characteristics, the Starfang Wolf Clan, in terms of classification, should belong to beastmen, not the original wolf beasts. Beastmen in the cardinal world possess the ability to beastify, able to freely transform between beast and beastman states. Hoshiga and the other 18 leaders all gained this ability. Humanoid form, werewolf form, and the original giant wolf form. Depending on their needs, they can choose their preferred lifestyle among these three states at will. By this point, Rin's magicules had dropped from 145,000 to 30,000. As for the remaining direwolves, originally they were merely C-rank monsters, only able to increase their overall strength to rival B-rank monsters based on their intrinsic characteristics when in groups. Group is individual, individual is group. The B rank monster here doesn't mean 500 direwolves attacking together and defeating one B rank monster. Instead, it means that as the number of direwolves continuously increases, each direwolf will rise from C rank to B rank. Yes, 500 B rank monsters. This is the terrifying aspect of the direwolf monster group. And thus, theoretically, as long as there are enough of them, by virtue of this intrinsic characteristic, the direwolves could even forcibly break through to A, which is around 9,000 magicules. Imagine tens of thousands of A-strength direwolves surging like a tide. The scene is quite unsettling to think about. Of course, A rank is also the limit for the direwolf clan. After all, it is just an intrinsic skill, extra skill. It is impossible for it to grant the direwolves the qualifications of a demon lord seed, like a unique skill would. Furthermore, relying on the characteristic of group is individual. When Rin bestowed names upon the 18 clan leaders, another large sum of magicules was diverted to all the remaining direwolves. 500 direwolves, with an average of 3,000 magicules. To make them evolve to B rank with 6,000 magicules, it would require at least 1,500,000 magicules. Such a vast amount of magicules, even if Rin included the 200,000 from Violet and doubled it, that would only amount to 460,000 naming magicules. Magicules used for naming. Violet's discount is equivalent to doubling the effect. 460,000 compared to 1,500,000 is a drop in the bucket, far from enough. But the good thing is the direwolf clan's characteristic of group is individual. This characteristic greatly reduced the cost for Rin to bestow names upon the entire direwolf group. It didn't require 1,500,000. Only 1/5, which is 300,000 magicules, was needed to complete the evolution of all direwolf species into the Starfang wolf. Master's magicules are recovering rapidly. On the other side, Snow Empress noticed the rapidly rising magicules on Rin and looked at Violet with some surprise. After the naming, our magicules reserves were only 80,000. 80,000 magicules. This was already a very dangerous number for both Violet and Rin. Once a monster's magicules are exhausted, it is equivalent to the demise of its own existence. However, what Rin did was not simply throwing money away, but investing. Investment means being able to receive returns. The first feedback to Rin was 55,000 magicules from Hoshiga. Hoshiga was a monster named by Rin, which meant that the magicules it fed back to Rin reached 15% of its total magicules, which is 8,250 EP. Similar to him, there were also the other 18 direwolves, which is 15,000 by 15% x 18, totaling 40,500. Including Hoshiga's, it was approximately 50,000 magicules. This was only feedback from the 19 leaders. What truly pleased Violet was the remaining 500 Starfang Wolf members. Due to the Wolf Clan's characteristics, these remaining Starfang Wolf Clan members actually directly bypassed the follower stage and reached the rank of named monsters. Yes, in the judgment of unique skill, convergence, all 500 Starfang Wolves were considered named monsters. Thus, the 500 Starfang Wolves, with an average magicules reaching B rank, which is 6,000 or more. Even calculated at the lowest, it reached a terrifying 3 million magicules. This was why Rin, regardless of anything, exhausted all his magicules to name all the direwolf clan at once. Rin admitted that there was an element of gambling. But he won the gamble. The originally ordinary C-rank direwolves instantly became the biggest taxpayers, providing Rin with the most magicules feedback. What direwolf species? This was clearly Rin's treasure trove. What is getting rich in one go? This is getting rich in one go. What a pity. Violet looked at Rin, whose magicules reserves had reached 990,000. Of course, the extra 2,000 plus magicules didn't disappear, but were stored with Violet. What? Snow Empress was puzzled, not understanding what Violet meant by what a pity. He cannot challenge the true Demon Lord awakening ritual yet. Why? Snow Empress had heard Rin say that a Demon Lord seed could break through to an awakened Demon Lord by simply absorbing enough souls. Just souls. No, it's not that simple. Violet explained, to obtain a soul, you must break through the astral body that envelops it. Absorbing souls is not as easy as it sounds. You see, there is a special energy called the astral body that exists between the soul and the outside world. This energy protects the soul from interference by other forces, and it is one of the most mysterious and fundamental logics of the cardinal world. The method to break through the astral body cannot use magicules. Instead, it must rely on one's own will to forcefully break through. Violet didn't know how Rimuru in the original story managed to do this. She could only say that the Star King Dragon and Lucia's remnant souls helped Rimuru quickly cross this chasm, which was pure cheating. But if that's the case, why were there so many awakened Demon Lord seeds later? Snow Empress remembered Rin saying that Benimaru, Xion, and others all had the potential to grow into true Demon Lords. In the original story, they awakened with Rimuru's help by absorbing enough souls. Souls and astral bodies are two different concepts. If it is just a pure soul, then you can absorb it directly. If Rin could obtain 10,000 souls, he could instantly show the Demon Lord seeds of this world what it means to awaken into a true Demon Lord on the spot. But where would we get 10,000 defenseless souls? Such a massive amount of souls, aside from ancient Demon Lords like Guy, who might have reserves, is impossible for anyone else to possess. After all, souls follow the rules of reincarnation. No one can interfere with the destination of souls, except for beings who wield ultimate authority. Moreover, obtaining these souls isn't as simple as just killing 10,000 people. The souls of ordinary people are too low in quality. In the storyline where the Falmouth Kingdom attacked the Monster Country Federation, the army sent by the kingdom consisted of human elites. Only souls of that caliber can meet the conditions for a Demon Lord seed's awakening. Once an ordinary person dies, their soul cannot remain in the material world and immediately goes to the other side to be reincarnated. Only individuals with combat power above C rank can temporarily remain and be absorbed by a Demon Lord seed. And in this process, the soul's consumption will be enormous. If 10,000 people die on the spot, a Demon Lord seed would be lucky to absorb 3 or 4/10 of the souls. More souls would still be pulled by the rules of reincarnation, disappearing without a trace. So, according to you, the only way for Rin to awaken as a true Demon Lord is to directly face 10,000 souls enveloped by astral bodies and then forcefully absorb them. Yes. Violet, leaving aside whether this act would cause him mental discomfort. Just withstanding the impact of the astral bodies is a huge problem. With Rin's ordinary human mental will, can he truly withstand the impact of so many astral bodies? You see, astral bodies are nothing else but the emotions and memories accumulated by the soul in each reincarnation. Rin can certainly achieve a forceful impact, but what would be the result? With so many memories and emotions piled together, could Rin maintain his original self, or would he be transformed into another person? Even if he remains himself, if his temperament changes drastically, what's the point of becoming stronger? It is precisely because she is familiar with Rin that Violet understands his character better. He would absolutely not take such a huge risk to forcefully confront 100,000 astral bodies. Then what should we do? Snow Empress didn't understand these things and could only ask Violet. If Rin were replaced by Snow Empress, a mere 10,000 astral bodies would not be able to shake her will at all. With 700,000 years of a clear and calm mind, the strength of Snow Empress's will is beyond the imagination of any Demon Lord seed in the cardinal world. However, due to the vassal contract, Snow Empress cannot become a true Demon Lord before Rin. No. Violet shook her head and said, Rin will definitely awaken. It's only a matter of time. Leaving aside that Rin also possesses the remaining authority of the Star King Dragon, the mere existence of the Void Gate gives Rin infinite possibilities for growth. Are you saying that traveling through worlds can make Rin stronger? Not just stronger in power, but also in will. Violet spoke truthfully. In fact, each time we acquire the rules of a new world, it brings us new enhancements. Those unique skills are the best example. Unique skills themselves are a manifestation of soul power. As long as there are enough unique skills, a strong wall can be constructed outside Rin's soul. In this way, relying on the defense of this wall, Rin will be able to maintain his self amidst the overwhelming numbers of 10,000 astral bodies, thereby completing his awakening as a true demon lord. How many worlds would he have to travel through then? I don't know. Violet said, if he's lucky and encounters a powerful world, one might be enough. So it still depends on the quality of the world. The more a world contains new rules and power systems, the greater the benefit to Rin in constructing his will barrier. All right, let's head back to the village first. Violet glanced at the forest in the distance. The aura from that direction couldn't escape her perception. However, Violet had no intention of clashing with the moderate Harlequin alliance. It wasn't that she couldn't win, but that there was no need. With their current reserve of 3 million magicules, Rin could even forcefully fight an awakened true demon lord. Leaving aside the top few of the 10 great demon lords for now, the moderate Harlequin alliance and Yuki Kagurazaka behind them no longer posed a threat to them. With Violet's assistance, Rin used stardust manipulation to undergo dragonification. His strength would break through to an extremely exaggerated level. I'll maintain the spatial passage. Snow Empress felt that Violet's role conflicted with her own, which made her feel a sense of crisis. Thus, Snow Empress actively stepped forward to open up space. Is it okay to teleport so many people at once? Violet looked at Snow Empress, who didn't answer, but instead expressionlessly tore open a spatial rift in front of her. On the other side of the rift was none other than the Ogre clan's village. All right. Violet truly had no desire to contend with Snow Empress for the title of Rin's strongest subordinate. She saw her own role as the woman behind Rin. Everyone line up, don't scatter. Ahead is the village where we will live in the future. Once there, please don't run around. Patiently wait for the Ogre clan to arrange your houses. For today, the Ogre clan had undertaken massive construction, expanding the original village several times its size, adding countless houses and facilities. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the newly arrived Wolf clan and goblins would have no place to live. Although the Ogre clan's engineering and forging techniques were not as good as the dwarves, compared to the primitive and backward goblins, they were definitely on another dimension. The Wolf clan and goblins were also very cooperative and quickly integrated into their new lives. Rin didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted him was Ogerpon's cute little face. Rin, you're finally awake. Seeing Rin awaken, Ogerpon subconsciously threw herself into his arms, her sparkling starry eyes filled with tears. I made you worry. Rin didn't feel any weakness from waking up from unconsciousness. On the contrary, he was in excellent condition, surprisingly good. This feeling of being full of strength, even without looking at my status screen, I know how much stronger I've become. Opening his status screen and seeing the marked 999,999 magicules, Rin secretly thought that it was indeed so. For Rin, magicules were not just energy. The special skill Magicule Solidification allowed Rin's physical qualities to automatically convert into basic data as his magicules increased. Master. My lord, are you awake? That's great. As the commotion in the rooms spread, Rin's dependents immediately rushed over. Xian was the most excited. This girl completely disregarded the concept of separation between men and women, rushing up to hug Rin, followed by an unreasonable face wash. What else could Rin say? This was perhaps the so-called pain and happiness. Let go first, Xian. Helplessly, Rin had to push Xian away a little, then his gaze swept over everyone. Ice Empress and Snow Empress were still the same, standing quietly by Rin's bed. Benimaru and Sue were still out on mission, so they weren't present. Who are you? There were a few unfamiliar faces that caught Rin off guard for a moment. My lord, I am Rigurd. Rigurd, who was the old village chief of the goblin race. However, compared to his original shaky appearance, as if he would fall over with a gust of wind, he was different now. After being named by Rin, Rigurd had evolved from an E-rank goblin to a C+ rank hobgoblin. His muscular physique and height of over 2 meters, just standing there, blocked the light shining in from the window like a wall. Oh, you've changed quite a bit. Rin thought of the original story, where Rigurd, after being named by Rimuru, seemed to have transformed in a similar way. Then he looked at the 2 green-skinned youths beside Rigurd. They were his 2 sons, Rigger and Rigord. Thanks to your grace, my old bones have become much younger. With that, Rigurd even struck a few poses, showing off his well-defined blocky muscles. You haven't just gotten younger, you've completely become another species, haven't you? Rin didn't know how to complain. Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as they can evolve. Thinking this, Rin looked at the other figures. Rin's room was very large, nearly 100 square meters, even more spacious than an average large living room, enough to accommodate many people. Besides the familiar Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Ogerpon, Shuna, and others, and the mentally prepared Rigurd and his sons, the remaining figures were somewhat unexpected to Rin. Standing near the door were nearly 20 figures. They were all kneeling on one knee, respectfully awaiting Rin's inspection. Leading them was a muscular middle-aged man, wearing a beeskin coat with abundant body hair, giving Rin a sense of a Viking warrior. Fortunately, not everyone had this kind of appearance. Besides the middle-aged man, the other 18 included youths, teenagers, mature women, and young girls with a charming aesthetic. Without exception, all of these individuals had beast ears and tails. Additionally, their hair colors varied: red, blue, green, pink, yet they didn't look like rebellious punk hair. Instead, they appeared very natural and complemented the temperament and image of each person, highlighting their unique characteristics perfectly. Are they the Starfang Wolf Clan? Rin could feel the soul connection between them, and he guessed the identity of this group. Yes, master. Hearing Rin recognize them, Hoshiga looked up excitedly, his eyes filled with joy. Regarding how his subordinates addressed Rin, those who were close enough would directly call him by his name, like Ogerpon, Snow Empress, and Violet. Shuna and others preferred to call Rin Lord. Similar to ancient generals and monarchs, forming a lord-vassal relationship. This form of address typically appeared among humanoid monsters, such as the Oni and Goblin clans, who regarded themselves as Rin subjects. Your transformations are even greater than Rigurd's. Although he had anticipated it, a group of large wolves suddenly transforming into beastkin still amazed Rin. Especially a few of the fluffy beast-eared girls among them. Rin's gaze lingered on them for several seconds before he reluctantly moved it away. Of course, Rin wasn't coveting their beauty. More than their appearance, Rin wanted to touch their ears and tails. The texture must be really nice. Rin-sama. Shuna brought in toiletries, followed by 2 Miko Hime, carrying various delicious dishes prepared by Shuna herself. As expected, Shuna understood Rin best. After his long sleep, Rin indeed felt hungry. This was naturally not a true need for sustenance. It was just Rin's habit of viewing 3 meals a day as a normal routine. Snow Empress, Shuna, stay. After washing up, Rin told everyone, Ogerpon, you and Ice Empress go play. I'm fine now. Rin remained lying on the bed, while Shuna naturally took the tray from the Miko Hime and began to serve Rin his meal. This decadent scene made Snow Empress chuckle a bit. Should I join in too? Cough, cough. Rin heard the teasing in Snow Empress's words. Give me a portion too. Snow Empress smiled and shook her head, then naturally took a dish from the tray. Just like that, one on each side, she and Shuna began to serve Rin. This heavenly life, it's like a dream. 2 beautiful women attending to him so closely. Could there be anything more fulfilling? Snow Empress, you can leave this kind of thing to me. It's fine. Snow Empress didn't mind. Taking care of Master is what we, as his dependents, should do. All right, I'll eat it myself. Rin stopped the two girls' intimate actions, placing the items in front of him. And Violet, you come out too. I had intended to wait until you finished eating before coming out. Violet appeared at the foot of the bed and said, So do you need me to report the current situation? Rin had more or less gotten used to Violet's personality. She was much like a template auto-memory doll, equally cold and indifferent, like an impeccably precise personal secretary, awaiting her master's commands. We currently possess a total of 3.02 million magicules. Violet, of this magicules, 2.02 million is stored with me, and you can access it at any time. Additionally, you currently have 270 Kijin, 8,200 goblins, and 560 Starfang Wolf Beastkin under your command. For ease of address, Violet also referred to them as the Wolf Clan. Starfang Wolf Beastkin? Yes. Violet. They collectively evolved into Beastkin, gaining the ability to shapeshift freely between giant wolves and humanoid beastkin. It was for this reason that Violet used 560 people rather than 560 heads to refer to them. That's an unexpected surprise. Like in the original, pairing goblins with direwolves to create cavalry would indeed be good. But Rin felt that the goblin clan's potential was limited. Except for a few special individuals like Gobta and Gobwa, the goblin clan hadn't produced any truly powerful figures. Therefore, rather than making them combat personnel, it would be better to use them for logistics. The goblin population was large, and although their reproduction rate had somewhat decreased due to their evolution, it could still be maintained at a sea level. However, Violet added, the wolf clan is not accustomed to human ways of life. Compared to human clothing, food, and daily routines, some of them prefer their original forms during normal times. Is that so? Rin didn't care about the wolf clan's habits. As long as they were comfortable, he wouldn't force Hoshiga and the others to become beastkin. In that case, just have them be mindful. Maintain their forms in the village to avoid causing damage. It has already been arranged. These matters didn't require Rin's concern. Snow Empress had already taken care of them. Rin actually had little to say. Anything he could think of, Snow Empress and Violet surely could too. He didn't need to worry about management. What he truly needed to consider was how to use this vast amount of magicules. Snow Empress, notify everyone. I'm going to name them. Out of 3 million magicules, excluding the 100,000 to maintain Violet and 990,000 for Rin's own strength, the remaining 2 million was purely surplus. Without breaking through to S rank and awakening as a true demon lord, the magicules could not undergo a qualitative change. Especially this portion of magicules. If it wasn't spent quickly, Violet's daily magicules recovery would be impossible. Failure to recover meant waste, a losing endeavor. Even with 3 million magicules, Rin still couldn't forget the 200,000 magicules he received every half-month. Invest. I must invest heavily. 2 million magicules, when used for naming, was equivalent to 4 million. Once again, thanks to Violet's 50% discount, Rin's assets effectively doubled. Snow Empress left, leaving only Shuna to accompany Rin. As for Violet, she preferred to stay in Rin's soul, quietly observing everything around her. Additionally, Violet would connect with the World Core from time to time. She needed to investigate intelligence on the Cardinal World and monitor any forces that might threaten Rin. Rin-sama, what are you planning to do? Shuna helped Rin get dressed, then asked the question on her mind. Naming. Huh? Shuna was startled, then reacted, immediately showing an incredulous expression. Are you perhaps going to... I plan to make everyone a named monster. This? Shuna was incredibly shocked by Rin's decision. But if you do that, it will consume a lot of your magicules. Then... Don't worry, Shuna. Rin lightly patted the girl's head and said calmly, My leader has evolved into convergence and can add a monster race to become my familiar. And what I've chosen is the ogre. Once the ogre was chosen as a familiar, Rin could obtain 30% of the magicules from the ogres, excluding his existing familiars like Shuna and Benimaru. Compared to the previous 15%, it directly doubled. However, to develop the ogre into a familiar, they must first become namers. This was crucial, and it was also why Rin intended to name everyone. What about the goblin? The interesting part is right here. Rin smiled. The goblin is a monster race that evolved from fire spirits after they degenerated into fairies. Coincidentally, so is the ogre clan. In other words, the goblin and the ogre clan can actually be considered the same race. This. Shuna wanted to say that the goblin couldn't possibly be a distant relative of the ogre clan. But this was Rin's judgment, so it must be correct. Of course, if it were just the goblin, my convergence wouldn't be able to integrate them with the ogre clan into one race. But, Rin said, the hobgoblin is different. Hobgoblin are C-rank monsters, while the ogre clan are B-rank. There was exactly one rank difference. In the original work, Gobwa evolved from the weakest goblin into a Gobulina, female hobgoblin, then a member of the ogre clan, then a Kijin. This clearly illustrated one point. There was a clear evolutionary path from goblin to ogre. Rin had asked Violet, and she had given an affirmative answer. As long as all goblin evolve into hobgoblin. I can incorporate this branch into the ogre race, Rin said. Then they will all become my familiars. Rin had 3 familiar slots. The ogre was Rin's strongest follower at the moment. Deepening their relationship with him would only bring benefits, no drawbacks. So this time you're naming them. Not only won't you lose out, but you might even make a huge profit. Shuna and other familiars were Rin's most trusted confidants, the kind who would never betray him. However, secrets like the Convergence's ability to gain magicules, Shuna would not reveal to others. This wasn't deception, but rather the unpredictability of a monarch's grace and might. The goblin race has over 8,000 members. Calculating at an average of 300 magicules, they would need at least 2,700 magicules to evolve into C-rank hobgoblin. Shuna, this is not a small sum. 8,000 multiplied by 2,700, a total of 21.6 million magicules. Even with Violet's 50% discount, it was still a massive expenditure of 10.8 million magicules. This was an extraordinary amount, one that Rin simply couldn't afford. But Rin could first name the ogre clan. If we are named first, there are currently about 250 members of the ogre clan who have not yet received names. 250 people, with an average of 6,000 magicules. To evolve, they would need 4,000 magicules, which would be 1 million. After halving, it would only require 500,000. This wasn't much. Rin could fully afford it all at once. Then, the 270 ogres with over 10,000 magicules, because they were familiars, could provide Rin with 30% of their magicules. This would amount to 8.1 million magicules. Adding the 1.5 million Rin already had, that would be 9.6 million. 9.6 million magicules, when used for naming, could be considered double, so 0.4 would be 19.2 million. Rin didn't need to name all 8,000 goblin at once. He could completely choose to name 4,000 goblin first, and then, after they became hobgoblin, incorporate them into the familiar system. Accurate magicules expenditure and income have been calculated. Violet's voice echoed in Rin and Shuna's minds. Naming the ogre consumes 500,000 true magicules and can yield 8.1 million true magicules. Naming the goblin requires an expenditure of 10.8 million true magicules and can yield 7.2 million true magicules. After calculation, the final net magicules gain is 4 million. A net income of 4 million magicules, plus Rin's existing 3 million, would make it 7 million. Rin's total magicules not only didn't decrease, but more than doubled. Looking at the calculated results, Shuna was stunned. What was going on? Naming monsters not only didn't consume anything, but actually made them stronger? As expected of Rin-sama. What else could Shuna say? Cough. In any case, it's definitely a good thing that everyone can become stronger. Mm, mm, mm. Shuna nodded repeatedly, while also beginning to imagine the scene of the village's strength greatly increasing. 270 ogres, excluding underage children, could field at least 200 active combatants. The ogres did not have the weakness of females. They were all soldiers. If it weren't for the consideration that sending children to battle was somewhat inappropriate, everyone could fight for Rin. Then there were 8,000 hobgoblins. Forming an army of 5,000 was effortlessly easy. 5,000 soldiers, 200 elites. Then pairing male and female Starfang wolves to form Starfang Wolf Riders. In this way, an army of monsters close to 6,000 strong, consisting of elite troops, cavalry, and regular soldiers, was formed. Soon, Snow Empress and Shuna completed the summoning of everyone. And upon learning that Rin had called them over to name everyone, the monsters immediately erupted in deafening cheers and praises. Without needing to say anything more, Rin was already accustomed to the monsters' purity and genuine outpouring of emotion. Ma, everyone line up in an orderly fashion, one by one, no rush. Rin sat at the head, in front of a long line of monsters eagerly awaiting their master's naming. Naming approximately 8,500 monsters at once was definitely a huge undertaking. It wasn't that the process of consuming magicules would cause Rin discomfort. On this point alone, Rin was actually already accustomed to it. What truly troubled Rin was what kind of names he should give the monsters. Rin, your name is... As for you, from the Red Ogre tribe and a girl, how about Benihana? To be honest, Rin never expected it. The biggest difficulty encountered in naming wasn't a lack of magicules, but the 8,500 names themselves. It was fine at first, but later, Rin's well of inspiration was truly bone dry. Helpless, he had no choice but to muddle through like rimuru, using names like Gobu East, Gobu West, and Gobu North. Fortunately, the monsters didn't care about these things at all. As long as it was a name given by Rin, they would cherish it from the bottom of their hearts, never disgracing Rin's expectations. Actually, Rin didn't have any expectations. Fortunately, Rin could remember every monster he named. This prevented Rin from being in the awkward situation of not knowing a monster's name when facing them. Futilda. Thus, the naming process lasted for nearly an hour. After finishing the naming, the mentally exhausted Rin lay sprawled on the bed, just wanting a good night's sleep. So tired. It turns out that naming monsters is such a difficult task. Violet, don't you have an automatic naming function there? Facing Rin's inquiry, Violet replied, "That's easy, but naming monsters is a process of establishing a soul corridor, so it cannot be done so expediently." Not only could Violet not assist, but even if Rin held a dictionary and flipped through it on the spot, it wouldn't work. The best way to name is to think briefly and then blurt it out. Naming a fated name? To Rin, this was merely an unintentional remark. But to the monsters, the names bestowed by Rin were treasures that would accompany them for their entire lives. All right then. That being said, just the thought that he might have to name tens of thousands of lizard men and hundreds of thousands of orcs in the future sent shivers down Rin's spine. 200,000 names. It was simply torture. He felt he should get a dictionary early, just in case. Forget it. What happens in the future, we'll talk about it later. A dictionary was useless. Violet had made it very clear. Only names that Rin blurted out on a whim could carry a soul corridor. Naming while flipping through a dictionary wouldn't work. No choice, I'll just have to let future me worry about it. As for now, Rin, who had worked hard all day, just wanted to slack off. Thus, 2 more days passed since the subjugation of the goblins and direwolves. This afternoon, Rin was tasting Shuna's latest dish. At the same time, he received a telepathic communication from Sue. Rin-sama. Sue, reporting to you about the lizard men's attitude. Rin-sama picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. What did they say? The lizard men rejected our alliance proposal. Is that so? Rin was not particularly surprised by this outcome. Regarding how to subjugate the monster races in the Great Jura Forest, Rin's plan was to first cooperate and express their friendly attitude. Then, when the Orc Lord's crisis arrived, he would incorporate them. Of course, the simplest method would actually be to send a team of A-rank ogres to the Lizardmen tribe. Recruitment, after all, is nothing more than military deterrence and coercion or inducement. Sue, what do you think of those Lizardmen? Can they be recruited? Sue, the situation with the Lizardmen is a bit special. Rin heard Sue hesitate and thought he had encountered trouble. With 7 million magicules in hand, and 3 elite units under his command, ogres, hobgoblins, and the Starfang wolves, Rin lacked neither magicules nor sufficiently powerful followers. The Lizardmen, to Rin, were actually somewhat of a double-edged sword. In fact, rather than recruiting the Lizardmen, what Rin truly wanted to subjugate was the Tengu clan. Tengu could fly and were natural air forces. He happened to be lacking such a force. Unfortunately, the area where the Tengu resided was too far from the ogre village, and Benimaru and Rin had not yet established contact there. What do you mean? It's hard to describe in words. Sue said helplessly, if I had to say, it's probably that the Lizardmen lack the awareness of facing a strong opponent. In Sue's view, most of the Lizardmen seemed a bit mentally unstable. Moreover, some were too fearless. I think I understand what you mean. Rin thought of Gabiru from the original story, who was quite idiotic. This isn't to say that all Lizardmen are conceited fools like Gabiru. There are intelligent individuals among them. For example, the Lizardmen clan leader, and Suka, who would follow Sue in the future and is currently the Lizardmen clan princess. But these individuals are, after all, only a minority. However, thinking about it carefully, it's not strange that the Lizardmen would think this way. Firstly, the 3 dominant races in the Great Jura Forest were the Ogre, Orcs, and Lizardmen. The Orcs numbered in the hundreds of thousands, but their individual combat strength was lacking. Although the Ogre were strong, their numbers were too small. The Lizardmen had tens of thousands of people, and their individual combat strength exceeded C rank, with some even reaching C+ and B. Their overall strongest comprehensive strength led the Lizardmen to consider themselves the protectors of the Great Jura Forest, naturally superior to other races. Forget it. Rin decided to temporarily ignore the Lizardmen. Sue, you can come back now. Yes, Rin-sama. The Lizardmen rejected Rin's alliance invitation. He wouldn't hold a grudge against the Lizardmen for such a small matter. Whether to form an alliance or not was inherently the Lizardmen's freedom. Rin would not impose his will on others, believing that they must act according to his plans, or else they were seeking death. Rin-sama? Shuna saw Rin suddenly put down his chopsticks and thought it was because her cooking didn't suit his taste. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with your cooking, Shuna. Rin directly informed Shuna, Snow Empress, and the others present about Sue and the Lizardmen's situation. How ungrateful these Lizardmen. Upon learning what had happened, Shion was the first to speak. Do you need me to teach them a lesson, Rin-sama? Just a lesson? Ice Empress was far more brutal than Shion. Since they are unwilling to surrender, then let's just eliminate them. Hearing this, even Shion couldn't help but feel speechless. Well, Ice Empress, you're a bit too extreme. Is that so? Ice Empress didn't think so. The world of soul beasts was inherently a struggle of life and death. Currently, the strongest in the Great Jura Forest was undoubtedly Rin, and he was not just a little bit stronger. His not directly declaring war on the Lizardmen, but allowing them to live in the forest was already very benevolent. Yet, the Lizardmen still chose to refuse. If it were Ice Empress, she would have probably already gone to their doorstep and scattered the ashes of those ungrateful Lizardmen. All right, Binger. Snow Empress stopped Ice Empress's ineffective speech. This is not the northern ice field, and the Lizardmen are not brainless beasts. They, like the ogre, have their own culture and customs. If not for Rin's great kindness to the ogre, plus Ogerpon as a higher-ranking fellow species, subjugating the ogre would also have been quite difficult. In the original story, even when the monster Gelmud wanted to name the ogre did not agree. Even facing extinction, the ogre's integrity remained unchanged. From this, it can be seen that subjugating the monster races in the Great Jura Forest is not easy. The more enlightened and civilized they are, the harder it is to suppress them by force. The ogre, lizardmen, orcs, and Tengu clan are more like humans than monsters. Yet, these races are also different from humans. They are too stubborn. Sometimes, dignity outweighs life. Shuna said, "The direwolves only chose to compromise because their entire clan was defeated." Of course, this isn't to say that the direwolves lacked integrity or were cowards. It can only be said that the direwolves were beasts. And beasts do not have the idea that dignity and freedom are above all else. After all, you can't tell a dog not to eat charity, can you? That would be a bit ridiculous. Additionally, as the direwolves evolved into beastmen, freed from the shackles of beastly instinct, the direwolves gained their unique racial quality, which is the loyalty of canines to their master. Let's leave it at that for now. Rin said, "Anyway, we don't lack this small amount of strength from the lizardmen." If nearly 30,000 lizardmen were subjugated at once, the magicules Rin could obtain would be terrifying. If he were to bestow names, even if he only received 3% of the magicules, that would still be nearly 5 million. Unfortunately, 7 million and 12 million make little difference to Rin right now, let alone bestowing names. For the ogre, goblins, and direwolves, Rin bestowing names was a favor. "Master, your naming is nothing less than a chance for them to be reborn. It's just that the lizard men don't know how to cherish it." Snow Empress's words were met with unanimous agreement from everyone. That's right, the lizard men don't have such good fortune. After Shuna finished speaking, Shion snorted coldly. Who told them to be so unobservant? Anyway, let's talk about it after Sue returns. Rin estimated that with Sue's speed, it would take at most a few hours to return to the village from the lizardmen wetlands. Sure enough, not long after, Sui appeared in front of Rin. He knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, as if he was asking Rin for forgiveness regarding the lizardmen's matter. "Get up, Sui." Rin said, "You've worked hard. It is my honor to serve my master." Sue's tone was calm, but his words came from the bottom of his heart. Having received such great kindness from Rin, Sue truly wanted to do something to repay Rin. The task of investigating the orcs was completed well. Rin said, "As for the lizard men, what exactly is the situation? Sue, did you not show them the power of an ogre?" "I did, but..." Recalling the situation at the time, Sue still felt incredibly abstract, but they didn't believe it. "Huh?" Shion stood up indignantly. "What do you mean? What do you mean by didn't believe?" If he said they weren't afraid, Shion could still understand. But didn't believe? Was there such a saying? The literal meaning. Sue said, projecting what happened at the time in the form of shadow magic. In the image woven by shadows, Sui swept away hundreds of lizard men, confronting him with overwhelming power. Even the lizard men leader holding a trident, who was at the forefront, was instantly killed by Sue with one move. Of course, Sue did not kill them. He simply taught these conceited lizard men a lesson. Isn't this good? Ice Empress rested her chin on one hand. She felt that Sue did the right thing and should teach these ungrateful fools a lesson. It's useless. However, Rin shook his head. Some people's brain circuits cannot be judged by common sense. Sure enough, facing such a powerful Sue, the lizard men's reaction directly exceeded the expectations of Ice Empress and Snow Empress. What means did you use? To defeat the great Gabiru, you chose a shameless sneak attack. How despicable. Are you all right? The tall lizard man named Gabiru looked back at his compatriots beside him and found that they had not suffered any harm. The sudden coma was more like being in a hallucination. So that's it. Is it an illusion? There are no injuries on the body, but they fell unconscious. That guy must have cast an illusion on us. What's going on? This time, even Ice Empress stood up abruptly, looking blankly at Gabiru and the other lizard men in the projection, who were rushing towards Sue again. Are they courting death? Can't they tell that Sue has already shown mercy? Ice Empress felt that even a fool should be able to understand such a thing. The other party had the strength to instantly knock everyone out and did not kill them, clearly showing a friendly attitude. Sue's actions not only demonstrated their strength, but also showed restraint, giving the other party face. But why? Why would someone be so ungrateful and continue to attack? Wah. So, once again, Gabiru and the other lizard men were knocked to the ground by Sue. This time, Sue slightly increased the force, causing injuries to the lizard men's bodies, but not fatal ones. Damn it. Everyone, are you all right? We're fine, Gabiru. We can still fight. No, you are not his opponent. In the projection, Gabiru propped himself up with his trident and stood up shakily. Go back quickly and call more people over. Then what about you, Gabiru? Fool? Gabiru shouted in a tone of facing death. I am your leader. How can I abandon my subordinates and flee? Go quickly. I'll hold him off. Even if I lose this life, I won't let him catch up to you. Gabiru-sama. For a moment, all the lizard men were moved to tears by Gabiru's rear guard action. This scene left Sue at the time and everyone present dumbfounded. Hey. What? No, let me get this straight. Why do I understand this plot less and less? Not to mention Ice Empress. Even Snow Empress and Ogerpon were stunned. Good heavens, who exactly is the villain here? Are you rushing to perform a stage play here? And these lizard men are too dramatic. Sue's face is twitching. Cheyenne secretly whispered to Shuna beside her. Don't say it. Sue is already so pitiful. Shuna began to sympathize with Sue. How could he encounter such a group of inexplicable, crazy lizard men? Sue showed mercy, only knocking out the lizard men. The lizard men felt that Sue was not capable and was purely bluffing. Afterward, Sue struck hard. Then, the lizard men staged a passionate drama of a lone hero for them. As for the other lizard men, every single one of them, shouting about friendship and bonds, rushed forward one after another, completely disregarding their own lives. There was no other way. Sue could only leave. You've worked hard, Sue. Rin patted Sue's shoulder and comforted him. Next, get some good rest and forget this unpleasant memory as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I failed to complete your mission. Rin waved his hand to dismiss the projection. He really couldn't stand the cheers of, Gabiru. Do you need me to go kill that guy? Ice Empress had figured it out. This guy named Gabiru had a very high reputation among the lizard men. As long as he was there, the lizard men would follow his judgment. But unfortunately, Gabiru was crazy, couldn't understand the situation, and was very conceited. Even if there were sensible people among the lizard men, it was estimated that they couldn't shake Gabiru's position and couldn't bypass him to make the correct decision. In that case, Ice Empress faintly exuded an icy blue chill. As long as I kill this guy, the lizard men will behave, right? This time, Ice Empress, you are right. Snow Empress agreed with Ice Empress to kill this fool named Gabiru. No need. However, Rin waved his hand indifferently. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. That guy has already been named. Rin. This means that Clayman is very likely paying attention to the lizard men. Clayman, one of the 10 great demon lords? Sue heard about this for the first time, his expression slightly condensed, as if he was considering how to investigate intelligence and carry out assassination when fighting against a demon lord. Ah. Rin nodded and said, The moderate Harlequin Alliance. These guys are quite strong. Among us, besides me, Violet, only Snow Empress and Ogerpon can fight them. Needless to say, Rin and Violet, with their Demon Lord Seed's magicules as a base, coupled with so many skills. Even if they couldn't defeat the clowns, they could remain undefeated, and they wouldn't even need the Void Gate as a backup plan. As for Snow Empress, although her magicules had not reached 100,000, It was a recent development. Once Snow Empress breaks through special A rank, her combat power will experience a leap. Rin was still very confident in her ability to fight against Demon Lord level powerhouses across ranks. Ogerpon was different from Snow Empress. She belonged to a pure numerical monster. With the addition of the Direwolf clan, Ogerpon's unique skill growth gained new sustenance. In addition, the Ogre clan, having evolved once, completed a full attribute update for all members. This meant that Ogerpon had another opportunity to gain experience points from them. Through these interactions, Ogerpon's magicules grew rapidly, having already broken through the special A-rank bottleneck. Coupled with the various abilities inherited from Rin and Ogerpon's own unique skills, even if she couldn't defeat the clowns, she could stand invincible. Eh? What about me? Ice Empress said discontentedly. I can't? Ice Empress, you might really not be able to. Rin didn't spare Ice Empress's feelings. He was worried that Ice Empress, in a moment of recklessness, might really go head-to-head with the clowns. Every single one of those guys had magicules around 1,000,000. And Ogerpon, if you encounter the moderate Harlequin Alliance, you should also try to avoid engaging them. Ogerpon opened her small mouth, looking as if she wanted an explanation. I'm afraid you'll fall into their trap. Ogerpon had the mindset of a child, too naive and easily exploited by the insidious Kagurazaka Yuki. Pawn. Fortunately, Ogerpon never made Rin worry. This child was very obedient, and she always kept Rin's admonitions in mind. Of course, if you really do encounter them, the simplest way is to contact me. Rin said, at that time, whether to fight or retreat, I will make the judgment. Disk. Being underestimated by Rin, Ice Empress was a little displeased. However, she dared not disobey Rin's words. In fact, I have a plan recently that requires the strength of all of you. Therefore, at a time like this, try to keep a low profile if possible. What Rin was talking about was the new otherworldly matter that he and Snow Empress had been planning recently. Originally, according to their calculations, it would take at least half a month to truly open the door to that side. But with Violet's birth, this process was greatly accelerated. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be in these few days. Rin said, once the information about the new world is confirmed, I will take you all there. New world? Take us all? With so many people crossing over, will the pressure be too great? Xion and Shuna had also crossed over to the Soulland world with Rin. And Snow Empress and Ice Empress, as martial spirits, had also gone to the spirit space with Rin. Therefore, the girls were well aware of Rin's limitations in crossing over. Sometimes it was the number of people, sometimes the power limit, and sometimes it was the need to comply with the rules of that side. Which kind is it this time? Ice Empress was very much looking forward to it. She yearned for battle, yearned to become stronger. A new world meant new opportunities. She was already impatient to fight against strong opponents. None of them. Rin shook his head and said, this time's crossing is different from any previous one. Here, Violet, you can explain it to everyone. Yes. Violet's figure appeared before everyone. The young girl raised her hand, and magic power automatically outlined a picture in the air. It was a tree. No, it should be said that it was a universe. A vast universe containing many parallel worlds and time spaces. I have completed a part of the law analysis of that world. Simply for descending, these laws are enough for us dependents to enter that world. Violet's voice sounded. However, for safety, we will not enter directly in our true forms this time. Not entering in our true forms? So E was the only dependent who had not experienced crossing over. But no matter what, he was a dependent, one of their own who was qualified to know Rin's secrets. Rin said, this time we will descend in the form of projections. This projection mode is quite similar to the second type of crossing, which is like Konosuba world. I am the main body, and you are linked to me. Ogerpon knows this. Ogerpon raised her hand and said, In the Konosuba world, if Ogerpon violates the rules, it will implicate Rin, and then we'll both be kicked out together. That's right, that's the second type of crossing. Then, the Soul Land universe, where Snow Empress and Ice Empress are, belongs to the third type. That is, everyone Rin brought was independent. Whoever broke the rules would be kicked out, but it wouldn't implicate other companions. So, when performing the third type of crossing, Rin could completely treat his dependents as disposable nuclear bombs. When encountering a difficult enemy, he would throw out a dependent, letting them unleash their true power. Explode, kill the enemy, and then be kicked out of the game. Although this would mean the dependent would exit the game and could only watch others play. But for someone with Ice Empress's personality, suppressing her power would be less satisfying than having an exhilarating battle early on. This descent is neither the second type nor the third type. If you really have to categorize it, it can be said to be in between the two. Through the descent, I will have a projection with a legitimate identity over there. The power of the projection is limited by the rules of that world. Rin was unsure how great these restrictions would be. The only thing he could guarantee was the safety of this descent. Compared to safety, a certain degree of weakening was really nothing. All right, gather everyone. Rin had Snow Empress arranged to select all the combat-capable forces in the village. The Hobgoblin clan dispatched 5,000 people. The Ogre clan dispatched 200 people. The Wolf clan dispatched 400 wolves, forming 200 riders. Arriving at the village square, Rin looked at the vast crowd below and secretly rejoiced that the village had been expanded not long ago. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have found a place to accommodate so many people. Violet, it's up to you next. Okay. Violet appeared beside Rin. She opened the soul corridor and pulled everyone's souls into it. At the same time, everyone found that they had an additional field of vision. Yes, it was like using a remote control to operate a game character, their own body, the character's body. Every monster who entered the soul corridor received their own game character. My head is a little dizzy. Controlling two bodies at once feels so uncomfortable. Quickly close your eyes and don't move your body either. Oh, that's much more comfortable. In the unknown space, monsters identical to them were dancing wildly. Different from them were the many dependents and the Ogre clan, including Shuna, Shion, and Hoshiga. Just having an extra body, for those with accelerated thinking and parallel processing, was virtually no pressure at all. Even if dozens more clones appeared, they could perfectly control them. Is this the body we will use to descend into other worlds next? That's right. Rin explained, our true forms will not enter. What we send over are just puppets controlled remotely by us. Those without parallel processing capabilities, please prepare for rest. Just like virtual immersion, the Hobgoblins and Wolf Clan needed to find a place to lie down and then devote all their energy to another body. Akano, you and Hakaru don't need to participate in this descent. Rin continued to instruct, you need to lead the remaining Ogre Clan members to protect the village. Please rest assured, the barrier to protect the village has already been set up. Akano asked, I just don't know how long this descent will last. With the supplies Rin brought back from the Konosuba world, even if the villagers stayed within the barrier, they could ensure self-sufficiency for half a year, completely without worrying about hunger. Don't worry, Rin smiled. This descent ritual will be over in at most 7 days. 7 days. Akano was a little surprised. It wasn't too long. Rather, the fact that Rin could complete the world invasion in such a short time deeply shocked him. All right, you all may leave. Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Ogerpon, Violet. And Shuna, Shion, Sue. Rigurd, you stay too. Hoshiga, you too. Thus, Rin, accompanied by his most loyal dependents and the leaders of the Hobgoblins and Wolf Clan, arrived in the conference hall and began to assign them their tasks. Are you ready? After resolving everything, Rin found a bed and lay down. Let's begin, Violet. Void Gate activated. Select Descent Mode, Projection. Projection complete. The neon lights of the night flickered, bathing the entire street in a colorful glow. On both sides of the street stood towering skyscrapers, their glass curtain walls reflecting specks of starlight in the night, like a steel forest from a futuristic world. Success. On the rooftop of a tall building, Rin looked down at the modern city and said in a deep voice, "Fuyuki City, the fourth Holy Grail War." Yes, after Pokémon, Konosuba, and the Soulland universe, the new world Rin found was the Type Moon world. However, the Type Moon world was far more dangerous than the previous worlds. Entering it rashly would be too risky for Rin. But this heroic spirit body that descended in advance, Rin felt the power of this body. It's too weak. Hayashi Rin, Class Traveler. Strength B. Endurance A. Agility C. Magic A. Luck C. Noble Phantasm. Monster Nation of Another World EX. Magic Reserve 1000. The attributes here are not the monster levels of the Cardinal World, but the unique conversion method of Type Moon. How to put it? With the material composition of Fuyuki City, an A-rank ogre could easily destroy a country. It's just that the waters of the Type Moon world are too deep, with various parallel universes, and no one knows if some big shot might pop out and send Rin back. To prevent such a situation, Rin chose to participate in the heroic spirit war to gain benefits from this world. Traveler, huh? If he recalled correctly, that was recognized as one of the extra servant classes in Fate/Grand Order lore, though no actual Traveler class servant had ever appeared in official records. All the same, Rin found himself satisfied with the designation. It suited him almost perfectly. 2 A ranks, and his noble phantasm even reached EX. And this was the result of Rin's careful preparation. As for specific strength, compared to Rin's main body, the combat power of this heroic spirit body was negligible. The outcome of the Holy Grail War is irrelevant to me. What Rin truly wanted was to acquire new rule power from the Type Moon world through unique skills like Duplicator. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, King of Conquerors Ionian Hetairoi, the heroic spirits Noble Phantasms. These were what Rin needed most. As for things like magic resistance and other intrinsic skills, Rin simply didn't have the leisure to waste Violet's computing power on such insignificant things. I need to find a suitable master first. Looking at the magic reserve column, Rin felt a slight urgency. Otherwise, this body won't last long. Heroic spirits must have a master. Rin had Violet exploit a loophole in the Type Moon world to descend as a traveler. But basic rules still had to be followed. Is this the new world? It feels so strange. The buildings are so tall. What are those sparkling things? Is this what the human world looks like? Hearing the exclamations and awe from his dependents and kin, Rin smiled faintly and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." The night wind blew, and the figure that had been standing at the edge of the rooftop vanished amidst the flashing neon lights. Where are we going? The Snow Empress saw Rin hurrying in a certain direction, clearly with a purpose. Of course, we're going to find those heroic spirits and then eliminate them. Ice Empress, the Holy Grail War isn't just about fighting and killing. The Snow Empress said helplessly. Besides, Rin just said we need a stable source of magic. Master? Shuna said, we need a master. Otherwise, once the magic in Rin-sama's body is depleted, our war will end. Then where is the master? Due to the vastness of the information about the Type Moon world, and Rin himself not being very familiar with it, he hadn't mentioned much to the others. We're here. Just as everyone was sharing what they saw along the way and discussing the strength of heroic spirits, Rin stopped. What appeared before Rin was a Taisho-style Western-style house. This was the Matu family residence, and the master Rin had chosen was Sakura Matu, whom he had to save after reincarnating into the Fourth Holy Grail War. Inside the Matu residence, a stooped old man in a kimono was leading a 5 or 6-year-old girl down the stairs to the basement. The old man was named Matu Zuken, the head of the Matu family, one of the 2 major mage families in Fuyuki City. The girl's original name was Sakura Tosaka, but she had been adopted by her father into the Matu family and now had a new name, Sakura Matu. However, looking at the increasingly dim stairs, Sakura was a little scared. She instinctively grabbed the old man's clothes. Even though the old man's appearance was terrifying, in such a situation, the girl would instinctively seek a sense of security. "Grandpa, I'm cold." Unknowingly, the Fourth Holy Grail War is about to begin. Matu Zuken murmured, completely ignoring Sakura's plea, and continued to himself. In this city, every 60 years, a magical ritual unknown to ordinary people is held. 7 pairs of masters and servants form combinations, fighting each other, with the defeated as sacrifices, ultimately summoning the legendary Holy Grail. Matu Zuken did not have much expectation for the Fourth Holy Grail War. The Matu family, or rather the Zolgan family, had settled in Fuyuki City as outsiders. However, magecraft is closely related to the living environment, and after hundreds of years of evolution, a phenomenon of incompatibility finally appeared in this generation. The family's magecraft factor began to regress. But this was also a matter of course. After all, no one could have predicted it at first. Over these hundreds of years, the Holy Grail ritual had never truly been completed even once. After such a long time, even the mage bloodline was almost on the verge of extinction. Even in the generation after Matu Zuken's son, their magic circuits were blocked from birth, making it impossible for them to become mages. Therefore, the Matu family could not produce new pieces for this Fourth Holy Grail War and naturally could not participate. However, unexpectedly, the Tosaka family, which was also a mage family and one of the 3 founding families of the Holy Grail ritual, had produced excellent descendants. Tokiomi Tosaka's 2 daughters were both mages with excellent aptitudes. Unfortunately, the Tosaka family's magic crest could only be inherited by one person. Therefore, to not waste his daughter's aptitudes, and with the Matu family's bloodline on the verge of extinction, Tosaka Tokiomi adopted one of his daughters, Tosaka Sakura, to Matu Zuken. No, she should be called Matu Sakura now, shouldn't she? What an excellent bloodline, Sakura. If it's you, winning the 5th Holy Grail War shouldn't be difficult, right? Right, Sakura. The old man, whose appearance had become grotesquely distorted, stopped. He lowered his head, carefully examining the little girl beside him, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Due to the laws of this world, mystery attracts mystery, and Sakura, with her exceptionally outstanding talent, would forever be unable to escape the destiny of mystery. However, Sakura, who was still a little girl at this time, naturally wouldn't understand any of this. She could only follow behind Matu Zuken fearfully, as she had already been abandoned by her father and mother. Don't be afraid, Sakura. From today on, you are my granddaughter. I believe you'll like your new name, Matu Sakura. It sounds much more pleasant than Tosaka Sakura. But before that, I think we still need to perform a small ceremony. Matu Zuken chuckled strangely, pulling Sakura, and continued to walk deeper into the Matu family mansion. Hearing this, Sakura's small body couldn't help but tremble. The girl subconsciously flinched, but due to her personality, coupled with the intense unease and fear in her heart, she forced herself to stop, standing in place with her head bowed. But how could Matu Zuken care about Sakura's thoughts? Under the effect of his strong hand, which even made Sakura's hand ache, finally, Sakura still completed the journey. It was just Matu Zuken's rough attitude that made Sakura feel even more uneasy. Grandfather, where are we going? We've arrived, Sakura, don't be afraid. Matu Zuken comforted her in a rather sinister tone. However, this creepy voice not only failed to soothe her, but instead made Sakura even more uneasy and frightened. And upon seeing the scene below the stairs, the girl's eyes immediately widened, fear uncontrollably spilling out. Even without being explicitly told, anyone who saw the scene below would foresee what was about to happen. It was thousands upon thousands of bugs. Various kinds, twisted, crawling, wriggling, a pool of bugs piled up that no human could physiologically or psychologically accept. Disgusting? It had already surpassed the simple boundary of disgusting. An ordinary person would probably lose a lot of sanity just by looking at it. All right, Sakura, go down. What? Sakura thought she had misheard. That kind of place, those terrifying bugs, no, don't. No longer able to bear the fear in her heart, Sakura turned and was about to run towards the staircase. However, Matu Zuken grabbed the girl's hand. He, Tilda. Matu Zuken ignored the constantly wailing girl, dragging her step by step towards the swarm of bugs. It will be over soon, as long as you are a person with talent. He. No. Mom Tilda, Dad Tilda. Sakura wants to go home. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the swarm of bugs, the girl who was already feeling lonely due to being abandoned completely broke down, crying out desperately, hoping that someone would appear here. Anyone, Mom and Dad, older sister, anyone will do. Please save me. Thud. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly the sounds in the basement seemed to be covered by a hazy veil. The buzzing of the bugs, the old man's eerie laughter, and the girl's cries. All of this fell silent at this moment. The only thing still clearly echoing was the sound of footsteps, coming from an unknown source, getting closer and closer. It seems I'm not late. What a nauseating sight. An ethereal voice, as if from the clouds, echoed in the empty, dark basement. Strands of cold air drifted in the basement. The old man's pupils constricted, and he lowered his head, discovering that the girl who should have been in his hand had disappeared at some point. What's going on? Matu Zuken's thoughts raced, and he turned around to look at the young man standing there. And beside the other person was his newly adopted granddaughter, Sakura Matu. When? Silently, even he hadn't reacted, and Sakura had been taken away. Matu Zuken felt uneasy in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained that calm, unperturbed demeanor. It's over now, Sakura. A warm hand rested on the girl's head, gently caressing it. Rin knelt down and wiped away the tears on the girl's face. Wah, Tilda. Sakura didn't know who Rin was, nor did she care. She only knew that in her most desperate moment, the one who appeared before her was this big brother. Yosh. Rin embraced the girl, and he raised his head, the tenderness on his face instantly vanishing, leaving only a cold expression. Kill him, then destroy this place, Ice Empress. Matu Zuken didn't expect Rin to be so decisive, and he wanted to cast a spell. But a terrifying coldness seemed to freeze the entire space-time within the basement. This caused Matu Zuken's magic circuits to instantly halt, making it impossible for him to use any magic. What a nauseating fellow. Large amounts of solid ice continuously spread, and the extreme low temperature instantly froze those disgusting crust worms. Ice Empress gazed at the zombie-like old man, who was already covered by extreme ice, and she could smell the putrid odor emanating from him. Wait, who exactly are you? Rin disdained to waste words with Matu Zuken. He took Sakura's hand and disappeared directly from the Matu family's basement. And where Rin had originally stood, a beautiful maiden like an elf emerged from the void. She exuded the tyrannical aura of an ancient soul beast, instantly engulfing Matu Zuken. At this moment, not only his body and magic, but even Matu Zuken's soul began to tremble due to the immense deterrent. Ice Empress. Type, Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm. Overall, combat power, a ++. Matu Zuken trembled all over, but he was not afraid. With his core crest worm, even if this body died, it would only be the loss of a puppet. Having lived for hundreds of years, Matu Zuken's skill in preserving his life was maxed out. Boring tricks. Ice Empress already knew Matu Zuken's thoughts. The maiden raised her hand expressionlessly, then clenched it tightly. Ice Blast. It's all right now, Sakura. Rin set the girl down, and behind him the original Matu family mansion had already transformed into a palace of ice crystals. Crack Tilda. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound, a large number of cracks appeared on the solid ice. Who Tilda? The Matu family mansion was shattering. Tiny crystal-clear ice shards were swept into the sky by a strong wind from an unknown source. So beautiful. Sakura looked at this magnificent scenery, momentarily forgetting to breathe. And in this dreamlike ocean of ice crystals, a figure walked towards the two. It was Ice Empress from Rin's home. It's been dealt with, that old bug. Ice Empress controlled her power very well. The power of the ice blast concentrated into a single point, causing everything to annihilate in the absolute zero collapse. This naturally included that old bug, whether it was his soul or the crest worms. These things were meaningless in front of Rin. Because from the very beginning, Rin had already sealed off all of Old Bug's escape routes, even consuming a large amount of his reserve magicules at once to summon Ice Empress as a trump card. But to deal with a guy like that, you shouldn't need to summon me, should you? Ice Empress was a soul beast and didn't understand human behavior. Therefore, even when she saw the old bug about to push Sakura into the bug pit, she didn't have much of a reaction. Moreover, using a killer move like Ice Blast right away instantly consumed about 1/5 of Ice Empress's magicules. Without a master who could continuously provide magicules, this wave could be said to be quite wasteful. I want to calculate how much magicules it takes to summon you all. I see. Ice Empress nodded. Summoning me cost you half of your magicules. What does this mean? Your power, Ice Empress, is equivalent to using an A+ ranked noble phantasm. Rin said, from this it can be seen that 500 points of magicules and a full power attack from an A++ ranked noble phantasm are basically equivalent. Ice Blast was not Ice Empress's strongest move. Using this move against Madu Zuken is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. No need to worry about magic. Besides, Zuken is an unstable factor. Resolving him early will benefit us. Rin didn't just appear suddenly. He had been planning for a long time to maximize his gains in this war. Finding Sakura and making her a master was the first step. Eliminating Zuken was also part of the plan. Big brother, thank you for saving Sakura. Sakura clung tightly to Rin's hand, afraid that this hard-won lifeline would suddenly disappear. Don't be afraid. Big brother will take you to a safe place. Rin didn't say any nonsense about sending her home. Moreover, given Sakura's attitude, whether she would be willing to return to the home that abandoned her was an unknown. To be personally pushed into a fiery pit by one's own parents. Any child would likely harbor resentment over such a thing. Don't talk about this being for the inheritance of magecraft. Perhaps Tokiomi had good intentions, but Sakura didn't understand any of that. She only knew that she was almost devoured by disgusting bugs. Sakura will be obedient. In her eyes, Rin was a hero who descended from the sky. Whatever his demands, Sakura would fulfill them, only asking that Rin not abandon her again like her parents did. Poor child. Listening to the girl's thoughts, Rin sighed inwardly. Indeed, everything is Tokiomi's fault. Rin brought Sakura to the most luxurious hotel in Fuyuki City. That's right, it was the same hotel where Kirai and Kiritsugu had their one-on-one duel in the original work. Rin had no identity in this world, and Sakura was just a child. But it didn't matter. Here is your room card. Looking at the room card handed over by the front desk lady, Rin picked up Sakura, who had already fallen asleep in his arms, and walked towards the elevator. Charm spell. A very simple mental manipulation. Sakurako Benihime. Two figures appeared beside Rin, bowing respectfully and saying, "Please give your orders." Protect Sakura well. Yes. Monster nation from another world. This was precisely the noble phantasm that Rin had spent a great deal of effort constructing for the decisive battle. The effect of the noble phantasm was similar to the King of Conqueror's Ionian Hetairoi. It used Rin's spirit space as a foundation to create a small space. Rin could use magic to create servant bodies for the monsters from the cardinal world who were already prepared for manifestation, like Sakurako and Benihime. Both women were high-ranking ogres. If their true bodies were to enter this world, they would likely trigger the planet's will's rejection reaction upon arrival. Rin would not underestimate any world that contained parallel universes. Manifesting his true body in the Type Moon universe carried too much risk. Therefore, Rin settled for the next best thing. He utilized the heroic spirit manifestation ritual to transform hundreds of his subordinates into existences similar to heroic spirits. This way, although the strength of the monsters was greatly weakened, it was safe. As long as everyone was in the ogre village, controlling their characters like playing a game, they could follow Rin to participate in the exploration of the new world. Sakurako. Type: Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Overall, combat power. A. Summoning cost: 50 magic power. Benihime. Type: Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Overall, combat power. A. Summoning. Required: 50 magic power. In this world, the two women were equivalent to heroic spirits with no noble phantasm, but with all stats averaging A. If one were to disregard their existence as living beings, the power that Sakurako and Benihime could exert was comparable to an anti-army level noble phantasm. Ogres require 50 magic power to materialize. Rin thought of the 200 ogres in the monster nation space. 10,000 magic power can materialize 200 heroic spirits with A-rank overall combat power. In a way, Rin's monster nation from another world had some similarities to Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. From the weakest hobgoblins to the mid-tier wolfkin and the high-end combat power of the ogres. The three were equivalent to Gilgamesh's C-rank noble phantasm, B-rank noble phantasm, and A-rank noble phantasm respectively. Calculating in this way, hobgoblins need 5,000 magic power, wolfkin 5 magic power each. 400 of them is 2,000, plus the ogres 2,000, a total of 9,000 magic power. And above that, there are A+ Shuna, Shion, Sue, A++ Ice Empress, and the even stronger Ogerpon and Snow Empress. To create forms for everyone and have them manifest as servants, at least 25,000 magic power must be collected. Putting aside the magic power collection issue for now, how to use the power of his subordinates would be the key to Rin winning this holy grail war. Sakura. Rin woke Sakura, and the girl slowly opened her eyes. First with a bewildered look, then like a frightened little rabbit, she pounced into Rin's arms. "Don't be afraid, Sakura." After finally comforting the girl, Rin said, "Go take a bath, and then have a good night's sleep." "Big brother, where is this?" Only then did Sakura notice the change in environment and the presence of Sakurako and Benihime. "We are at a hotel." Rin didn't explain more, but instead told Sakura to go bathe and rest first. The girl was in her most vulnerable period, instinctively obeying Rin. Thus, with the help of Sakurako and Benihime, Sakura obediently took a bath and changed into the little girl's pajamas that Rin had Shuna buy back. After a night of rest, Sakura's spirits were much better. Rin also took the opportunity to inform Sakura of his origins and the current situation. Holy Grail War. Heroic spirits and masters. This information was clearly beyond Sakura's comprehension. But it didn't matter. Sakura only needed to know one thing. As long as it's big brother Rin's request, Sakura is willing to do anything. Sakura agreed without resistance to Rin becoming her heroic spirit. No, it should be said, this was simply too good. Heroic spirits stay by their master's side, meaning the two would be together, not separated. Clutching Rin's hand tightly, Sakura felt a strong sense of security. Girls shouldn't say such things. Rin gently flicked Sakura's nose. The girl nodded as if admitting her mistake, but whether she truly took Rin's words to heart was unknown. "Then I'm going to start, Sakura." Rin connected his magic power with the girl and then established a servant contract belonging to the Type Moon world. Ah! And as the contract was completed, Sakura suddenly let out a painful cry. "What's wrong?" "Hand." Sakura looked at the back of her hand. "It hurts so much." On the back of her originally slender and fair little hand, a strange red tattoo slowly emerged, which was the command seal, representing the master's identity. It's okay, this is a command seal. It's a symbol of my bond with Sakura. Is that so? Hearing Rin say this, the pain on Sakura's face immediately disappeared. In its place was immense cherish and care. In the girl's simple mind, as long as his command seal remained, her big brother Rin would never leave her. Seeing this, Rin first froze, then suddenly looked up. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The rules, they're starting to change? Rin didn't know the reason for the rule change, or the consequences it would lead to. But as an invader, as long as the Type Moon world changed due to Rin's actions, it would bring him a certain amount of rule fragments. And they were Violet's best food source. It was the capital for building Rin's soul barrier, which is his unique skill. Violet, what does this change mean? Detecting. Violet immediately informed Rin of the changes in this world's Holy Grail system. Detection complete. Because of your early arrival, Rin, the Holy Grail War has been brought forward. Ahead of schedule? The Holy Grail War can be brought forward? Rin was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this action to cause such a huge ripple in the world line. It's somewhat beyond my expectations. But it just saves us the trouble. Originally, Rin intended to use a loophole. He planned for Violet to manipulate the timeline, rapidly jumping forward to 1 year later, which was the start of the Holy Grail War. But now there's no need for that. If the Holy Grail War is brought forward, what will happen to the original masters and their servants? No need to worry. History has inertia. The inhibitory force will resolve all troubles. Even if they don't interfere, I will secretly exert force to make everything develop according to our needs. You're really powerful, Violet. Thank you for the compliment. Inside the room in the ogre village, Rin's main body gave Violet a thumbs up. The girl still maintained her expressionless demeanor. But inwardly, she was quite pleased with herself. Violet secretly glanced at Snow Empress, who was very close to Rin. Tisk. Although Violet said nothing, Snow Empress clearly felt the provocation from someone. As for Rin, he ignored the healthy competition between the two girls. Fortunately, it's still the original lineup. Rin's targets for participating in this Holy Grail War were none other than Gilgamesh and the King of Conquerors. The former's noble phantasm and the latter's reality marble were powers Rin urgently needed to analyze. It didn't matter if other servants were replaced, but these two couldn't change. What about the King of Knights? Rin naturally liked Artoria. If she could be recruited, he wouldn't mind. Hayashi Rin. Magical Energy Reserve, 401,000. Replenishment rate, 10 hour. Recovering 10 points of magical energy per hour. This is the magical energy that young Sakura can currently replenish for Rin. Of course, this doesn't mean Sakura's magical energy is immense. In fact, most of the magical energy for servant summoning comes from the Holy Grail system. The master's role in this is more akin to a faucet. The higher the master's aptitude, the greater the water flow, and the more magical energy the Holy Grail can provide to the servant. Sakura's aptitude is unquestionable. Looking at the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars, besides Ilya, the Tosaka sisters had the highest magical energy aptitude. 10 points of magical energy recovery per hour means 240 per day. Currently, there are about 5 days until the Holy Grail War begins, plus 7 days for the war itself, totaling 12 days. In 12 days, Sakura can provide me with a total of 2880 points of magical energy, plus what's left, that's 3,280 points. Snow Empress and Ogerpon, equivalent to X-ranked noble phantasms, require a total of 2,000 points of magical energy to summon them. Shuna, Xion, and Sui are a bit less powerful than Ice Empress, only requiring 250 each. 5,000 C-ranked servants require 5,000 points of magical energy. 400 B-ranked servants require 4,000 points of magical energy. 200 A-ranked servants require 10,000 points of magical energy. 3 A-plus ranked servants require 750 points of magical energy. One A++ ranked servant requires 500 points of magical energy. If only considering peak combat power, Rin actually only needed to create A-ranked servants or higher. But even so, Rin still needed to consume 13,000 points of magical energy. Clearly, the magical energy Sakura could provide alone was not enough. Shuna. Once his magical energy was sufficiently replenished, Rin directly summoned Shuna. Shuna. Type: Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm. Overall rating: A+. Summoning cost: 250. Rin. Go to that mountain over there. There's a temple on it. Rin pointed in a certain direction and instructed, occupy that place and then set up a magical energy circle to draw spiritual energy. Ryudu Temple. One of the ley line locations in Fuyuki City. Through the ley lines, Rin could quickly obtain magical energy, thereby allowing the noble phantasm, monster nation of another world, to exert its intrinsic power. 3 nights ago, the Matu residence was attacked by an unknown force. The entire Western-style house vanished, leaving only a pile of ice shards. At the Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokiomi listened to his disciple Kirei Kotomina's report, his heart filled with unease. The Matu family, one of Fuyuki City's 2 major local powers, on par with the Tosaka family. Their strength was definitely not inferior to the Tosaka family, especially Matuzuken. That old man, even Tokiomi couldn't see through him. However, such a Matu family vanished overnight as if evaporated from the earth. The thought of this made Tokiomi incredibly alarmed. Sakura. Additionally, Tokiomi felt a tremendous headache, completely unsure how to explain it to his wife. He had personally handed Sakura over to the Matu family. Now such a thing had happened. For the first time, Tokiomi regretted his decision. Is there still no news of Sakura? Although hope was slim, Tokiomi still hoped Sakura could survive. If so, Sakura could inherit the Matu family's magical energy circuits early. This would actually be a good thing for Sakura's magecraft path. Can you determine what kind of magecraft caused this? The people sent by the church conducted tests, but they haven't been able to find similar cases yet. Kotomin Kirai recalled the magical energy fluctuations left at the Matu residence. That chilling cold, which still pierced one's bones even after several days, could it truly be achieved by magecraft? Furthermore, just last night, Kotomine Kirai, Matu Byakuya, the current head of the Matu family, sold off their assets at the fastest speed and then took his only son abroad. This incident happened too suddenly, even too absurd. Which force could have transformed the Matu residents into that state before anyone could react? Are they worried about the enemy, so they fled early? Other than that, Tokiomi couldn't think of any other possibilities. Now he could only prepare for the worst and await the Matu family's next move. Who attacked the Matu family, and why did they act? Could it be that mages from the clock tower discovered some taboo of the Matu family and placed a sealing designation on them? Due to his complex thoughts, Tokiomi found it difficult to make a judgment. Also, Kirai, you should already know about that matter, right? Ah. Kirai raised his hand, revealing the back of his hand, on which was clearly the symbol of a Holy Grail War Master, a command seal. The Matu family incident might also be related to the early start of the Holy Grail War. Teacher, do you mean a servant? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Tokiomi was only speculating. But the idea of an early summoned servant destroying the Matu family was simply too absurd. You see, the Matu family was one of the 3 families that originally constructed the Holy Grail system. No one knows more about the Holy Grail War than them. To be eliminated by something they designed themselves would be too ridiculous. The Holy Grail War is starting early, and the Holy Relic my teacher prepared for it. No need to worry, Kirai. More than the safety of his biological daughter Sakura, Tokiomi cared more about Amagus' ambition, which was the pursuit of the root. As long as one could reach the root, any sacrifice, no matter how great, was worth it. What's more, the bodies of Sakura and Matuzuken had not yet been found, so the matter could not be concluded. Perhaps they were still alive, just hiding. The item has already been acquired. The reason Tokiomi had been agitated these past few days was mainly because the Holy Grail War was about to begin, but the holy relic to summon that most ancient king had not yet arrived. However, just recently, that item very smoothly fell into Tokiomi's hands. As long as that king can be summoned, the victory of this Holy Grail War will be ours. Tokiomi was incredibly confident about this. The Tosaka family had awaited this day for who knows how long. Finally, that moment was about to arrive. At the same time, at the former Matu residence, a black-haired young man stood outside the cordon, looking at the ruins before him with a grave expression. Upon learning that Sakura had been given by Tokiomi to the Matu family, Matu Karia's hatred for Tokiomi reached its peak. Knowing full well what kind of place the Matu family was, he understood how despair-inducing it was for Sakura to fall into the Zuken's hands. And Tokiomi, who personally pushed his daughter into the fire pit, he really doesn't deserve to be a father. What exactly happened? However, at this moment, Kariya was utterly bewildered. He didn't know what had happened here. And where his nominal father, who was actually a zombie old man who had lived for countless years, had taken Sakura. As for the possibility that Zuken was already dead, Kariya didn't even consider it. How could such a person die so easily? Damn it, did I still come too late? Kicking a nearby street lamp, Kariya murmured, "Sakura, where exactly are you?" Thinking of the torment that innocent and pure girl might have suffered, Kariya felt immense guilt and self-reproach. No, I still have a chance. If I can summon a powerful heroic spirit, I will definitely be able to find Sakura. Looking at the blood-red mark on the back of his hand, this was the proof of being chosen by the Holy Grail. If it had been before, Kariya, who disliked magecraft, wouldn't have cared about such a boring thing. But now it had clearly become his last straw. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Kariya?" Just as Kariya was pondering how to extract enough magical energy from the Matu family's heritage to participate in the Holy Grail War, a figure appeared behind the young man. "Who?" Kariya turned around in a panic, and then his pupils constricted. "You." Appearing before Kariya was none other than the Oni girl in Miko attire, Shuna. "Horns? You're not human." Kariya naturally knew about the legends of Japanese Oni, and considering the upcoming Holy Grail War, he asked, "Is it you, the heroic spirit who destroyed the Matu residence?" Not human appearing here, and giving him an incredibly dangerous aura. With these three factors combined, the only thing Kariya could think of was the reason given by the Holy Grail system for the early start, the heroic spirit who had arrived early. And now she appeared before him. Kariya thought of a possibility. She was here to silence him. A heroic spirit? You could say that. Also, please don't misunderstand, I have no ill will towards Mr. Kariya. Shuna smiled slightly, then made a gesture of invitation. The reason I appeared here is by my master's command, to invite Mr. Kariya for a meeting with him. Your master? Who is he? Kariya originally wanted to refuse, but Shuna's next words made him unable to remain calm. If you wish to see Sakura, please come with me. Sakura, Kariya said. Where is Sakura? What have you done to her? Don't worry, the child is very safe now. Take me there. As long as he could save Sakura, Kariya was willing to do anything. Please, do not resist. After Shuna finished speaking, she cast spatial magic and directly took Kariya to the villa, where Rin currently resided. Yes, a villa. To provide Sakura with a better living environment, Rin moved out of the hotel the day after checking in. Using magical energy, he easily obtained ownership of this villa. And yes, Rin paid for it. Moreover, he bought the entire villa at 3 times the market price. This is... My master and Sakura are waiting in the study. So, led by Shuna, Kariya passed through the courtyard and arrived at a study in the villa. Come in. The large door opened automatically, revealing a spacious study spanning over 100 square meters. Inside the study, Rin was sitting there, playing a game of shogi with a beautiful girl with snow-like long hair. On the other side, Sakura was hugging a doll, surrounded by various toys. The girl was not alone. Beside her, there was a cute girl of about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a hooded kimono playing. Sakura! Seeing Sakura safe and sound, Korea breathed a sigh of relief and cried out in excitement. Sakura, noticing an outsider, instinctively hid behind Ogerpon. She naturally recognized the man in front of her. It was Uncle Korea, whom she used to like very much. Sakura! Seeing Sakura's reaction, Korea's steps, which had been about to move forward, suddenly paused. Clearly, she must have suffered inhuman torment at the Matu family. If only I had come back sooner, Sakura might not have. Thinking that Sakura might have been tormented by disgusting bugs, Korea felt immense heartache. He wanted to take Sakura home. However, before Korea could speak, Sakura, who had already anticipated what he was going to say, quickly ran to Rin's side, gripping his sleeve tightly. I don't want to go back. Brother Rin, please don't abandon Sakura. In these past few days, Sakura had recovered quite well under Rin's care. As for the psychological trauma from the crestworms, that was not something that could be changed overnight. Furthermore, Rin had already promised Sakura that he would not abandon her. If my plan succeeds, I can break the restriction that only dependents can travel between worlds. Even if it failed, Rin would leave Sakura enough fallback options. For example, this villa and the bank savings Rin had prepared in advance would be enough to ensure Sakura's well-being when he left. Please sit, Mr. Korea. Rin stood up and sat down face to face with Korea, then spoke. You should have already seen the situation at the Matu residence. Yes, I did that. As for the reason, you can just assume I couldn't stand that Zuken bullying an innocent little girl like that. After speaking, Rin gently stroked Sakura's head, letting her sit beside him. Thank you for saving Sakura. Seeing Sakura so dependent on Rin, Korea was already 70 to 80% convinced. So, are you also a participant in the Holy Grail War? That's right. Heroic spirits are, of course, also participants. Thank you again for saving Sakura, Korea asked. So why did you ask me to come here? I want your command spells. Rin didn't beat around the bush, directly stating his objective. Command spells? Korea glanced at the red mark on the back of his hand. He thought for a moment and said, All right, as compensation for helping me save Sakura, you can have my command spells. His original purpose for wanting to participate in the Holy Grail War was to save Sakura. But now Zuken had been defeated by Rin. Korea didn't believe Zuken was dead, and Sakura had also been saved. Therefore, these command spells were meaningless to him. It was reasonable to give them to Rin as a reward. No. Rin shook his head and said, You should indeed give me a reward, but not because of Sakura, but because I helped you kill that Zuken. What? Hearing Rin's words, Korea instinctively stood up. How is that possible? That guy, how could you possibly kill him? If he could, Korea would also want to kill Zuken. However, having grown up in the Matu family since childhood, he was well aware of how terrifying Zuken was. Is it because of the crestworms? Rin directly revealed the secret of Zuken's immortality. Don't worry, I locked onto that guy's soul and destroyed all of his substitutes. How to kill Zuken? Even Korea didn't know such a thing. Even if you still harbor doubts, Rin said, in the future, whenever Zuken appears, I will eradicate him. This way, Korea would be completely free of worries. Transferring command spells requires specific spiritual medium surgery. No need for such trouble. Rin raised his hand, and the command spells that originally belonged to Korea glowed with a dazzling red light. And when the light dissipated, Korea's command spells began to disappear. In their place, a red tattoo appeared on the back of Rin's hand, precisely the 3 command spells he had just obtained from Korea. Although Korea had been out of the magic world for a while, he still understood basic magical knowledge. Command spells are bound to Omegas's magic circuits. To strip them away, the process is no different from a general medical surgery. But what about Rin? In just an instant, he took his command spells. Yes, took, not transferred. This meant that Rin didn't need to waste words with him at all. He could have obtained the command spells from him the moment they met. Why? Korea said. Since you have a way to forcibly take command spells, why did you say so much to me? That's because I'm a person who plays by the rules, of course. Rin shook his head, offering no further explanation. Korea, by nature, was not bad, but his entire life was a tragedy. A disgusting family. His childhood sweetheart married someone else, and the daughter of the person he liked was pushed into a fiery pit. He chose to sacrifice himself to save Sakura. But in the end, under Kurei's scheme, he was misunderstood by Aoi. You've never truly loved anyone, have you? When Aoi said these words to him, Kuraya's entire life was negated. With only 3 months left to live for the Holy Grail War, the woman he sacrificed everything to protect didn't even realize why he was doing it. Rin patted Korea's shoulder, sighing inwardly. Is this what they call a simp ending up with nothing? Korea was actually not wrong. Everything was Tokiomi's fault. Just think of it as me not liking tragedies. Rin took Korea's command spells, and the latter lost his chance to participate in the Holy Grail War. Since you've already left the world of Magi, don't look back. You don't have to worry about Sakura. I'll take good care of her. Of course, whenever Sakura wants to go home, I'll send her back too. Despite being unassured words, Korea felt Rin's sincerity. This feeling was strange. But Korea just felt that the man in front of him wasn't lying. Shuna, please see Mr. Korea out. Yes. After learning that Sakura was fine and that she was so dependent on Rin, Korea left. No matter what, Sakura being with Rin was better than staying in the Matu family. As for Tokiomi, that guy, how could he care about his daughter's life or death? In his eyes, there was only magic and the root. With such thoughts, Korea took one last look at the villa, then turned and left. Brother Rin, do you know Uncle Korea? No, this is our first meeting. Rin smiled and stroked Sakura's head, saying, he is not suitable to be a magus. Staying away from the mysterious side is best for him. At the last moment, Rin used mental suggestion on Korea. This could allow him to stay away from the troubles of the magic world and live a peaceful life. All right, Big Brother won't abandon Sakura. Indeed, Sakura seemed to be asking about Korea, but she actually wanted to know if Rin would send her back. Now it was fine. With Rin's renewed assurance, Sakura finally felt relieved. Well then, Sakura, would you like to see a heroic spirit summoning? Heroic spirit summoning? Sakura looked at Rin curiously. As far as she knew, Rin was a heroic spirit, and he had even made a contract with her. Is Sakura going to summon another heroic spirit? No, that would be too much of a burden for you. Bearing one Rin was already the limit for young Sakura. With another one, Sakura definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, to unleash Rin's full strength, Sakura alone was not enough. His true target was Ryudu Temple, where the Fuyuki City ley line was located. By occupying that place, Rin would be able to set up a massive magical energy absorption array, thereby giving him enough magical energy for the upcoming Holy Grail War. Soon, the time came to the day after Rin obtained the command spells from Korea. It was night and the bright moon hung high. Rin held Sakura and walked up the last flight of stairs leading to Ryudu Temple. Swish. Soi appeared in front of Rin. He knelt on one knee and reported to his master. As per your request, everyone in the temple has been moved to a safe location. They fell under Shuna's sleep magic and will not awaken during the Holy Grail War. Using a special demonic art, the people in Ryudu Temple would be transferred. They would fall into a deep sleep. This sleep would not cause any harm to their bodies, and they would quickly recover as new upon waking. You all did very well. Rin praised them, then opened his attribute panel. Hayashi Rin. Magical Energy Reserve, 201771,000. Replenishment rate, 100 hour. A recovery speed of 100 magical energy per hour. And in a full 3 days, 72 hours, Rin recovered a total of 7,200 magical energy. This was why he could summon Snow Empress, Ogerpon, and others. First, materialize the strongest units, then gradually complete the army. Rin-sama. Shuna walked gracefully. The ritual array for heroic spirit summoning has been set up. You can summon at any time. Sakura, will you go stay with Sister Shuna for a while? Sakura nodded obediently, and as soon as she landed, she scurried to Shuna's side, then quietly watched Rin walk towards the array inscribed in the temple courtyard. Heroic spirit summoning. Interesting. Rin sketched the array, while also thinking about his own summoning rituals. Heroic spirits also exist in the cardinal world, but the heroic spirits there are definitely different from those in the Type Moon world. Rin wanted to use this opportunity of heroic spirit summoning to analyze the basic rules of the Holy Grail system, and then, with Violet's power, make it his own. In Rin's plan, if the Holy Grail War hadn't been brought forward, he would have used a loophole in the rules to adjust the time axis of this world, then accelerate the transition to 1 year later. However, the war was brought forward and the Holy Grail quickly selected its masters. Even more fortunately, Kuriyamatu was still chosen as one of the 7 masters. I've never encountered such a prosperous start. Rin thought so and asked, "Are you ready, Violet? You can start." Upon hearing Violet's reply, Rin raised his hand, using magic and the command spell on the back of his hand to connect to the Holy Grail system that enveloped Fuyuki City through its ley line circulation. Fill, 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 fill. I proclaim, your body is under my command. My fate is in your sword. By the Holy Grail's summons, if you are willing to follow this will, obey this reason, then answer. I hereby swear that I shall be all the good in the world, and that I shall defeat all evil in the world. You 7 heavens clad in 3 words of power, come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales. Boom tilde. The previously dim magic circle burst forth with bright light under Rin's incantation, and the intense fluctuation of magicules even stirred up waves of air, sweeping in all directions. Not a bad reaction? Snow Empress stood to the side with her arms crossed. I just don't know what kind of heroic spirit master will summon. Isn't it that black guy? Ogerpon looked up curiously. Rin had told them information about the original 7 heroic spirits of the 4th Holy Grail War. Korea had summoned Lancelot of the Berserker class. No, it won't be Lancelot. Snow Empress shook her head. Master did not use the corresponding holy relic, because this allows for a better connection to the root, giving Violet a chance to steal more rule power from it. So, this is a random summon? Ogerpon seemed to understand. Rin was trying his luck with a random summon. Not exactly random. At least the class is fixed. Snow Empress said, other classes are basically locked, leaving only Caster and Berserker. These 2 classes were random. Rin could summon any one of them. Here it comes. Finally, in Rin's perception, an aura emerged from the center of the magic circle. This was a very beautiful young girl. She had pink ear-length short hair and light green eyes, wearing a long white dress like a wedding gown, with metal ornaments at her waist and by her ears, and a golden sharp horn on her forehead that faintly flickered with emerald arcs of electricity as she looked up. Frankenstein. The moment the young girl was summoned, Rin obtained all of her information. Name, Frankenstein. Class, Berserker. Ability parameters, Strength C, Endurance B, Agility D, Mana D, Luck B, Noble Phantasm C. Personal skills, Galvanism, rank B, can automatically accumulate magical energy, thereby greatly reducing the master's burden. Overload, rank C, can unleash more powerful strength from a Noble Phantasm at the cost of self-damage. Noble Phantasms, Bridal Chest, rank C. Type, Anti-Unit Noble Phantasm, range 1. Maximum target, 1 person, Blasted Tree, rank D to B. Maximum target, 30 people. It's Frankenstein. Rin hadn't expected to summon Frankenstein. Stertilda. I am your master. Rin stepped forward and gently stroked Frankenstein's hair without any reservations, not showing the slightest fear due to her berserker class or the giant hammer named Bridal Chest. Frankenstein had clearly never experienced such a thing. She was a monster created by her father, abandoned by him for being too ugly. While she was alive, no one had ever held expectations for her. No, to be precise, for Frankenstein, the idea that someone would be willing to expect something from her was simply a miracle. Very mediocre attributes. Violet didn't give Frankenstein any face, stating bluntly, and this is with the berserker enhancement. Her original attributes were probably only comparable to a C-rank heroic spirit. In other words, Rin used this opportunity of heroic spirit summoning to summon a heroic spirit that was slightly stronger than an ogre in single combat. What kind of terrible luck was this? It was a bit too bad, wasn't it? Tilda. Hearing Violet speak ill of her, Frankenstein angrily raised her giant hammer and was about to smash it down. But Rin blocked her with one hand. Frankenstein looked at Rin, who had suppressed her with just one hand, with immense shock in her heart. Don't be mischievous, Violet. Rin sighed, rebuking her with a slightly heavier tone. Understood. Violet was just being instinctively sarcastic. Since the other party was summoned by Rin, she was a companion. Rin had few rules here. Only one point was an absolute taboo that must not be touched: betrayal of a companion. Violet looked down on Frankenstein. This was actually nothing, far from reaching a serious level. Rin also wouldn't demand that all his subordinates love each other. That was unrealistic. But at least where Rin could see, he would eliminate such conflicts. Only with differences would there be competition. And as long as it was healthy competition, Rin would not stop it. Furthermore, Rin didn't need to speak further. Seeing Snow Empress's expression, Violet lowered her head. Looking down on a companion was wrong. At least for them that was true. If one were to count, they were merely soul beasts from Soul Land, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years in vain. If it weren't for Rin bringing them out and bestowing power, what qualifications would the two girls have to belittle others? This point was true not only for Snow Empress and the others, but also for the ogres, goblins, and wolf clan. They should have been weak, but fortunately, Rin favored them, which is why they are as they are now. Frankenstein was weaker than them. But this was only temporary. Who could be sure that after Rin brought Frankenstein back to the Cardinal World, she wouldn't receive more blessings and then surpass Violet? At this moment, Rin and Snow Empress exchanged a glance, quite tacitly. Rin rebuking Violet was not just helping Frankenstein, but also helping Violet herself. Just as Snow Empress thought. Rin was unsure of Frankenstein's potential, as well as that of the new people from other worlds he would encounter in the future. Don't look down on people just because they're starting out. Clearly, this was the true principle Rin wanted to convey to Violet. I understand. Violet's mood improved greatly. Knowing that Rin spoke up for Frankenstein but was actually placing great hopes on herself, Violet swept away her gloom and gained a clear understanding of her position under Rin's command. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. Violet apologized to Frankenstein, who upon seeing this let out a few cries and then focused her attention on her master. So Frankenstein is also going to become Rin's subordinate? Ogerpon bit her finger looking at Snow Empress and Violet, then at Rin with a blank, adorable expression. The simple Pokémon couldn't understand the complex thoughts of adults. No. Rin looked at his attribute panel, then shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, no. Frankenstein is just my heroic spirit, not a dependent. One of Rin's goals in performing the heroic spirit summoning was to see if he could expand the number of dependent slots through this method. It seemed this plan had failed. However, it's not without good news. Through this heroic spirit summoning, Violet collected some important information. One point was that Rin could retain the souls of the heroic spirits he possessed. For example, Frankenstein. If Rin wished, he could completely take her soul and then, in the Cardinal World, forge a new body for her. Through this method, Rin could, in a roundabout way, steal the heroic spirits of this world. And as soon as Frankenstein entered the cardinal world, Violet could help her obtain a green card, allowing her to receive the blessing of the voice of the world. Moreover, don't underestimate Frankenstein. Her personal ability galvanism is precisely the power we need. Rin's heroic spirit body was anchored to Sakura. His existence constantly drained Sakura's magical energy. Even though Sakura was incredibly talented, the magical energy within her body was more abundant than that of an ordinary mage. However, a 6-year-old girl simply couldn't support Rin in full-strength combat. But now it was fine. With the magical energy provided by Ryudu Temple, Rin could unleash the power of his heroic spirit template to its fullest extent. As for Frankenstein, she belonged to the type that could fight freely once fully charged, requiring no concern from Rin. The source of her electricity was the magical energy freely floating in the air. And with Ryudu Temple's ley line, Frankenstein could complete her charging in the shortest possible time. Most importantly, even after Frankenstein's magical energy was full, she could still absorb the ambient magical energy from the outside world. She just couldn't store anymore. Could it be? At this moment, everyone realized Frankenstein's importance to them. Name: Frankenstein. Magical energy recovery, 40-hour. Isn't it great to have a free combatant who doesn't need to be supported and can even increase our magical energy recovery? To be honest, with the situation of things compared to the Lancelot, Rin still preferred Frankenstein. There was no other way. Lancelot consumed too much magical energy. Supplying him with magical energy was less efficient than giving it to Xion and Ogerpon. They were not inferior to Lancelot at all. Unlike Frankenstein, she not only cost nothing, being free labor, but also increased magical energy recovery by 40 points, on top of Sakura's original 10 points and the ley line's 100 points. But 40 points, isn't that a bit too much? Snow Empress was a bit curious. Frankenstein herself wasn't strong, yet her magical energy extraction from the Greater Holy Grail reached 4 times that of Sakura. It was truly unbelievable. Because of this place. Rin pointed to his feet. Frankenstein's ability absorbs the ambient magical energy from the outside world. And what we are doing now is releasing the magical energy accumulated for hundreds of years from the ley line beneath Ryudu Temple. Oh, this release required a corresponding magical energy extraction system. But no matter what, there would always be waste, and the proportion wasn't small. For every 100 points of magical energy Rin extracted from the ley line, nearly 60 points of magical energy were wasted. Coincidentally, Frankenstein can reuse this part of the magical energy. As a result, Rin's magical energy recovery efficiency increased from the initial 0 to the current 150 points per hour. Tolos, and in just 100 hours, which is 5 days, Rin would be able to fully display the power of Monster Nation from another world. By then, no plans would be necessary. He could just charge in and sweep through this Holy Grail war. Kirai's heroic spirit is still the original assassin. Tokiomi's Gilgamesh also hasn't changed. On the first night of the Holy Grail War, which was the second night after Frankenstein was summoned, Rin, who was staying in Ryudu Temple, received news that Assassin had trespassed into the Toosaka residence and was then powerfully annihilated by Gilgamesh. This scene was exactly the same as in the original work, purely a self-directed performance by Tokiomi Tosaka and Kirai Kotomine. Aside from Castor and Lancer, who have not yet been discovered, the identities of the other heroic spirits have been confirmed. Suai knelt on one knee, reporting to Rin the information collected by the Shadow Squad ogres in various parts of the city. This morning, a white-haired beauty accompanied by a blonde woman dressed as a butler appeared in Fuyuki City's shopping district. A burly red-haired man also appeared beside a young man named Waver. Artoria and Iskandar, King of Knights and King of Conquerors, have also arrived. Knowing that these 3 had successfully descended into the Holy Grail War, Rin's hanging heart finally settled. Very good. Our targets are mostly here. The remaining Castor and Lancer are irrelevant. Suddenly, Rin and Sue, who were sitting in the room, felt an invisible fighting intent emanating from the void. This blatant fighting intent is too arrogant. Ice Empress appeared behind Rin, her arms crossed, her expression displeased. Do you need me to go eliminate him? I agree with Ice Empress's suggestion. Xion eagerly said, let me go, I'll definitely chop that guy into pieces. Don't be so irritable, you two. Rin slowly got up. He instructed Shuna to take good care of Sakura, then headed toward the direction from which the fighting intent originated. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the scene of Diarmid and Artoria's first encounter. Let's go, we'll join the fun too. At the same time, at the container street at the mouth of the Mion River in Fuyuki City, a warrior holding 2 spears and a knight princess in blue and white armor were engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive battle. Bang, bang, bang. Boom! Their movements were swift, each move displaying the depth of their swordsmanship and spearmanship. Rin's figure appeared high above, his gaze sweeping left and right, quickly identifying everyone's positions. Waver and Iskandar on the distant bridge, Assassin lurking above, Irisviel watching the battle nervously, and Kaneth hiding somewhere. Of course, Rin didn't miss Maya and Emiya Kiritsugu, both armed with sniper rifles, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate a master. How does it feel? Purely in terms of martial arts, they've reached the pinnacle of human capability. Snow Empress noticed the ones hiding in the shadows. Should we get rid of these rats, Tilda? Forget it, we're just here to watch the battle tonight. Rin dangled his feet and sat on the edge of a container. His targets weren't those two, but the King of Conquerors and Gilgamesh, who had yet to enter the fray. Wait. Suddenly, Kiritsugu, observing from the shadows, felt a tremor in his chest. He quickly moved his scope. Is that a new master? Through the sniper scope, Kiritsugu saw Rin. What? White hair, heterochromatic eyes, around 16 or 17 years old, wearing modern casual clothes, and inhumanly handsome. Not only Kiritsugu, but Kirai also saw Rin through Assassin's vision and quickly reported his appearance to Tokiomi Tosaka. Tokiomi was genuinely confused now. Kirai had just given a similar report earlier regarding Irisville. At the time, Tokiomi had concluded that she was an Einspurn homunculus. But Rin? Another homunculus? A heroic spirit? Or another master? But there was no need to keep guessing. As if sensing their probing gazes, Rin slowly raised his right hand, revealing a blood-red command spell on the back of it. Command spell? A master. That was everyone's immediate reaction, but what shocked them even more was Rin's boldness. As a master, he didn't hide. He directly revealed himself. You had Kaneth lurking in the shadows, Irisviel as Kiritsugu's decoy, and even Kirai and Tokiomi were observing from afar. But only Rin stood out in plain sight without hesitation. Is he just reckless, or does he have something to rely on? How dare he expose himself so openly? Should we eliminate him? Maya had already aimed her rifle at Rin's head, prepared to shoot. At this distance. At this distance. Suddenly Maya's hand froze, and in front of her throat a cold blade shimmered, ready to slash her neck at any moment. When? A bead of cold sweat slid down her cheek. She could feel the killing intent behind her. Never before had death felt so tangible. Maya? Having fought alongside Maya for years, Kiritsugu immediately noticed something was wrong from the change in her voice. Maya was in danger, which meant so was he. Should I kill her? The deep, weathered male voice in his earpiece sent a chill down Kiritsugu's spine. He had also been exposed. Thump, thump, thump. Behind me? When? Startled by the approaching footsteps, Kiritsugu was just about to react. But a hand landed on his shoulder first. In that instant, Kiritsugu was completely immobilized, as if locked down by an invisible force. A seemingly effortless hand held him in place. He couldn't move. Do you think I should kill her? Rin had vanished from everyone's sight. He lightly patted Kiritsugu on the shoulder and asked, Saber's true master, Emiya Kiritsugu? After saying that, Rin casually sat down beside him, continuing to watch the battle below. As for Kiritsugu, completely restrained, he couldn't even raise his command spell to summon Saber, let alone fight back. This guy, he's definitely not a magus. No magus could possess such techniques. And it wasn't just Kiritsugu. Kirai and Tokumi were also frantically searching for Rin's figure. He's gone? Yes. Kirai said, it was like an illusion. Assassin lost sight of him in an instant. How is that possible? Losing track of someone like Rin would normally be understandable. But this was Assassin. Assassin who specialized in stealth and assassination. Someone who could evade even his perception. Not even most heroic spirits could pull that off. But Rin was gone. Invisibility magic or some kind of illusion. Actually, there was another possibility, spatial magic. But that thought was terrifying. If a magus of that level really entered the Holy Grail War, Tokiomi could only imagine the pressure they'd face. Perhaps we were wrong. Tokiomi's expression was grim. That white-haired young man isn't a master at all. Only 3 servant classes had yet to be revealed: Rider, Caster, and Berserker. Judging from his calm demeanor, he clearly wasn't a Berserker. Caster? Kiritsugu reached a similar conclusion. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. So, what does Caster-sama want with me? Oh? Rin was a little surprised that Kiritsugu could still speak so calmly. So, he released his hold on him. What are you talking about? Weren't you the ones planning something against me? Hiding in the shadows, using those dangerous weapons to try and ambush me. How underhanded, Mr. Kiritsugu. Rin plainly pointed out the contradiction between them. You owe me an explanation, or that woman will pay for it. Even though Maya hadn't actually pulled the trigger. Just aiming a sniper rifle, Rin might tolerate that, but his subordinates wouldn't. If he hadn't stopped her, Snow Empress would have already triggered an ice explosion spell. What kind of explanation do you want? Although Kiritsugu's tone remained calm, tension gripped his heart. Your magecraft. Rin stated his demand bluntly. Innate time control. The shock in Kiritsugu's heart was beyond words. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to see through his secrets so thoroughly. Did someone betray me? Who was it? Maya? Irisviel? The Einsburn family? In an instant, Kiritsugu considered countless possibilities. Didn't you call me Caster? Rin said. As a magus from the Age of Gods, is it so hard to believe I can see through modern magic at a glance? Of course it was hard to believe. He hadn't even used that magic. Is this the value of a caster, being able to expose his trump card instantly? But no matter how turbulent Kiritsugu's thoughts were, right now, he was like a fish on the chopping block, with no room to struggle. Yes, but the core of this magic relies on the magic crest. Although innate time control was the culmination of generations of the Amiya family's research, Kiritsugu himself didn't hold it in high regard. As long as world peace could be achieved, something like magecraft was just a tool. However, the magecraft wasn't simple. At its core, it was a bounded field. It manipulated time, separating the internal flow of time within a designated space from that of the outside world, allowing the user to freely control it. This type of magecraft consumed a vast amount of magical energy and required complex rituals and lengthy preparation. No need for all that. Rin interrupted Kiritsugu's explanation. As long as you don't resist, I can analyze a mere magecraft in no time. He had no concern about Kiritsugu seeing through his abilities. Rin's real trump cards were Snow Empress and Ogerpon. As long as those two remained unknown, no one could target him properly. All right. Kiritsugu had no choice. Not only was Maya being held hostage by Rin's subordinate, but he himself was also under Rin's control. He had no confidence in escaping from a heroic spirit like Rin. Caster? Just what are you? Following Rin's instruction, Kiritsugu relaxed his body, but his mind kept spinning rapidly. White hair, heterochromatic eyes, 1 gold and 1 silver. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Kiritsugu searched his memory, he couldn't associate Rin with any known heroic spirit. Wait. Suddenly, Kiritsugu realized something. If Rin was the heroic spirit summoned as caster, then who was the one holding Maya hostage? Recalling the deep, rough male voice over the earpiece, it was clearly different from Rin's voice. His master? But that was way too weird. What kind of master would obey a heroic spirit's command and take hostages? Was the servant-master relationship reversed? And Rin had command spells on his hand, undeniably real ones. Kiritsugu felt a chill run through him. Just what kind of rule-breaking heroic spirit is this guy? Nay. Detected rule fragments, beginning analysis. Analyzing. The skill duplicator wasn't as easy to use in the Type Moon world as it was in the Konosuba world. In Konosuba, combined with appraisal, Rin could instantly turn adventurer's class skills into his own. But here, copying another's ability required sufficient analysis time, and the target needed to either use the skill or remain within close proximity. Even if he didn't activate the spell, Violet could still analyze innate time control, this bounded field, without being detected by the Type Moon world's rule system. All right. Rin had Sue release Maya. Before the magic analysis is complete, let's just enjoy the nightly duel. Even though he said that, looking at the battlefield, it was obvious that Saber was at a disadvantage. Diarmid had already activated his noble phantasms. First, he used Crimson Rose of Exorcism to force Artoria to remove her armor, then followed with Yellow Rose of Mortality to successfully sever one of the tendons in her hand. Irisviel, use healing on me too. Seeing Diarmid's wounds rapidly heal under Kainith's magical energy, Artoria called out for support. I already used it, Irisviel said anxiously. I clearly cast it. How could this be? The healing should have worked, Saber. You should already be recovering. But Artoria's wrist was still bleeding. Clearly this wasn't Irisviel's fault. Diarmid had done something to block the healing. You were smart to recognize your armor was useless against Crimson Rose of Exorcism. Diarmid said, but you removed it too quickly. If you'd kept it on a bit longer, it might have blocked Yellow Rose of Mortality. I see. A cursed spear that prevents wounds from healing once inflicted. Artoria had already pieced together his identity. The red spear that negates magic, the yellow cursed spear that causes unhealable wounds, and the tear mole under your right eye that charms women. You must be Diarmid Ua Dubna, the strongest warrior of the Fianna. Likewise, Diarmid had also identified Artoria as the legendary King Arthur from her sword alone. Saber lost. A figure appeared behind Rin, causing Kiritsugu to turn around sharply, only to see a girl with icy blue hair and a cold expression. Ice Empress observed Kiritsugu and snorted. This guy's the enemy master, right? Should I just kill him? The moment she spoke, Kiritsugu felt overwhelming killing intent bear down on him. As expected from one of Rin's dependents, an ancient beast who had lived for 400,000 years. Kill first, talk later. He's already paid the price. Rin was someone who honored the rules. Since Kiritsugu had offered payment, Rin would let this one slide. But there won't be a next time, Emiya Kiritsugu. Every word Rin spoke struck like a hammer on Kiritsugu's chest, making him break out in a cold sweat. Monster. That was Kiritsugu's first impression of Rin. A terrifying monster beyond reason or logic. Absolutely. This guy cannot be made an enemy. Although his rational mind knew this was the correct judgment. But as someone who fought for justice, Rin also understood. Kiritsugu would never stop challenging him. Absolutely. This guy cannot be made an enemy. Although his rational mind knew this was the correct judgment. But as someone who fought for justice, Rin also understood. Kiritsugu would never stop challenging him. Do you ever finish a beloved story and desperately need more? Fan fiction is where the fans take over, giving those characters and worlds a second, vibrant life. Welcome to Fan Fiction Audiobooks Telling. Multiverse Traveler, arriving in the Tensura world with my Pokémon Ogerpon Part 6, Rumble Tilde. Sizzle, sizzle. The sudden thunder and lightning drew everyone's attention. With a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, Artoria and Diarmid were forcibly interrupted, their expressions serious as they turned toward the red-haired man who descended before them, riding a chariot wreathed in thunder. His arrival gave the injured Artoria a much-needed moment to breathe. "My name is the King of Conquerors, Iskandar." Iskandar spread his arms wide and loudly proclaimed his presence to the two servants. "I have descended into this Holy Grail war as the rider-class servant." Another one appeared. Ice Empress narrowed her eyes. She recognized this man as one of the two main targets Rin had been looking forward to facing in this Holy Grail war. Saber's hand is injured. She can no longer wield her holy sword. Having watched the duel between Artoria and Diarmid, Ice Empress had a clear understanding of her own capabilities. Even without using specialized magic, her A++ rated physical body was already superior to Diarmid, even when he was using his noble phantasms. As for Saber's light beam attack, she could probably withstand it, but it would likely drain her internal magical energy completely. If we move now, we could take all three of them down. Not the time. Rin dismissed the suggestion. There are still other servants lurking in the shadows. If Gilgamesh launched a sneak attack during our assault, it would be a hassle. All right. Ice Empress wanted to ask why Snow Empress hadn't been sent to intercept Gilgamesh, but seeing that Rin didn't intend to end the Holy Grail war tonight, she stayed silent. As a dependent, she had the right to give her opinion, but the final decision rested with Rin alone. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu stood off to the side, silently observing Ice Empress. The girl radiated a terrifying coldness and an overwhelming amount of magical energy. She didn't look human in the slightest. The only reasonable conclusion was that she was a servant. But something about this whole situation was off. The one who had captured Maya was a servant, and although Rin had command spells, he also seemed like a servant. Then there was the one who had just arrived. In such a short span, 3 servants had already appeared. What baffled Kiritsugu even more was how the others clearly regarded Rin as their superior. An alliance? No, there's no way an alliance works like this. For some reason, a certain image surfaced in Kiritsugu's mind, a legendary figure who commanded powerful, servant-like beings. Don't tell me. Kiritsugu was shaken by his own conclusion. If it really is that person, just how chaotic will this Holy Grail war become? Rin noticed Kiritsugu's spiraling thoughts. But he didn't care. No matter what Kiritsugu imagined, he could never guess that Rin and the others weren't from this world at all. It wasn't a matter of plausibility. No one would assume that the Holy Grail could summon servants from other worlds. Though fate has made us contenders for the Holy Grail, I would like to ask you one thing first. Will you join me and yield the Holy Grail? The King of Conquerors declared boldly, "If so, I shall treat you as comrades and share with you the joy of conquering the world." Huh? What kind of joke is that? His words left everyone speechless. Anyone here, whether master or servant, had their own desires. How could they hand over the Holy Grail so easily? Let alone submit to another servant. That was an insult to their very pride. This guy. Did the world nearly get conquered by someone like him? Kiritsugu was at a loss. The legendary Alexander the Great, was this what he was really like? Isn't it fun? Rin rested his chin on his hand. To be honest, if I could, I'd like to live like that guy. What? I'm not interested in the Holy Grail. Rin said plainly, compared to the Grail, I'd rather win the loyalty of all the summoned servants. At that moment, Kayneth finally noticed Waver standing beside the Conqueror. Just one look was enough for Kayneth to realize the truth behind the theft of his holy relic. And so, a barrage of biting sarcasm and threats poured from him, reducing Waver to a trembling mess. Fortunately, the King of Conquerors lived up to his name. He comforted his young master with ease, then fired back without mercy. Hey, Magus. From what I'm hearing, you plan to take this kid's place as my master? If that's true, then that's absolutely ridiculous. My master must be a warrior who can ride with me across the battlefield, Iskandar's boomed. A coward who won't even show his face isn't worthy to be my master. When it came to trash talk, the King of Conquerors was a seasoned expert. Kaneth clenched his fists in silent fury, enraged at being publicly deemed inferior to Waver. Kiritsugu, however, remained indifferent. He was an assassin. Assassins didn't need pride or honor. It's just... Kiritsugu turned his head and instantly noticed the dark expression on the Ice Empress's face. Apparently, such mockery wasn't entirely without effect. To someone as proud as Ice Empress, being described as a rat hiding in the shadows was absolutely unacceptable. Frankenstein. Rin called her name, stopping the Ice Empress before she acted. Then he casually summoned another. Go. Let them see you. Ah! Frankenstein appeared from the void, wielding her massive thunderhammer. Bang! The girl leapt forward, bouncing between several containers, then landed like a meteor in the middle of the three servants' battlefield. Rin had no specific plan in sending Frankenstein into the field. He just wanted the servants present to get familiar with his real berserker. Another one? A new servant? Unlike the others, who were just surprised, Kiritsugu was completely stunned by Rin's actions. This is the third one. Frankenstein? Is that the servant's true name? Kiritsugu couldn't recall any servant by that name, but his thoughts only solidified his theory. A caster, capable of summoning powerful servant-class entities. The king of magecraft, who according to the Tanakh could command 72 demon gods, Solomon. Kiritsugu's sudden words caused Rin to pause. Ah, are you talking about my identity? Rin responded, neither confirming nor denying it. That said, the more he thought about it, the more it really did seem like he fit the profile of King Solomon. Especially that line about commanding 72 demon gods. His own skill, monster nation from another world, functioned similarly in effect. Even the command structure of those summoned legions had eerie parallels to the demon god armies. Rin suddenly realized that if he really claimed to be King Solomon in this Holy Grail war, good grief. It seems I guessed right. Kiritsugu saw Rin's silence and took it as confirmation. Hard to believe. This Holy Grail war has both a king of conquerors and a king of magecraft. Adding his own king of knights, Artoria, the amount of king energy in this Grail war was getting a bit excessive. Zzz. The little girl with the sparking body. The king of conquerors rubbed his chin thoughtfully, still unable to identify Frankenstein's origin. Mind introducing yourself first? Tilda. But Frankenstein clearly didn't understand him. Her entire body crackled with lightning, and she looked ready to charge forward at any moment. Careful, Irisveal. Artoria instinctively stepped in front of Irisveal, raising her holy sword. Diarmid's expression also turned serious, ready for a fight. Hey, hold on. What a short-tempered little girl. Can't you at least let me finish? Iskandar's voice was as loud and boisterous as ever, but his words had little effect. It was Rin's calm command that halted Frankenstein. The arcs of lightning dissipated, and Frankenstein leaned her giant hammer, Maiden's Chastity, to the side, quietly waiting for the next move. I thought you were one of those wild types who couldn't communicate. Iskandar squinted. He could now sense her alignment. If nothing went wrong, this girl was likely the berserker of this Holy Grail war. Ryder? Artoria turned toward him. What exactly are you trying to do? What is your goal? My goal? Instead of answering, Iskandar suddenly raised his head and shouted into the night. Hey, I know you're out there. You guys hiding in the dark, peeking from the shadows. His voice thundered through the air. The clash between Saber and Lancer must have drawn more than just me and this little girl. Come out. Heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail. If you don't want to be looked down on by me, Iskandar, the king of conquerors, then gather here now. All heroic spirits were figures of legend, people of great deeds and greater pride. Naturally, after such a public challenge from Iskandar's side, from assassin, nearly no one would tolerate the insult. Trouble. Tokiomi, watching from a hidden vantage point, grimaced. If there was any heroic spirit summoned this time who would not tolerate provocation, it was him, Gilgamesh. Rin watched as Gilgamesh appeared atop a street lamp, immediately cursing everyone in sight, branding them as filthy mongrels. With no Lancelot to be his rival, his noble phantasm had already locked onto the king of conquerors, who had offended him. But then, as if naturally incompatible, Frankenstein glared at Gilgamesh, her entire body sparking with volatile magical energy, clearly on the verge of exploding. Rin raised an eyebrow, but he quickly realized the cause. The term mongrel. Even Frankenstein perceived it as an unforgivably cruel insult. Who allowed you to gaze upon me, mongrel? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes at Frankenstein's glare and instantly fired 2 noble phantasms from Gate of Babylon. Boom, boom. 2 beams of golden light surged toward Frankenstein like streaks of lightning. She gripped her hammer tightly, spinning to smash away the faster weapon, Durandal. But the sheer force behind it caused her timing to slip. She was half a beat too slow for the second. Frankenstein's strength, compared to this generation's heroic spirits, was just a bit stronger than a San of the 100 Faces. Against a broken existence like Gilgamesh, she had no chance of victory. Even lasting a few minutes was questionable. But Rin never intended for Frankenstein to carry this holy grail war. She had already given him something more valuable, experience in heroic spirit summoning, and a magical energy Regan buff. It's your turn. Rin was perfectly calm, simply calling out a name. Xian. As you command. There was no need for extra orders. A tall, beautiful figure crossed space in a flash, placing herself between Frankenstein and the incoming noble phantasm. Boom. With a faint hum, a slender, pale hand reached out and, to the astonishment of every heroic spirit present, caught the golden spear midair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spear trembled wildly in Xian's grasp, buzzing with violent magical energy. It tried to escape her grip. But Xian's hand didn't budge. Her fingers were like cold iron, and even a noble phantasm forged from legend couldn't move her. A fine weapon, but... Xian raised her eyes to Gilgamesh, who remained perched arrogantly atop the lamppost and squeezed. Crack, 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 snap, bang. Impossible! Everyone's gaze locked onto the golden spear in her hand. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The originally brilliant, polished weapon was now covered in cracks. Xian had crushed it barehanded. That spear? That's definitely a noble phantasm. And not a low-tier one either. It was at least B rank or higher. But it was effortlessly broken by a girl with her bare hands. Keep going, Xian. Rin's voice rang in her ear. Make that flashy guy throw more out of Gate of Babylon. Getting close to Gilgamesh was not easy. So force him to fight, force him to keep throwing out weapons. And in the process, detected noble phantasm, Gate of Babylon. Analysis commencing. Analyzing. Violet didn't need to analyze them one by one. As long as they appeared before Rin, the more Gilgamesh threw, the more Violet would gather. The more she observed, the faster she could break down the mechanisms behind his strength. To think you'd defile my treasures with those filthy hands. Gilgamesh's fury boiled over, not at the spear's destruction, but at the fact it had been touched by Xian. You truly wish for death, mongrel. His handsome face twisted with cold, killing intent, completely devoid of any remaining grace. The space around Gilgamesh shimmered like a mirage. From within, a radiant golden glow bloomed like the light of heaven. The next moment, a new array of noble phantasms unfolded behind him like a divine halo. There were 16 in total. Not just swords and spears, but axes, hammers, lances, and even weapons so bizarre their origins were unidentifiable. Each was mirror-polished and brimming with magical energy. Every single one was a legendary armament. Each carried its own deep-rooted mystery. There was no doubt. They were all true noble phantasms, without exception. Dinesleaf, the cursed sword wielded by King Hogni of Denmark in Norse mythology. Harpa, the blade that nullifies immortality. The hero Perseus used it to decapitate Medusa. Gram, the demonic sword of the sun, symbolizing both glory and destruction, wielded by the Norse hero Sigurd. Vajra, the thunderbolt of Indra, the thunder and rain god of ancient Indian mythology. It is said to be a divine thunder weapon forged by the craftsman god Tavashtar. As Rin calmly listed each of the noble phantasms materializing before Gilgamesh, Emiya Kiritsugu stood beside him in stunned silence. Is this the wisdom of King Solomon? Kiritsugu's belief in Rin's identity grew even stronger. After all, other than the king of magecraft himself, who else could recognize all of Gilgamesh's treasures at a glance? He didn't even consider the possibility Rin was bluffing. A being of such overwhelming strength wouldn't need to lie about something so trivial. Of course, all of that was just Kiritsugu's own fantasy and had nothing to do with Rin. Rin didn't have Solomon's wisdom, but he did have the world's spirit, Violet. With Violet's help, Rin's appraisal skill had ascended to the level of a divine authority. Any object that appeared before him, no matter how obscure, would be analyzed and its entire history revealed. How is this even possible? Below, Waver trembled. It wasn't just him. Every heroic spirit and master present was shaken to their core. Heroic spirits didn't necessarily have only one noble phantasm. Some might possess 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But even then, that was the limits. Yet the golden archer before them showed no such restriction, summoning weapon after weapon, each one legendary, each discarded after a single use. And this wasn't even the first time. In the previous battle with Assassin, Gilgamesh hadn't repeated a single noble phantasm. Can that heroic spirit, the one who suddenly appeared, can she hold out? Gilgamesh's display of force was so overwhelming that for a moment everyone forgot about Shion's identity. Where did she come from? Why was she protecting Frankenstein? Let's go. Gilgamesh clearly had no intention of waiting. Let this king see how long you can last with those filthy, unworthy hands. At his command, dozens of floating noble phantasms launched through the air toward Shion. Boom! The roar of explosions thundered through the city. The glow of clashing noble phantasms illuminated the night like firecrackers tearing apart the darkness. Just throwing weapons was creating this kind of destructive power. Was that even possible? The barrage of noble phantasms fell like rain, slamming into the streets of the warehouse district, transforming everything into a burning ruin. And yet, the assault showed no sign of stopping. Gilgamesh wasn't just sustaining the onslaught, he was intensifying it. There was a simple reason. Shion wasn't just surviving, she was fighting back harder. She wielded a massive greatsword over 2 meters long, unleashing immense power with each swing. She slashed, swept, blocked. The movements were simple, yet every motion dismantled Gilgamesh's noble phantasms with shocking ease. From 6 to 12 to 24. Shion danced across the battlefield as if walking through a garden, weaving between blades like a butterfly among flowers, slowly closing the distance between her and Gilgamesh. Get out of here! The girl vaulted forward, arms raised high. With both hands gripping her blade, she brought it crashing down. Get out of here! Damn it! Gilgamesh's expression darkened. The great sword split the ground with monstrous force, forcing him to retreat mid-air to avoid the strike. Rumble. The sword crashed into the earth. The blow shook the entire district, fracturing streets and collapsing warehouses. But it didn't end there. Crack, crack, splash. Oh no! Everyone up now! Irisville. The already fragile warehouse district couldn't handle the strain. The entire area began to collapse. Everyone quickly leapt to higher ground, jumping onto containers. Only Shion and Gilgamesh remained on the ruined battlefield, still locked in a standoff. What an amusing toy. Fighting with you is actually kind of fun. Hey, shiny golden guy. Shion grinned, a rare spark of excitement lighting her eyes. Got more toys? Come on, give me more. You insolent fool. Gilgamesh's rage exploded. To think that I, who am to be revered, have been dragged down to stand on equal footing with you. His expression twisted with venomous fury. To show such disrespect, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone. You mongrel, I will erase your existence completely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden light erupted like wildfire. Space around Gilgamesh distorted, warping as if under divine pressure. From within, a vast new arsenal emerged. Spears, swords, axes, hammers, lances, some of which defied logic in their design. The next wave consisted of 108 noble phantasms, set a divine spectacle. Even heroic spirits like the King of Conquerors, Artoria and Dermid, could only fall silent. Oi, what kind of sick joke is this? Counting the ones he's already thrown, how many does this heroic spirit even have? Does he have an infinite stock of noble phantasms? For the first time, the watching masters felt the unfairness of the Holy Grail War, especially Dermid. He had 2 spears and 2 swords, but only got to bring 2 of them to this battle. Yet this golden show-off was throwing around legendary artifacts like spare change. Where was the justice in that? Dermid clenched his fists, suppressing his envy. Is the gap between heroic spirits really this wide? Above it all, Rin watched the unfolding chaos with a pleased smile. Well done, Shion. Keep provoking him. Kiritsugu heard Rin's comment and found his frown deepening once again. Both were heroic spirits. Some could send out a subordinate and simply watch from the sidelines. Others, like Gilgamesh, were treated like clowns, put on stage, mocked, and toyed with at will. This guy is definitely the most dangerous heroic spirit in this Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu desperately wanted to stay away from Rin, but Ice Empress behind him was still staring daggers at him. He could feel it. If Rin weren't holding her back, Ice Empress would have already launched an attack. Demon gods? Kiritsugu began to speculate which 2 of the 72 demon god pillars these women corresponded to. That overwhelming killing intent, that indestructible physique. Unfortunately, the details of the 72 demon god pillars were too vast and convoluted. In the moment, Kiritsugu couldn't figure out which demon gods they resembled. Gilgamesh is serious. He plans to continue deploying Gate of Babylon. On the other end, Kotomin Karai, observing the battlefield through Assassin's vision, was reporting the situation via a gem communicator to Tokiomi, causing the latter a massive headache. Sigh. Tokiomi had never intended for Gilgamesh to be exposed so early. But now, if he didn't recall him, Gilgamesh would surely fight Shion to the death. The problem was, what's the origin of that female heroic spirit? With horns on her forehead, somewhat elf-like in appearance, yet her combat was agile beyond belief. Whether it was her battlefield instincts, combat experience, brute strength, or unbreakable body, everything screamed danger. And the feeling was not wrong. Among Rin's 6 main dependents brought into this war, Shion, Shuna, and Sue all had A+ stat panels. More importantly, unlike typical heroic spirits from the Monster Nation, the 3 of them possessed powerful special abilities. Shionthars, Noble Phantasms, Tyrant A+, Oni Transformation A, Shuna. Noble Phantasms, Analyst A+, Manufacturer A+, Oni Transformation A. Sue, Noble Phantasms, Shadow Striker A+, Oni Transformation A. Aside from the universally shared Oni Transformation, a full attribute boosting ability, their unique skills had been converted into Noble Phantasms. And none of them were weak. Each one of the 4 Noble Phantasms reached A+ rank. In other words, if evaluated like actual heroic spirits, Shion would be classified as a top-tier saber class, a plus Noble Phantasm, A-rank support Noble Phantasm, and enhanced physical stats across the board. So unless Gilgamesh unleashed his truly top-tier Noble Phantasms, ones that exceeded standard specifications, let alone defeating Shion, even damaging her would be a stretch. Tyrant. The ability of this Noble Phantasm is similar to Heracles' 12 labors, except it doesn't provide resurrection. To break through Xion's defense, the minimum requirement was an A-rank noble phantasm. Yes, A-rank. Anything below A-rank couldn't leave a scratch on her. Of course, this only applied to the destructive force of the weapon itself. If it was a noble phantasm with unique properties, like Crimson Rose of Exorcism, Gaydurg, Xion wouldn't be immune to it. I've figured you out, mongrel. Though arrogant, Gilgamesh's insight was unmatched. After the earlier barrage, he noticed a clear pattern. Xion wasn't simply tanking everything. Some noble phantasms she would block with her weapon. Others she would dodge. The ones you avoided, they were all A+ and above. So what? Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh laughed, waving to recall the noble phantasms he had just fired, then summoned a new batch from Gate of Babylon. Swords, spears, halberds, countless armaments appearing. As many as are needed to deal with you, this king has them all. This time he summoned 108 noble phantasms. Without exception, all were A+ rank or higher. Everyone uniquely crafted, overwhelmingly refined, their magical energy alone causing the space around them to tremble. Even Xion's expression turned serious. She didn't say a word, but her entire posture shifted. She had to focus now. Otherwise, she might actually get injured. He's serious? Gilgamesh's full release stunned everyone watching. If Xion being immune to A-rank noble phantasms was already horrifying, then this was just insanity. A heroic spirit capable of manifesting over 100 A+ noble phantasms. What the hell were they even fighting for anymore? This is bad. Tokiomi could no longer sit still. He hadn't expected Gilgamesh to reveal so much. Now every faction would be wary of him. Unless Gilgamesh was taken down first, it would be impossible for anyone to win the Holy Grail War. We can't let Gilgamesh keep playing around. Resolute, Tokiomi burned a command spell. By my command spell, Hero King, restrain your wrath and retreat. Gilgamesh, who had been about to reduce Xion to atoms for daring to insult him, abruptly halted. He looked up, scowling. You think your words are enough to make me stop? You've got guts, Tokiomi. Right then, Gilgamesh felt a murderous urge toward Tosaka Tokiomi, the man who always fawned over him, had never truly placed him above himself. Very well. Tokiomi, you've found your path to death. Unfortunately, the command spell's power was absolute. Even Gilgamesh couldn't resist its pull. He merely waved a hand, recalling all the noble phantasms into Gate of Babylon. You've saved your life. Glaring coldly at Xion one last time, Gilgamesh threw out a parting threat before turning and walking off into the distance. Mongrels, until we meet again, keep squabbling in your pitiful little wars. Only heroes worthy of meeting me may stand before me again? Hey, running away already? Xion continued mocking him without mercy. I thought he was something special. What a letdown. Gilgamesh gritted his teeth, his rage now boiling over, directly aimed at Tokiomi Tosaka. It's over. From atop the container stack, Rin sat casually at the edge, gazing down at the screen floating before him. Innate time control. Analysis 100%. Unlocked, 20% of bounded field blueprint completed. Gate of Babylon. Analysis 15%. The massive number of A+ noble phantasms had given Violet a huge boost in analysis progress. As for innate time control, it granted Rin time-based rule authority. It also completed Violet's framework research on bounded fields. However, it's still not enough. Innate time control was only part of a bounded field. Even when converted into a complete one, it only reached 20%. As for the fight between Gilgamesh and Xion, his usage of Gate of Babylon was still not extensive enough, resulting in just 15% analysis. Moreover, the deeper the analysis went, the more data was required to continue. For someone like Gilgamesh, unless he was forced to use Chains of Heaven or Ea, the analysis of Gate of Babylon could never reach 100%. Still need to plan for the long term. All right, Rin said. Tonight's goal is achieved. Let's go back too. Oh, right. Rin stood up and patted Kiritsugu on the shoulder. Thanks for the gift. See you next time, Emiya Kiritsugu. Ice Empress silently followed behind Rin. Before leaving, she gave Kiritsugu a final glance. That cold gaze was like a blade, ready to pierce Kiritsugu's heart at any moment. Rin wasn't surprised by her reaction. Emiya Kiritsugu was dangerous. Even Ice Empress, as a soul beast, instinctively sensed his abnormality and had the urge to eliminate him. Beast's intuition. Kiritsugu understood this and grew even more uneasy. It's the same pressure as facing an ancient monster. Luckily, the one leading these demon gods was King Solomon. And for now, he could still be reasoned with. Hatilda. Realizing Rin had truly left and that he'd survived, Kiritsugu finally let out a long breath. Maya. Relaxing after the tension broke, Kiritsugu immediately contacted Maya. I'm fine, he's gone. Is that so? Kiritsugu said, it seems we're not worth his attention. Even if they'd been looked down on, Kiritsugu felt no resentment, only immense relief. So, who exactly is that heroic spirit? If I'm not wrong, that man should be the king who commands the 72 demon gods. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of the occult would immediately recognize what that meant. King Solomon? After Kiritsugu's reminder, Maya began recalling the earlier events. The girl who wielded a strange giant hammer. The tall, purple-haired, one-horned warrior woman. The silent assassin who almost slit her throat. And that incident not long ago, where the entire Matu household had been frozen into shards. If nothing else, that was likely Rin's handiwork. With power like that, if it comes from Solomon's demon gods, then it's not surprising. Maya fully agreed with Kiritsugu's deduction. Only this identity could explain why Rin had so many overwhelming heroic spirits at his side. Those guys aren't heroic spirits. They're demon gods, more like magical beasts or familiars. Due to restrictions of the Holy Grail War, they couldn't release their full power, so they manifested a humanoid form. Kiritsugu's well-constructed theory didn't just convince himself, it fully persuaded Maya. There was no helping it. The pressure Ice Empress left him with was simply too strong. He was certain. She wasn't any heroic spirit recorded in human history. She had no human attributes at all. Her judgment was pure instinct, like a predator. She hunted based solely on threat, nothing more. Time to go? Cheyenne walked over to Frankenstein, who stood in a daze. Then, the two of them dissolved into golden particles and vanished. Frankenstein sounded a little disappointed. She had really wanted to fight Gilgamesh. But she also knew her limits. She wasn't a match for someone like that. Tilda. You're welcome. Cheyenne clearly understood her intent and smiled. We're companions. Of course we help each other. Frankenstein obediently followed behind Cheyenne. Just now, the girl who had leapt in front of the noble phantasms to protect her had truly struck Frankenstein's heart. Her new master. And her first friend. Companion. Fran likes. Oh. Cheyenne laughed, swinging an arm around the girl's shoulder. You can talk now? Haha, that's great. Just like that, the two women chatted as they walked, their figures dissolving into golden light in the distance. But their departure didn't bring relief to the heroic spirits watching. On the contrary, it deepened their curiosity and caution. First of all, the two were definitely heroic spirits. That much anyone present could confirm without doubt. So, here was the question. If Frankenstein was a berserker, then what was Cheyenne? A caster? By process of elimination, the currently summoned classes included Saber Artoria, Rider Iskandar, Archer Gilgamesh, Lancer Diarmid, Berserker Frankenstein, and the assassin seen earlier. That left only the caster class. But a caster that strong? Are you kidding? From her combat power, durability, and speed, when Cheyenne fought Gilgamesh, even Saber, said to be the strongest of the 7 classes, wouldn't dare claim to beat her. Strength, endurance, agility, all above A. That doesn't fit a caster's stat line. Then, was it a trick? Was Frankenstein not the berserker? And Shion was? Kid, figure anything out? Iskandar looked to Waver, hoping for insight. The first heroic spirit to appear, the girl with the giant hammer, was definitely a berserker. That was Waver's evaluation of Frankenstein. But the one who came later, I can see her stats, but I can't determine her class. Masters could use magecraft to glimpse some of a heroic spirit's basic info. Of course, things like true name, noble phantasm, and abilities were out of reach. What do you mean? Iskandar was confused. You can see the stats, but not the class? Waver, being a half-baked magus, could only describe what he saw. Other heroic spirits might not have grasped the meaning behind what Waver said. But Iskandar did. Because is it the same as mine? He immediately thought of a possibility. Subordinate servants. They have no class, only stats, but are still able to rival full-fledged heroic spirits. It was exactly like the warriors in his Ionioi Heteroi. The only difference. Shion was stronger. Irisfeel? Let's retreat for now, Saber. All right. Artoria kept a close watch on Diarmid, worried he might strike again. You come back too, Lancer. Fortunately, Cainith chose to recall his servant. What Waver could understand, Cainith naturally could too, perhaps even more. Berserker, and that unicorn girl, most likely a caster's familiar. Cainith faintly realized the greatest variable in this Holy Grail war was the caster lurking behind the scenes. The proud lord of the clock tower, for the sake of victory, began to consider forming an alliance. But unfortunately, Cainith's identity and position were too awkward. Gilgamesh's arrogant attitude made any alliance with him impossible. Artoria's master was Emiya Kiritsugu, a magus killer. Cainith despised these kinds of magi who strayed from orthodox magecraft. As for Waver, he was his own student, a thief who stole his holy relic. Cainith would rather lose the Holy Grail war than ally with such a disgrace. Cainith exited the warehouse district, sighing internally. Are Caster and Berserker my only remaining options? Caster and Berserker had clearly formed an alliance. This was plain to see. He was considering whether he should join them as well to counter the other masters and servants more effectively. Kiritsugu. Elsewhere, Artoria and Irisfeel had regrouped with Emiya Kiritsugu. You've worked hard, Irisfeel. Kiritsugu shifted his gaze from Saber's injured wrist, then told them everything that had just occurred, including his conjecture about Rin's identity. A heroic spirit who can summon heroic spirits? That alone was shocking enough. But what stunned them more was Rin's suspected true identity. King Solomon? Artoria and Irisfeel exchanged a look. The two women increasingly felt that this Holy Grail war was straying into the absurd. First, there was an archer with unlimited noble phantasms, and now a caster capable of summoning demon gods. Compared to Gilgamesh and Rin, Artoria felt like she was just too normal. King Solomon has 72 demon gods. How many can he summon? Irisfeel frowned. If it's all of them, that's a total cheat. After all, the top-ranking demon gods, such as Baal or Amun, had already surpassed the category of heroic spirit. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them deities. There must be some kind of restriction. Kiritsugu, who aimed to seize the Holy Grail, saw Rin as an obstacle he had to overcome. Then, Kiritsugu, you and I. No. Kiritsugu shook his head. We stick to the original plan. I'll stay hidden. You'll continue posing as Saber's master. But if we do that, your situation will be very dangerous. Rin had already sent an assassin after him once. There would be a second and a third. If Rin truly wanted to eliminate the Saber team, he could simply have his servants assassinate Kiritsugu and win the war without a fight. However, Kiritsugu wasn't too concerned about that. Though their encounter was brief, he felt that Rin wasn't the kind of person to use such underhanded tactics. King Solomon could have killed me at any time. If he didn't act then, there's no need to worry about him acting later. Additionally, Kiritsugu had considered the possibility of uniting with other masters to resist Rin together. If it really comes to that. Kiritsugu looked at Irisfeel. Then Saber's only job is to protect you until the very end of the Holy Grail War. Rather than letting his wife die in vain, it was better to withdraw. Rin-sama. At Ryudo Temple, Shuna led the Miko Hime to welcome Rin and the others home. How's Sakura? She's been waiting all night for you to return. Shuna showed a slightly helpless look. But she's still just a child. She couldn't hold out past 10 and fell asleep in the living room. They had been gone all night. It was nearly 4 a.m. Rin and his followers were heroic spirits. They didn't need sleep or food. In the entire Ryudo Temple, only Sakura still had human needs. That girl. Perhaps out of fear of being abandoned again, she was heartbreakingly sensible. For the next 2 days, let's stay in Ryudo Temple. Rin recalled the events of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Although some things have changed due to my presence, the major developments should remain the same. This wasn't just a guess. With Violet's real-time surveillance, he had a firm grasp on the Holy Grail War's direction. Barring a few unpredictable minor events. Sue? Here. Zoe appeared behind Rin, accompanied by Sauron and several other Shadow Squad members. Have you located that killer I had you track? Due to the Holy Grail War starting early, Rin wasn't sure if the serial killer Ryunosuke Uryu from the original timeline would still appear. Found him. Who tilde? Rin sighed in amusement. Is the inertia of the world really this strong? Even with the timeline moved up by a year, under the push of the world's will, Ryunosuke Uryu still began his killing spree. Should I kill him the moment he gets his command spells? Killing him now wouldn't benefit Rin in any way. According to Sue's analysis, the best time to eliminate Ryunosuke Uryu would be right after he successfully summoned a heroic spirit. That way, with the master dead, the true caster would vanish too. Yeah. Rin had no interest in the sea monster or that so-called demon marshal. I'll leave this to the Shadow Squad. Make sure it's handled cleanly. Understood. As Sue's figure disappeared into the courtyard, Rin recalled Kiritsugu's earlier speculation. King Solomon, huh? I wonder how you'll react when my true identity is revealed. A demon lord from another world. A walking calamity commanding endless monsters. The natural enemy of humanity. Borrowing someone else's name was not something Rin liked to do. Then, at the upcoming Banquet of Kings, Rin said, let my arrival be proclaimed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day of the Holy Grail War. On the first night, Artoria and Diarmid clashed, attracting the attention of all heroic spirits except Castor. Then, due to Rin's intervention, the moment Ryunosuke summoned Gilles de Res, he was immediately taken away by the Shadow Squad led by Sue. However, without Gilles, the original plot had completely lost its referential value. Starting from the second night, the heroic spirits began their respective actions. The most intense clash was between Kainith and Kiritsugu. The two were like fire and water, and Saber and Lancer also fought many times. Perhaps Saber's disadvantage was too severe, so Kiritsugu had no choice but to return Avalon. Saber, who recovered in an unknown way, successfully repelled Lancer. Kainith was attacked by an origin bullet and was severely wounded. However, even if he saved his life, Kainith was completely paralyzed due to the collapse of his magic circuits caused by the origin bullet. That heroic spirit with 2 lances is truly unqualified, Snow Empress commented. He actually got carried away fighting Saber and forgot about the master he needed to protect. Most importantly, he also seduced his lord's fiancée. Kainith was arguably the most miserable master in this Holy Grail War. He was crippled, and his wife was stolen by his own servant. Although Diarmid had no such intentions, the curse on him was destined to have a great attraction to married women. One could only say that Kainith was too careless to summon Diarmid. He truly wasn't afraid of being cuckolded. Anything else? Seated in the main hall, Rin listened to Sue's report. Have our movements not been discovered by other heroic spirits? The Rider team is investigating us. Oh? Rin was a little surprised. Sui saying this meant that Waver and the Iskandar had already found some clues. Iskandar was boisterous and didn't seem like someone who would use such methods. So it's Waver then? It must be said that Waver indeed possessed extraordinary talent. Through some means, Waver discovered the simultaneous appearance of multiple heroic spirits. Not only Rin's shadow squad, but also the assassin who should have died. My apologies, Master. Sue lowered his head. I should have been more careful. It's fine. Rin shook his head. Being found at Ryudu Temple is only a matter of time. After 3 days of accumulation, Rin's magical energy had almost reached the required amount. 24x 3x 150, at least 10,800 units of magical energy. Following Snow Empress, Ogerpon, Ice Empress, Xion, Shuna, Sue, and others, Rin successfully summoned all the ogres. And after tonight, even Hoshiga and the 18 wolf guards would descend upon this world. As for the remaining wolf tribe and goblins, that was just to give them some sense of participation and did not affect the outcome of the Holy Grail War. Continue to wait. As long as they don't come knocking on our door, there's no need to interfere in their struggles. Rin remained calm, with no intention of showing his prowess. Just like today, Rin took Shuna and the others to stroll around Fuyuki City, without any sense of wartime tension. As for being exposed, with the Shadow Squad secretly monitoring the entire situation, there was no need to worry at all. And that night, Sue brought Rin a new piece of information. Tokiomi is dead? So fast? Rin was indeed a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, Kirai killing Tokiomi should have happened after Assassin's departure. How did he die? He was backstabbed by his disciple, Kotomini Kirai. Still the same, huh? Rin thought to himself, it seems Gilgamesh was completely fed up with Tokiomi, which is why he acted early. Kirai acted early. This meant that he not only possessed Assassin, but also had Gilgamesh as his heroic spirit. Can he bear the burden of 2 heroic spirits at once? Snow Empress frowned slightly. Or is he planning to abandon the original Assassin? There's no need for that. Rin said, Gilgamesh can act independently, and as long as he doesn't fight, he won't consume much magical energy at all. Tokiomi, isn't that Sakura's father? Ogerpon, who had been listening to their conversation, noticed this blind spot. Should we tell Sakura? For a moment, the hall fell silent. Shuna, bring Sakura over. Rin-sama? It's all right. I trust Sakura. Rin did not intend to hide this matter from Sakura. If it were anyone else, Rin might have concocted some kind of well-intentioned lie. But for Sakura, there was no need. She was not as fragile as she appeared on the surface. Her resilience was unquestionable, as she was able to endure the corruption of the crestworms until adulthood. She still had feelings for the Tosaka family. Brother Rin? Soon, Sakura appeared before everyone. The girl saw Rin, immediately scurried over, and just like that, in front of everyone, she threw herself into Rin's arms. Sakura. Rin stroked the girl's hair. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told her the bad news. Father. Upon hearing the news of Tokiomi Tosaka's death, Sakura was momentarily unable to react. How could this be? Sakura's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe that her dignified, imposing father had just died like that. Although in Sakura's heart, there was still resentment towards the father who had given her away. But Sakura here was ultimately not the original Sakura Matu, whose heart had been devoured by worms. She still had feelings for the Tosaka family. What about my sister and mother? How are they? After the shock and sadness came worry for Rin and Aoi. Sakura had learned a lot about the dangers of the Holy Grail War from Rin and Shuna these past few days. If her father chose to participate in the Holy Grail War, he had to be mentally prepared for death. Sakura would resent her father's killer, but she wouldn't be unreasonable and ask Rin to avenge Tokiomi. The girl had never forgotten who saved her and brought her out of suffering. Don't worry, Sakura, they will be fine. Rin comforted Sakura and assured her that mother and sister would not be harmed by the Holy Grail War. I trust you. Tears still stained Sakura's face. Rin continued, "Also, regarding Katomin Kiri, who killed your father, I will make him withdraw from this Holy Grail war." Since he chose to take in Sakura, helping her get revenge was naturally Rin's responsibility. Therefore, for his Sakura, he could only ask the Mappo priest and Gilgamesh to die. "Just leave it to me, Sakura." The girl cried in Rin's arms for a long time until she was tired and fell asleep with tear stains on her face. In the early morning, sunlight spilled onto the summit of Mount Enzu. In front of Ryudu Temple, the stone steps leading downwards were still damp with morning dew. At this moment, two figures, one tall and one short, stepped on the fallen leaves blown by the wind last night, ascending the steps. They were none other than the rider team, Iskandar and Waver. Rider Tilda. Waver timidly followed beside Iskandar, looking like a frightened little rabbit. "If this is truly Castor's territory, isn't it very dangerous for us to rush over?" "Ah, indeed." Iskandar showed no signs of nervousness. He looked at his little master. "But didn't you say that this Castor might be the legendary King Solomon?" The time separating him and King Solomon was approximately 600 years. But the conqueror King Iskandar still knew about King Solomon. After all, in history there was once the anecdote of Alexander the Great cleaving King Solomon's knot with his sword. How exciting it is to be able to face three legendary kings at once. The other two kings Iskandar mentioned were Gilgamesh and Arthur. Several of the most famous Western kings were gathered in one place. "Are you even listening to me? Waver, are you going to face King Solomon by yourself? He's an extra standard heroic spirit who can control demon gods." "I already said, I'm just going to deliver an invitation." Iskandar stopped, and unconsciously they had already arrived at the mountain gate of Ryudu Temple. Creak Tilda. Before the two could knock, the mountain gate opened by itself. Eek! Waver was startled by the noise, and he instantly darted behind Iskandar, trembling. Oh, an unfamiliar face. Appearing before Iskandar was a burly middle-aged man with beast ears, who was none other than the direwolves' leader, Hoshiga. Iskandar observed the other party with interest, while also assessing Hoshiga's strength. "By my lord's command, I have been waiting here for a long time, King of Conquerors." Hoshiga stepped aside, inviting Iskandar into Ryudu Temple. "Ha ha ha. Did he foresee my arrival? Then I'll intrude." Iskandar laughed heartily as he stepped over the threshold, his imposing aura truly worthy of the name Alexander the Great. "Kid, keep up." Patting Waver's back, Iskandar strode forward while observing the situation inside. "Beastman?" Hoshiga's appearance made Iskandar think of many things. Among the 72 demon gods, there were indeed beings with similar appearances, which once again provided corroboration for Waver's conjecture. However, Iskandar would not make a hasty judgment before seeing Rin, the true master. Soon, the two, led by Hoshiga, walked into the main hall of Ryudu Temple. And there, Iskandar and Waver officially met that incredibly mysterious caster, whom they believed to be the Demon King. The berserker who appeared that night, and the woman who fought Gilgamesh. Frankenstein and Xian, who were beside Rin, immediately attracted the gazes of Iskandar and Waver. Fortunately, they had already guessed. Therefore, apart from surprise, they had no other thoughts. However, Waver cautiously looked around and found that on both sides of the main hall, many men and women dressed as warriors stood guard. Judging from the aura emanating from them. These people, without exception, were all servants similar to Xian. "Nice to meet you, Conqueror King Iskandar." Rin sat at the head seat and he raised his hand, gesturing for Iskandar to take a seat. "Oh, thank you." Iskandar unceremoniously plopped down, and Waver, seeing this, anxiously sat beside his own servant. It was only then that the two had the leisure to carefully examine Rin. Rin's appearance was very different from before his reincarnation. He also had no intention of changing back. Since he had already started anew, Rin did not intend to cling to the past. "Please enjoy." Shuna, accompanied by several Mikohime, served tea and pastries to the two and then returned to attend to Rin. Every single one of them is like an elf. From the moment they entered, every servant-like being they saw, regardless of gender, was unbelievably beautiful. It was as if they had walked out of a fairy tale, too dreamlike. No need to be so nervous. Rin conveyed his thoughts to Iskandar. I would not do something as despicable as attacking guests upon their entry. Haha, indeed, Caster. It seems we'll get along very well. Iskandar took a sip of tea, then got straight to the point. I came here this time mainly to ask you something. Speak. Are you a king? Changing from his previous casualness, Iskandar's tone was quite solemn. King. Rin scanned the Mikohime standing guard in the hall, as well as the people accompanying him, and he smiled. It's obvious, isn't it? Whoosh. As his voice fell, all the Ogre and Direwolves members, including Shuna and Xion, bowed down, offering their heartfelt loyalty to their demon lord. No words were needed. Rin's will was their direction forward. This really is. Iskandar's pupils trembled slightly. He could feel that the way these people looked at Rin was with a fervent gaze that only the most loyal subjects would possess. There was no doubt, as long as Rin gave the command, they would offer their hearts to their king immediately. Are you that legendary King Solomon? Hey, kid. Waver's sudden remark startled Iskandar. But the next moment, killing intent. An intensely chilling, almost tangible killing intent instantly enveloped the two of them. Eek tilde. Intimidated by this killing intent, Waver stumbled and fell onto his backside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I apologize for my kid's rudeness. Iskandar pretty much had an idea of Rin's identity. He didn't know who Rin was. But one thing he could be sure of. That was that Rin was definitely not King Solomon. Are you disappointed? Rin did not directly state his origin, but his denial of being King Solomon had already been clearly conveyed to Iskandar. No. Iskandar lowered his head, a hearty smile appearing on his face. Rather, that kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Whether he was King Solomon or not did not affect his judgment of Rin. The other party was a king. This was beyond doubt. Subjects loyal unto death, soldiers willing to shed their blood and sacrifice their lives for him. A person who possesses these, as long as he claims to be a king, then he is a true king. Tonight, I plan to hold a banquet of kings for a holy grail discussion. Iskandar. Here in the name of Conqueror King Iskandar, I officially invite you, unknown king. Please be sure to attend. All right. Rin nodded. Since it is an invitation from a king, I naturally will not refuse. Then, where will the banquet be held? Oh, about that. Iskandar scratched his head and laughed heartily. My kid's small place is a bit too humble for kings like you. As for holding the banquet directly at Ryudu Temple, Iskandar wasn't foolish enough to run to someone else's territory for that. Let's set it there. Saber's master. Iskandar. I remember her house seems quite large, enough to accommodate everyone. Of course, as the host, I will prepare the drinks. This way, Artoria provides the venue, he brings the alcohol, and the remaining two just need to show up. Good. Rin quite liked Iskandar's straightforward personality. The other side felt the same. Rin wasn't as foul-mouthed as Gilgamesh, nor as rigid as Saber. Although he was a heroic spirit just like them, he had a good understanding of modern society. Truly, I wish I'd met you sooner. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time, Iskandar said, standing up and bidding farewell to Rin. I still have some things to prepare. See you tonight, Rin. During their conversation, Rin had told Iskandar his name. And just as Iskandar had said, he didn't care what Rin's true identity was. At least here in this Holy Grail war, Rin was a king with whom he could drink and be merry. The kings of history belonged to the whole world. Only those who were raising their cups and drinking with him were worthy opponents. Are we just letting him leave? Finally, this time it wasn't Ice Empress who spoke. Since being taught by Rin last time, Ice Empress had indeed matured a lot. This is the most basic guest etiquette, Rin said, looking at the Starfang Wolves general waiting below. He and I will have a battle sooner or later, but not now. During their conversation just now, Rin had actually extended a war invitation to Conqueror King Iskandar, and the other party agreed. No schemes or tricks, only a straightforward confrontation between two armies. We obey your will. We will surely present you with victory in this king's duel. About 30 kilometers west of Fuyuki City's urban area, a national highway runs east-west, cutting through a mountainous area far from human habitation. Along this road is a dense emerald green forest, seemingly forgotten by the overwhelming rush of residential development. This area holds many mysterious secrets. At first glance, it appears to be state-owned land, but in reality it is privately owned, belonging to a foreign enterprise that exists only in name, its actual existence uncertain. If one were to truly gather information about this land, the first things heard would be strange urban legends. It is rumored that deep within this profound forest, there is a city of dreams. Before children who ventured into the forest with a bit of playful curiosity or lost picnickers, a magnificent ancient stone castle would suddenly appear in the thick fog. Legend has it that the castle is an incredibly mysterious mansion. Despite appearing like an empty ruin, it is meticulously clean and spotless, completely unlike an uninhabited place. Of course, no one takes this rumor seriously at most. Some third-rate magazines with no material to write about would use it for seasonal interest in the summer, publishing it on a page in a supernatural special. Only a very small number of mages know that this castle truly exists. This is an eerie city that welcomes its master every 60 years, becoming a wartime base. This castle is an alternate dimension protected by layers of illusions and magecraft barriers, and it is absolutely impossible for the outside world to discover it, except in extremely rare circumstances. Those who know the true origin of this castle refer to this deep forest as Einsburn Forest. And just one day ago, a magical conflict erupted here. Kyneth visited Einsburn, clashed with Emiya Kiritsugu, and was ultimately tricked and defeated by the Origin Bullet. One day later, many facilities within the castle had not yet been repaired. Under the silent dark night, the scars of fierce battles left everywhere were still shocking to behold. Irisveil sighed, trying hard not to mind as she walked through this dilapidated corridor, almost a ruin. Kiritsugu. And just as Irisveil was worrying about her husband's future, a deafening rumble shattered the night's silence. Ah! Not only that, Irisveil's magic circuits were subjected to intense pressure, almost causing her to faint in the corridor. The rumbling sound came from thunder not far away. The feedback that accompanied the thunder indicated that the barrier in the forest outside the castle had been broken. And it wasn't just a matter of breaking through the barrier. This feedback, as literally described, was caused by the complete dismantling of the barrier spell itself. They actually intend to break through head-on? Irisveil felt incredibly frustrated, as if anyone could freely enter and exit Einsburn's castle at will, time and time again. "Are you all right, Irisveil?" Suddenly, a slender yet strong hand supported the swaying Irisveil. Artoria, upon sensing the anomaly, immediately transformed into a gust of wind and rushed to her side at the first instant. "I'm fine, it's just a bit unexpected." Irisveil had recovered her breath, but she was still filled with vigilance and anger towards the intruder's recklessness. "I didn't expect to welcome such a rude guest. I'll go out and see. Try not to leave my side." Irisveil nodded in response, then accompanied Saber, who was going to meet the enemy. She knew very well that the safest place on the battlefield was by Artoria's side. That thunder just now, and that unrestrained power, the enemy should be Iskandar. The two hurried through the abandoned castle, arrived at the balcony surrounding the high-ceilinged hall, and then waited for the other party's arrival. "I thought so too." Irisviel recalled the power of the noble phantasm Gordius wheel she had witnessed in the warehouse district the day before yesterday. That divine bull chariot surrounded by lightning. If such an anti-army noble phantasm were fully unleashed, it would not be surprising if the Magecraft array base points set up in the forest were uprooted. Hey, King of Knights. I specifically came to find you. Why aren't you coming out quickly? As the two had expected, the voice calling out brazenly in the hall was indeed Iskandar. Artoria, while running, transformed her suit into silver-white armor, ready to meet the challenge at any moment. Yo, Saber? I heard you built a castle, so I came to see. Tisk tisk tisk. Iskandar stroked his chin, sighing. It's a bit disappointing. This castle is somehow shabby. Well, but as long as it's a castle, it's fine. You don't mind if I borrow this place for a banquet, do you? Iskandar's shameless words truly made the two women's expressions difficult to maintain. Ryder, you... Artoria understood the meaning of his words. He wasn't here to cause trouble. Making such a big commotion just to say these things? Artoria glared fiercely at Iskandar. And don't just unilaterally occupy other people's things? Well, Tilda. Iskandar scratched the back of his head, then revealed his white teeth. Since I helped you cut down some trees in front of the castle gate, lend me the place, all right? Don't you think the view has become much wider without those trees in the yard? If Artoria wasn't a moral person, and Irisviel wasn't from a noble family, upon hearing Iskandar's shameless boast, they would probably have cursed directly. What exactly do you want to do? Artoria, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, Waver quickly poked his head out from behind Iskandar. Really, I told you to ask first. Haha, how would that be quick enough? Iskandar ignored Waver's nonsense. He lifted the wine barrel beside him. Relax, relax. I'm not here to fight you this time. Then, what is it? Can't you tell? Iskandar patted the wine barrel and laughed. Of course, it's the wine tonight. All right, don't just stand there. Lead the way. Don't you have any suitable gardens for a banquet here? This broken castle is full of dust everywhere. It's unbearable. Every word from Iskandar was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Irisviel's heart. Even she, with her gentle temperament, felt the urge to perish with him at this moment. This guy was simply too much of a bully. Is it a trap? He's not the type to play petty tricks, is he? Is he really just here to drink? Walking towards the courtyard, Irisviel quietly asked Artoria. Upon reflection, Iskandar had publicly stated earlier that he would not fight Saber until Saber and Lancer had determined a victor. If that was a promise made by a heroic spirit based on their dignity, then his sudden attack tonight would be inexplicable. That man, isn't he deliberately trying to gain your favor, then launch a surprise attack? No, Irisviel, you don't understand. Artoria had already understood Iskandar's meaning. She put away her fighting spirit, but her expression was even more serious than before. This is a challenge initiated by a king. I am a king, and he is also a king of a nation. Artoria, if he knows both our identities and still wants to drink with me, then this is a battle without weapons. Ha ha. Seeing that Saber finally understood, Iskandar laughed. Exactly. If you don't want to wield swords, then let's raise our cups and drink together, King of Knights. Tonight, I'm going to properly question your kingly demeanor. Are you mentally prepared? Interesting, I accept. Artoria resolutely accepted the challenge, her face radiating the same stern heroism as when she went to battle. As things developed, Irisviel finally understood that this was not a joke, but the beginning of a real contest. The chosen venue for the banquet was the garden in the castle's central courtyard. The battle that night had not affected this place, so it was still a suitable spot to entertain guests without losing face. So, shall we begin now? Sitting cross-legged opposite Conqueror in the center of the garden, Artoria asked. Wait, there's still a guest who hasn't arrived. A guest? Ah, you and I are not the only kings who have descended in this holy grail war. Could it be? Hearing the word king, a name immediately popped into Artoria's mind. Solomon. The girl immediately thought of Rin, whom Emiya Kiritsugu had mentioned. Of course, a certain incredibly arrogant street lamp king was automatically ignored by Artoria. That guy was simply too arrogant. Artoria did not want to invite such a fellow to her home as a guest. I shouldn't be late, right? Just as Artoria was surprised, Rin's figure appeared in the courtyard at some point. This is our first meeting, isn't it, Artoria? Rin sat with his back to the east, taking the opportunity to closely observe Artoria's heroic posture. And after his appearance, the gazes of Irisviel and Artoria fell upon Rin, as if they wanted to see through him. This is the legendary King Solomon? Even Irisviel, as an artificial human, had to admit that Rin's appearance was simply too astonishing. Artoria was surprised by Rin's arrival, but she felt a bit irritated by his gaze. Another heroic spirit like the King of Conquerors? Hey, since when did my name become a derogatory term? I agree with that. Rin gave Iskandar no face at all. He's nothing like the conqueror I imagined. Exactly. Artoria nodded in strong agreement. That's truly too much. Iskandar looked at Rin with a resentful expression. I thought you and I had good compatibility, young man. Sorry, I don't like men. After Rin finished speaking, his gaze turned toward a certain direction. Ha ha ha, young man, you truly are an interesting fellow. After Iskandar finished speaking, he used his knuckled fist to knock open the lid of the wine barrel. In an instant, the fragrant aroma of rich red wine permeated the air in the courtyard at night. To be Iskandar's master, this guy is quite pitiful. Rin glanced at Waver on the side, shaking his head silently. That huge barrel of high-quality red wine must have cost a lot, right? He didn't think Waver was the kind of person who would use magecraft to extort or seize things. Although the shape is a bit strange, this is a traditional drinking vessel in this country, you know? Iskandar proudly picked up a bamboo-handled ladle. Iskandar first used the ladle to scoop up the red wine from the barrel, preparing to drink it all in one gulp. Use this. Rin took out a few cups and handed them to him. Oh, thanks. Iskandar was not pretentious. He simply scooped a large cup and drank it all in one gulp. Legend has it that the Holy Grail will be given to the suitable candidate, Iskandar said steadily, first broaching the topic. Although he was rarely seen speaking in such a serious tone, for some reason, it didn't feel out of place at all. Although this competition unfolding in Fuyuki is the ritual to determine the suitable candidate. But if it's just to determine the candidate, it doesn't necessarily have to involve bloodshed. If the heroic spirits can accept each other's capacity, the answer will naturally appear. Artoria also took the wineglass Rin handed her, then directly scooped a ladle of wine from the barrel. Although her petite stature made one wonder if she could actually drink, the girl's manner of drinking was no less bold and hearty than Iskandar's. Iskandar smiled happily at the sight. Then both of them looked at Rin, awaiting his response. You've both drunk. If I don't, will I seem unsociable? Rin wasn't particularly interested in red wine, but with the atmosphere like this, what else could he say? Of course, he would join them in a single gulp. You mean to say that you first want to compare capacity with us, Iskandar? Artoria had been observing Rin. Every movement of his showed no hint of Gilgamesh's arrogance. Instead, he gave off a feeling like a spring breeze, fully embodying a king's capacity and lack of pretension. Exactly, because we all claim to be kings. Of course, we must discuss capacity. Iskandar's gaze lingered on Rin and Artoria. Speaking of which, this isn't a Holy Grail war, but a Holy Grail questioning. King of Knights and the King of Mages. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? Hearing Iskandar's address for Rin, everyone present couldn't help but feel their hearts pound. Indeed. The other party was the legendary King Solomon. No matter. Rin did not explain. Because Gilgamesh hadn't arrived yet, Rin planned to wait until he did. Otherwise, introducing himself once or twice would be too undignified. Whose capacity is more suitable to become the king of the Holy Grail? Just by tasting what's in the cup, it will naturally become clear. After Iskandar finished speaking seriously, the corner of his mouth suddenly twisted into a sly smile, and he spoke in a teasing tone toward a certain spot. Oh, by the way, I remember there's another fellow who also insists he's a king. Jokes aside, mongrel. As if responding to Iskandar's remark, a dazzling golden light burst forth before everyone's eyes. Artoria and Irisfiel had a deep impression of this voice and this light, and both were taken aback. Archer, why are you here? Saber asked with a tense expression, and Iskandar, whose expression was pale, answered her. No, I saw this guy on the street, so I tentatively invited him too. Why are you so slow, Gilgamesh? But unlike me, you walked here, so I can't really blame you. Archer, clad in shining armor, finally appeared, his ruby-red eyes arrogantly staring directly at Iskandar. I didn't expect you to choose such a cramped and suffocating place to host a king's banquet. This alone shows how little you amount to. How do you intend to atone for making this king specially come here? Gilgamesh said this, but from the moment he appeared, his gaze had not left Rin. And you, where did you pop out from? To be invited by this guy, it seems you're another mongrel who claims to be a king without knowing his place. With a single sentence, the atmosphere instantly froze. This was not an exaggeration, but a true, palpable, deathly silence that made everyone with distinction. Xian, Sue, and Hoshiga appeared around the garden, led by the Ice Empress. They did not speak, but quietly awaited Rin's command. At their master's slightest glance, the four would launch an attack on Gilgamesh, making him pay a bloody price for his arrogant words. And this scene also fell into the eyes of the crowd. The aura emanating from the four was, without exception, terrifyingly strong. Xian, for now, need not be mentioned. They had already witnessed her power. She was a powerful servant who remained completely unharmed even under the bombardment of hundreds of Gilgamesh's noble phantasms. The other three, their auras were in no way inferior to Xian's. Among them, the Ice Empress in particular was enveloped in terrifying magical energy, as if she would freeze the entire castle. At this moment, even Gilgamesh felt immense pressure. He was strong, that was true. So many noble phantasms, and among them were even divine artifacts of anti-army, anti-fortress, and even anti-world class. However, Gilgamesh had a fatal weakness. As an archer, he was not skilled in close combat. With the strength of the four, they could easily inflict a fatal blow on Gilgamesh before he could react. Stand down. Rin would not forget Gilgamesh's disrespectful words, but if he attacked with words and you immediately drew your sword, it would seem too petty. I forgive your offense this time. But Rin raised his eyes, his gaze cold. There won't be a next time, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. He said Gilgamesh? The oldest king of ancient Babylon? So that's it. No wonder he possesses so many noble phantasms, that's why. Gilgamesh merely frowned when Rin revealed his identity, but the onlookers, including Artoria and Iskandar, felt a stir in their hearts. Humph. Gilgamesh crossed his arms in front of his chest. He did not provoke Rin again. The opponent's strength was indeed somewhat beyond Gilgamesh's expectations. Furthermore, if Rin was truly King Solomon, then he really couldn't speak ill of him. Not because of Rin's strength or the threat of Xian and the others, but because the man before him possessed the great achievement of dominating gods and demons. What did Gilgamesh hate the most? Without a doubt, it was naturally those high and mighty, self-righteous deities who enjoyed playing with mortals. Compared to himself, who could only be a pawn, the man before him could toy with demon gods in the palm of his hand, making them bow down and submit. Just this alone, even if Rin was not a king, was enough for Gilgamesh to take him seriously. Divinity. Just now, when Xion and the Ice Empress appeared, Gilgamesh had sensed it. These fellows, without exception, all possessed divinity. And this also meant that even if they were not gods, they were demigods, angels, spirits, or divine beasts related to gods. All right, all right. The banquet has just begun. There's no need to be so tense. Come, come. Those who arrived late must drink a cup first. Iskandar laughed heartily, beginning to ease the stiff atmosphere. Upon seeing this, Waver and Irisviel, who had just been immobilized by the oppressive killing intent, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, they were still worried that Gilgamesh would refuse. Artoria had even prepared to protect Irisviel immediately if Gilgamesh suddenly erupted. However, the turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Gilgamesh simply took the ladle, and looking at the wineglass Iskandar offered, he didn't take it, but instead sniffed the wine in his hand. This scene made Irisviel recall Artoria's words, calling this banquet a challenge. The venerable hero king, facing several other heroic spirits who also claimed kingship, inevitably had to accept Iskandar's challenge of discussing heroes over wine. What kind of low-grade swill is this? Do you think you can truly measure the capacity of a hero with such inferior wine? Gilgamesh showed a disgusted expression, completely disdaining the poor quality red wine. Is that so? Among the wines bought from the local market, this is quite a good, high-quality wine, you know. You only think that because you don't know what true wine is, you lowly mongrel. Since you say so, then you must have something good. Rin looked at Gilgamesh and provoked. If you don't bring it out, I'll assume you're bragging. Humph. Gilgamesh disliked Rin's attitude, but unusually, he did not resort to harsh words. It was the same old saying. A man who could dominate gods and demons was qualified to stand on the same level as him. Buzz tilde. Then the space beside Gilgamesh began to twist and distort. Waver and Irisviel, seeing this sight, knew it was a prelude to the strange phenomenon that produced countless noble phantasms, and immediately felt a chill run down their spines, about to stand up. However, what emerged from the golden light was not a weapon, but a set of wine vessels adorned with dazzling jewels. Look closely and learn well. This is what true king's vintage is. The heavy golden wine bottle was filled with a transparent, colorless liquid, and 4 golden wine cups were tossed to Iskandar, who filled them one by one and handed them to Rin and Artoria. Rin looked at the ordinary wine glass in his hand and did not refuse. If there's something good, why not use it? Oh, it's so good. Ryder, who drank the wine first, praised loudly with wide eyes. Rin also did not hesitate. He had always wanted to know just how delicious the wine Gilgamesh brought out in the 4th Holy Grail War truly was. The moment the wine touched his throat, Rin felt an intense wave of happiness strike his heart. Delicious. Rin wasn't very fond of alcohol, but the taste of this wine was a top-tier flavor Rin had never imagined before. The taste was both strong and refreshing, both mellow and invigorating. The overly intense gustatory pleasure directly overwhelmed his sense of smell, even dulling his sight and touch. This is truly amazing. This wine absolutely cannot be brewed by human hands. Is it something from the age of gods? Hearing Iskandar's lavish praise, Gilgamesh also smiled leisurely. Of course. Whether it's fine wine or swords, in my treasure there are only the most supreme noble phantasms. Just this alone is enough to determine the capacity of a king, wouldn't you agree? He had also sat down cross-legged on the main seat at some point, contentedly swirling the wineglass in his hand. Is that so? Rin, while savoring the fine wine in his hand, said in a teasing tone. Then, what do you think? Between a place full of farmland and food but without enough army to guard it, and a neighboring country with a vast army, which one will be the first to bow down and submit? You fellow... Gilgamesh's eye twitched slightly. How could he not understand the meaning behind Rin's words? Gilgamesh brought out fine wine, using his wealth to prove his qualification as a king. But Rin's rebuttal was, possessing wealth without the military power to protect it. Such a king is merely a lamb to be slaughtered, only to be plundered by the stronger. When that time comes, even the weak will pounce on him, biting off pieces and devouring him bit by bit. If you want my treasures, be prepared to be blasted into dust. Rin coveted Gilgamesh's noble phantasms, but he didn't need to directly snatch them. Anyway, once the resolution was reached, Rin could obtain anything. All right, let's calm down for now, Iskandar said with a wry smile, stopping Gilgamesh, who was still about to retort. Archer, your top-grade wine is indeed suitable for being held in the most precious wine cups. But unfortunately, the Holy Grail is not a wine cup. This is a Holy Grail question and answer session to test who is most qualified to obtain the Holy Grail. First, let's hear what great wish you have placed upon the Holy Grail. Otherwise, we can't even begin to discuss it. So, the oldest hero king, Gilgamesh. Iskandar, why do you want to obtain the Holy Grail? Heroic spirits, as beings, should not be without desires. Since they have manifested in this world, they must have a pursuit for the Holy Grail. Stop giving orders, mongrel. Gilgamesh. Moreover, the premise of contending for the Holy Grail itself already violates common sense. To be precise, it was originally my possession. Tracing its origin, there is no tangible object in the world that did not come from my treasury. Although a long time has passed, some things are always lost, but those treasures still belong to me. This answer, however, piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Artoria began to inquire, wanting to know if the Holy Grail truly possessed the power to grant wishes. Do not judge by the standards of mongrels. Gilgamesh. The total number of noble phantasms I possess has long since exceeded what I know, but as long as that item is a treasure, it can be confirmed to be my property. Is that so? Iskandar understood. A noble phantasm that symbolizes the prototype of all treasures. This is the true nature of your noble phantasms, truly worthy of being the legendary hero king. Taking back what rightfully belongs to you, this reason is reasonable and justifiable. Rin no longer targeted Gilgamesh, and his response was somewhat unexpected by Gilgamesh. If that's the case, then you actually don't need to be too serious, do you? Iskandar. It's just a cup after all. For you it shouldn't be much, right? Nonsense. Gilgamesh, I have no reason to bestow treasures upon mongrels like you. Iskandar. Is the legendary hero king such a stingy fellow? Foolish. The only ones who should receive my grace are my subjects and my people. So, writer, if you submit to me, I can give you 1 or 2 cups at any time. Clearly, such a thing was impossible. And the reason Gilgamesh gave was actually very simple. It was, what I give you is yours. If I don't give it to you, you cannot take it. He didn't care about the outcome of the Holy Grail War, nor did he care about a mere Holy Grail. What angered Gilgamesh was that someone dared to challenge his authority, the laws he had established. In that case, the only thing left is to meet with blades. Tonight's King's Discourse, Iskandar had already received his answer from Gilgamesh. My way is that if I want it, I take it by force, because I, Iskandar, am the conqueror. Then there's nothing more to say. The two could not reconcile. Because true kings always believe in their own ideals. However, this did not mean that Gilgamesh disliked Iskandar. On the contrary, both felt the reason and spirit of each other's kingship. At least in terms of being a king, they were not superior or inferior. And in the subsequent discourse, Iskandar also stated his reason for wanting to obtain the Holy Grail. He wanted to obtain a physical body. Then, starting anew, he would continue his journey of world conquest, truly carrying out his beliefs to the very end, conqueror. Rin quite liked people like Iskandar. Whether alive or dead, he always adhered to his original intentions. Gilgamesh uncharacteristically agreed with Rin's assessment. A boring life always needs 1 or 2 seasonings. I await your challenge, conqueror. What a joke. Artoria had been frowning, silently watching the gradually forming relationship between the three, a relationship that was neither hostile nor friendly. From beginning to end, the girl found no opportunity to participate in the discussion, because she believed that the opinions expressed by the two heroic spirits were too far removed from her ideals as the king of knights and had nothing to do with her. It's completely selfish. That is not the righteous path that a king should follow. Artoria's words finally broke the isolated situation. Oh? Iskandar asked. Then let us hear your esteemed opinion, King of Knights. Rin already knew what would happen next. Artoria uttered her noble ideal, which she had painstakingly pursued as if making an oath. My wish is to save my homeland. I want to use the power of the omnipotent wish-granting machine to change the fate of Britain's destruction. Silence, deafening. Although Artoria's statement was indeed very strong, but neither Rin nor the other two were simple opponents who would be intimidated by a single sentence. Moreover, what she said shouldn't have been so strange as to shock people, nor should the content have been so profound as to be difficult to understand. In Artoria's view, her wish was noble, sacred, and just. However, whether it was words of praise or waves of opposition, some reaction should have appeared immediately. But why was the scene so quiet? Sigh. Before Iskandar could silence Artoria as he did in the original work, Rin spoke first. Does changing fate mean you want to overturn past history? Yes, even if a miracle cannot achieve this wish, if the Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, it certainly can. But puha-ha-ha tilde. However, before Artoria could finish her sentence, she was met with Gilgamesh's heartfelt sneer. What's so funny, Hero King? Artoria felt immense anger. Saving Great Britain, this was the most important domain deeply buried in her soul, not to be desecrated or trampled upon by anyone. Calling oneself a king and being revered as a king by the people. Such a person actually feels regret? Ha 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 ha, how can one not laugh at such a thing? Amazing, Saber, you truly are the funniest clown. Why are you laughing? Artoria could no longer endure Gilgamesh's humiliation. My country, which I, as king, dedicated my body and mind to protect, was destroyed. Is it funny that I mourn for this? No. Listening to Artoria's words, Rin shook his head. Your idea is a bit presumptuous. What? Saber. Rin did not mock Artoria's ideal like Gilgamesh did. On the contrary, Rin also hoped that a leader would be a wise and benevolent ruler. But such a thing was destined to be impossible. I want to ask you a question. You want to use the Holy Grail to save your country, and then what? What? Artoria was startled, somewhat not understanding what he meant. Is it hard to understand? I just want to know, assuming you actually get the Holy Grail and have the opportunity to fulfill your wish, what do you plan to do? Rin. Simply say to the Holy Grail, please save my country. Artoria was stumped by Rin's question. She really hadn't thought about how to use the wish to achieve the miracle of salvation. It was the Holy Grail war she had longed for, yet she hadn't even thought through her wish. Gilgamesh had no wish. He participated because every heroic spirit vying for the Holy Grail was a challenger, coveting his noble phantasms. Killing and punishing everyone was, for Gilgamesh, a matter of course. Iskandar wanted to continue galloping on the battlefield, for which he needed to obtain a physical body, to enjoy a life of freedom in a new world, a new era. Artoria had a wish, but did she truly know how to use the Holy Grail to achieve her needs? You can take your time to think about this question. Now, I'll assume your wish comes true, and the country is truly saved. Then what? Then what? Still a bewildered Artoria. What then? Then what? What I mean is, since the country is back on track, what about you? Goodness, Rin's questions caught Artoria completely off guard. To be honest, Artoria hadn't thought that far ahead. And according to Rin's meaning, if the country was saved, what use would she, as king, be? If the country no longer needs me, then where do I go? Such a question. When Artoria was alive, in order to become the King of Knights, everyone admired. She was like a saint, without desires, diligent and conscientious. So, Artoria had never thought about it. What would she do if she wasn't king anymore? To be honest, did she, who had lived her entire life for others, truly have a dream of her own? The Holy Grail saved your country, so what about you? Do you continue to be the King of Knights of Great Britain, and then wait for this country to be destroyed in your hands once again? What? You... Artoria was startled. At the same time, she realized. The Holy Grail saving her country did not mean everything was over. History had already proven that she was not suitable to be the King of Knights. At least Artoria herself believed so. Britain could be destroyed in her hands. Even if the Holy Grail saved it once, what about next time? Waiting for the country to be destroyed again, then you go find the Holy Grail, repeating endlessly. What's the difference between such a country and a puppet of the Holy Grail? When Rin said this, he pointed at Iskandar and said, "You mocked Iskandar for vying for the Holy Grail to satisfy his selfish desires. But at least he knows that a conquest brought about by a single cup is meaningless. This point is the same for your country. If the continuation of a country is not through the joint efforts of its people, but by wishing upon a cup, what is the meaning?" Rin's words were calm, but Artoria felt a chill in her heart. Yes, wasn't the salvation obtained by wishing on the Holy Grail the same as Iskandar's wish for world conquest? In that case, Artoria steadied herself and retorted, "Then let's change the king." Artoria didn't care about being a king. As long as she could save her people and her country, what did it matter if she wasn't a king or didn't pull out the sword and the stone? Change the king, huh? That method is feasible. But, Saber, don't you think your wish is a bit too cruel? What? Artoria didn't understand what Rin meant by that. Why would he say she was cruel? Isn't it cruel? You made a wish for Britain to select a king greater than yourself. So the question is, why would you impose something you couldn't achieve on someone else? According to you, a king should be noble, righteous, kind, tolerant, benevolent, like a saint, flawless. Rin looked at Gilgamesh and Iskandar, seeing both of them shaking their heads, then said in a deep voice, "If such a person truly exists, then so be it. But if all of this is imposed on him because of your wish, isn't that cruel? You, Artoria Pendragon, for your own selfish desires, turned another person into a walking corpse, known as a holy king. He could have enjoyed fine wine and food and had a happy family. Yet, because of your wish, his happiness and life were taken away from him." No, that's not what I meant. Artoria was startled by Rin's words. She still understood the principle of do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. And given Artoria's character, she couldn't possibly do such a thing. She just felt that she wasn't a qualified king and wanted someone more excellent. What if the new king is like Gilgamesh or Iskandar? If the new king you despise and cannot understand is the one who can save Britain, what would you do? This kind of thing. It was a king she had denied, even called a tyrant. This caused a violent clash with Artoria's perception of a king. It shouldn't be like this. A king should lead by example, should be a role model for everyone. Then, Saber, do you really think anyone would want to be that kind of king? In Rin's view, what Artoria called the King of Knights was not a king at all, but a slave named King. In contrast, Iskandar's dominance inspired countless people. His followers were not walking corpses, but heroes with dreams, everyone wanting to become king. Perhaps this would lead to greater chaos. But for the human race, Iskandar did indeed plant the seed of desire for expansion in their genes. The King of Knights does not understand human hearts. Rin's last words were like a sharp blade, piercing Artoria's heart, making her almost suffocate from the pain. Directly wishing to save the country was wrong. Wishing for a greater king to replace her was her self-righteousness. Then what should she do? Besides contending for the Holy Grail, besides using the omnipotent wish-granting machine, She had no other choice. Moreover, you were wrong from the very beginning. As a king, the most inappropriate thing is to deny your own life. Even if the country is destroyed, that is a shared choice between you and your Knights of the Round Table. But if the price is the country's demise, shouldn't such a mistake be corrected? Mistakes only need to be remembered. Rin. And in this world, where are flawless? Where are the eternal dynasties? What are you clinging to? The demise of Britain, or the demise of Britain at your hands? If it's the former, I want to tell you that even without your country, there will still be the British Isles in this world. For an eternal country to exist, two indispensable conditions are required. One is an immortal king. Two, that king must remain true to his original intention and always be wise. It was a bit hypocritical after saying all this, but Rin was determined to build a monster nation. He also hoped the monster nation would be eternal. And Rin had hope of achieving all of this, because he truly could be immortal and indestructible. As for remaining true to his original intention, if one day Rin grew tired, he wouldn't care about the monster nation's demise. You cannot be immortal, Saber. Rin, even if your country doesn't fall at your hands, it will eventually decline at the hands of your descendants. So the change you speak of is not salvation, but merely prolonging life. At this, Saber was completely speechless. She felt that no matter what she said, Rin could shut her down until she was withdrawn. Perhaps, just as Rin said, the King of Knights does not understand human hearts. Very sharp young man. Iskandar originally had something to say, but he felt that Rin's remarks pointed more directly to Artoria's true nature. Then what about you, young man? Iskandar savored his wine, and seeing the atmosphere between the two ease slightly, he spoke, "Won't you introduce yourself, unknown king?" Nessa. Upon hearing Iskandar's words, the somewhat withdrawn Artoria instantly looked up. She admitted that her wish was neither sacred nor noble. On the contrary, it was shameful and selfish. But even so, Artoria still wanted to contend for the Holy Grail, even if it was just to extend her country's life for one more second. She wanted her companions and subjects from her memories to live happy and joyful lives. I will not throw my troubles onto others. At least, give me one chance to make amends. To go back to the past and start over. And this time, no matter the outcome, Artoria would accept it. Even if the country still headed towards destruction, she was willing to accept it. At least she had tried her best, hadn't she? So that's how it is. At this moment, Artoria finally understood the meaning of Rin's recent remarks that went straight to her core. He wasn't really mocking her wish. Instead, he was using this method to tell her, if even the direction of progress is wrong, is there still a need to continue? It's time to tell you my origins. Rin noticed the change in Artoria's eyes. My name is Hayashi Rin, neither the King Solomon you believe me to be, nor any other king you know. As soon as Rin spoke, he dropped a bombshell on everyone. I come from another world, an alternate world, the Demon King who rules over everything. Demon King. Rin's identity and origin were truly beyond everyone's imagination. Although the Holy Grail summoning, which allowed heroic spirits to descend, was already miraculous enough. Even Irisviel and Waver had heard that the Holy Grail had the ability to summon heroic spirits from the future. But another world. This was simply too bizarre, wasn't it? A king from another world? Iskandar stroked his chin. No matter what, as long as he's a king, that's fine. Other worlds, interesting. Gilgamesh also acknowledged Rin's status as a king. I don't need your recognition. Unlike you, who have obtained one or two treasuries or ruled over a region. What I possess is a gift box called the world. Rin's words were astonishing, and even Gilgamesh and Iskandar, whom he had mocked, couldn't help but show expressions of disbelief. This world, this planet you stand on, and even the entire space-time and universe it inhabits. In my eyes, They are treasure chests waiting for me to open. Traversing countless worlds, conquering, plundering, dominating, ruling. Rin suddenly clenched his fist, displaying his ambition and desire before everyone. An unchallengeable creator, a lofty deity, even the world will that created the universe. Everything that stands in my way, no matter what it is, will ultimately submit to me. You. Artoria was completely flustered. After all that talk, aren't you even more excessive than Gilgamesh and Iskandar? No, this guy is practically a combination of the two. World conquest is no longer just a metaphor, if he truly treats the world as his territory and makes it his own. Moreover, no one knows how many worlds Rin had conquered before descending upon this one. Furthermore, I am not a caster. Huh? Rin's words stunned everyone, especially the Saber group. Their guesses, let alone Solomon's true name, even the class was wrong. That's not right. However, the next moment, Waver spoke up to question, if you're not a caster, then what are you? Up until now, the 5 classes of Saber, Rider, Archer, Lancer, and Assassin were already very clear. If Rin wasn't a caster, then the only one left was Berserker. The woman who appeared that night, holding a giant hammer, she was the Berserker, right? Waver had observed Frankenstein's attributes, and her Berserker class was clearly written there. Absolutely no faking it. If Rin wasn't a caster, then the caster must be someone else. And this also meant an 8th heroic spirit has appeared in this Holy Grail war. Waver's words were astonishing, and everyone immediately reacted, realizing it was indeed true. That's right. Rin acknowledged Waver's judgment and said, in this Holy Grail war, I have descended as a traveler. Traveler, is it? In fact, besides traveler, this word can also be understood as descender. In the Type Moon worldview, descenders mostly refer to servants who are associated with Cthulhu mythos. Rin has nothing to do with Cthulhu, but his nature is actually not much different from that of an external deity. Caster is already dead, killed by me. Rin did not conceal this, directly telling everyone about Ryunosuke Uryu and Gilles' information. Upon hearing that the caster duo was a pair of serial killers, Erisfiel and Waver immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly good that such individuals, who could potentially disrupt the rules of the Holy Grail War and affect ordinary people, were eliminated early. Did they not make a move? After introducing himself, Rin scanned his surroundings and did not detect Assassin's presence. If it were the original plot, at this banquet of kings, Hassan of the 100 Faces, as an assassin, should have attacked Iskandar. Without Rin, Iskandar would have been the most prominent heroic spirit. In order to obtain more information, Tokiomi would have Kurai make a move to test Iskandar, and the result obviously was successful. Iskandar displayed his bounded field, and that army of over 30,000 heroic spirits. It seems Tokiomi's death still changed the plot. Tokiomi was dead, and the current Kirai could be said to be completely under Gilgamesh's thumb. Don't let Gilgamesh's arrogant appearance fool you. In fact, his grasp of human nature is absolutely first-rate among many heroic spirits. And with Gilgamesh's personality, he would never allow a group of filthy bugs to come out and defile this feast of kings. Although 100 Faces' strength is not strong, if used well, it can still provide considerable assistance. Rin originally thought that with Kurai's level of magecraft, he wouldn't be able to sustain the consumption of Gilgamesh and 100 Faces. But now it seems he overlooked certain details. The command spells preserved by the church? Rin thought of the entire armful of command spells that appear in the original work. If there were command spells as a source of magical energy, it would not be surprising for Kurai to keep 100 Faces. Even if one of the 100 Faces is guessed, there are still dozens of them. To gather information, throwing them out one by one is more cost-effective than sending them all at once. King of Conquerors. Rin sat back down. Does our previous agreement still stand? Agreement? What agreement? Leaving aside the others, even Waver was completely confused. He didn't remember Iskandar having made any agreement with Rin. Ah. Of course. Iskandar swirled the fine wine in his golden goblet. The king's questioning has ended. Apart from that little girl Saber, you two are undoubtedly kings with sufficient capacity. Hey, Ryder! What do you mean? Artoria was repeatedly belittled, and she now wished she could just draw her sword and cut down these three scoundrels in front of her. Calm down, Saber. Rin, if, after hearing what I'm about to say, you still intend to move against us, then I don't mind kicking you out first. Rin ignored Artoria's extremely gloomy expression and continued, Here, King of Conquerors, I, in the name of the Demon King, formally declare war on you. Declare war? Waver's heart almost skipped a beat when he heard Rin's words. This is a confrontation between kings. Gilgamesh Artoria. Rin, I also invite you to witness the duel between Iskandar and me. Yes, Rin's primary target was Iskandar. Noble phantasms at most only provided Rin with greater power, but Rin was not lacking in powerful means. What he truly needed was a way to bypass the vassal contract and bring people back to the cardinal world. After this period of research on innate time control, Rin had made progress. Violet had told him good news. That is, bounded fields indeed possess the function of carrying people. And the premise of all this is to awaken my own unique bounded field. Rin was very confident in awakening his bounded field. He actually intends to go to such lengths? Iskandar's expression was extremely solemn. To be honest, he had no reason to refuse. Rather, Iskandar was happy. So happy he wanted to laugh out loud. A war between kings, it's truly been a long time. Moreover, if Iskandar hadn't guessed wrong, Rin should possess abilities similar to his own. His king's army and Rin's army of monsters. Ha 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 ha. Iskandar laughed heartily. All right, I accept your challenge. As his voice fell, Iskandar also glanced at Gilgamesh. That look was practically saying, see, Goldie, the first person he wants to challenge is me, not you. Disc. Gilgamesh looked at Rin with dissatisfaction. Then what's your answer, Gilgamesh? Rin's invitation, in a roundabout way, was also asking the two to state their positions. Whether they were willing to not interfere in this war, but rather watch from the sidelines, waiting for one side to fall. Gilgamesh didn't need to think much. He simply raised his head proudly. Only the strongest is worthy of challenging this king. What's more, with such a good opportunity to obtain information on Rin and Iskandar, he wouldn't mind the two fighting to the death, and then he would reap the benefits. Of course, he certainly couldn't say that. He was the noble king of heroes. Even if he were to accept a challenger, it would have to be the one who stood until the very end. Then it's your turn, Saber? Artoria understood the meaning of Rin's previous words. Indeed, after hearing his declaration of war, Artoria, for whatever reason, should not interfere. If they were fighting fairly, and she were to sneak attack one side while they were weak, the King of Knights' chivalry would surely weep. Artoria now only hoped that Emiya Kiritsugu wouldn't be so shameless. Otherwise, even she would look down on herself. I swear on the honor of the King of Knights, I will never do such a despicable thing. Artoria was a supporter of knightly duels, so of course she supported Rin and Iskandar's decision to fight. If Kiritsugu caused trouble again, Artoria would definitely swing her sword and cut him down. She was already mentally prepared to use her own will to resist Emiya Kiritsugu's command spells. You decide the time and place. How about it? Rin raised his hand, signaling Iskandar to make the decision, truly giving him enough face. Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not on your territory. Iskandar would not give up his advantage for the sake of face. Even though Rin was not a magus, Iskandar had witnessed his ability to set up formations, which was like an impenetrable iron barrel. So only a fool would go to Ryudu Temple to fight Rin. But it's best to find a place with few people. How about that big bridge? Iskandar thought for a moment and said, Let's set the time for tomorrow night. Then let me witness the power of the demon lord from another world. You won't be disappointed, King of Conquerors. However, Rin's declaration of war was not yet over. Then next, Gilgamesh. Rin aimed his spear at Gilgamesh. If I defeat Iskandar, you will be next. Oh? How arrogant, demon king from another world. Gilgamesh revealed a ferocious smile. As an entertainment, if you can't satisfy this king, do you understand what kind of end you will face? I suggest you watch my fight with Iskandar tomorrow carefully. Tch. Rin invited everyone to watch the battle. What did this mean? One must know that information was extremely important for heroic spirits. Allowing Gilgamesh and Artoria to watch Rin's battle with Iskandar up close was, in a roundabout way, giving them an opportunity to understand Rin. Because isn't that fair? I know your history and legends, but you know nothing about me. Rin naturally would not reveal his trump cards to Gilgamesh for no reason. Dealing with Iskandar did not require using Rin's true trump cards. Those powerful dependents were reserved for Gilgamesh. Therefore, this viewing of the battle was itself a strategy, used to mislead Gilgamesh's assessment of their strength. As for Artoria, to be honest, Rin had never taken Artoria seriously from the beginning. To deal with her, he didn't even need to resort to force. Simply revealing the truth of the Holy Grail, or waiting until more than half of the heroic spirits had died, the erosion of Irisfiel by the greater Holy Grail alone would be enough to make the girl collapse. The Banquet of Kings concluded. On the way back, Waver, riding on the chariot, looked at Iskandar, who had been silent since earlier, feeling a subtle unease in his heart. Rider, are you really going to accept the challenge tomorrow night? What are you trying to say, boy? What I mean is, this is the Holy Grail War. Waver, since it's the Holy Grail War, there's no need to follow any rules. Because Iskandar had not displayed his bounded field, Waver was unsure of his servant's true strength. In his opinion, Rin was simply too strong. The 4 servants who appeared at the banquet. Waver even felt that Iskandar couldn't defeat any one of them. Smack. Ah, that hurts Tilda. Waver, clutching his forehead, angrily lunged at Iskandar, but was held back by the latter's single hand on his head, unable to advance. What are you doing, Ryder? I was so worried about you, you bastard. Gradually, the atmosphere fell silent again. Iskandar did not immediately offer an explanation. The red-haired strong man drove the thunder chariot, galloping through the deserted night. That guy is very strong, completely different from any opponent I've encountered before. Iskandar was silent for a moment, then laughed. It's wonderful to be able to participate in the Holy Grail War. What? Waver was utterly confused by Iskandar's inexplicable turn. What in the world are you talking about? During his lifetime, Iskandar led his army from Macedon, conquering every country he passed through, yet showing no attachment to their territories. He constantly marched east, aiming to reach the end of the world, and personally witnessed the legendary sea at the end. Alas, Iskandar ultimately did not get his wish. He was exhausted before seeing the sea at the end. Soon after, the historical conqueror Alexander the Great passed away. I didn't get to see the sea at the end, nor did I reach the end of the world. Iskandar, abandoning his usual boisterous demeanor, now appeared like a true king. In his mind, Rin's figure emerged. To roam endless oceans, land on islands called worlds, to witness, to conquer, to lead, and then to continue forward without attachment, until the true end. If you can obtain the Holy Grail, you can certainly fulfill your wish. Anyway, Waver had no particular wish, so he would give the wish-granting opportunity to Iskandar then, allowing him to gain a physical body. You said it, didn't you, that you want to continue your journey of conquest? You boy. Iskandar shook his head. He knew that Waver did not understand his thoughts. He was not regretting. A true king never regrets. Or rather, if he had truly reached the end of the world before dying, Iskandar would have been filled with endless regret. Because that would mean his journey had reached its destination. It wasn't that he didn't want to go forward, but that he couldn't go forward. For a conqueror, an explorer, a life where one could no longer adventure was boring. Reaching the end of the world, returning to his homeland, and then watching himself slowly grow old. That kind of ending was the sorrow Iskandar could not accept. A true man should die on the battlefield, wrapped in a horse's hide, not in a bed. The moment Rin declared war on him, Iskandar knew that he had met a kindred spirit. A conqueror had met another conqueror. Regardless of victory or defeat, it would put a perfect end to their adventure. The loser would become the victor's achievement, and the victor would carry the loser's ambition to witness a broader world. Writer? Would you lose? Waver vaguely understood Iskandar, understanding his true desire for descending as a heroic spirit. Ah. Iskandar flicked the reins, driving the rolling thunder forward. I will win, leaving aside the supremely confident king of conquerors. Rin had already returned to Ryudu Temple. He first inquired about Sakura's condition, and upon learning from Shuna that the girl was recovering well, he felt relieved. Rin-sama. In the cardinal world, within the village, Rin withdrew his consciousness from the heroic spirit. He gathered the goblins, starfang wolves, and ogres who were participating in the war, and from them selected the captains who were already in place to discuss tomorrow's battle. This war will be overseen by Violet as the general commander. Snow Empress Ogerpon. Rin instructed, you two can participate in the battle, but do not display overly strong abilities. Pony. I know the limits. The two women were Rin's two strongest trump cards. It would be too wasteful to use them on Iskandar. If it came down to comparing combat power, Snow Empress alone could, like Gilgamesh in the anime, shatter Iskandar-bounded field with a single world-breaking noble phantasm. But such a thing was meaningless to Rin. What he wanted was not victory, but to analyze Iskandar King's army as much as possible. Therefore, he had assembled a massive army of monsters. This battle was for that purpose. This battle is crucial. Rin said, I also expect you to display a sufficiently brilliant performance. As soon as these words were spoken, the monsters instantly became filled with passion. They were not there to make up the numbers, but important combat power. I will do my best to find an opportunity for Violet to analyze. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Rin was very satisfied. Then I'll leave it to you. Let the other heroic spirits feel the power of us monsters. Time passed quickly. With the sunrise and sunset, it was already the night of the second day. A vermilion steel bridge spanned the two banks. Under the lights, Artoria, who had arrived early, and Irisfiel, disguised as her master, were nervously watching Rin, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lancer, please don't worry, Master. It wasn't just Saber and Gilgamesh who knew about this battle. Diarmid did as well. You've come too, Lancer. Ah, to come uninvited is truly rude. Diarmid, but for such a grand event, I cannot bear not to come and witness it with my own eyes. I wonder if I might have the honor of witnessing it. You may. Rin opened his eyes and casually accepted Diarmid's request. Thank you. Diarmid nodded slightly, then came to Artoria's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. This scene inexplicably made Diarmid's new master, Kainith's fiancée Sola, a little jealous. Enchanted by Diarmid's charm magic, she felt a sense of crisis whenever any woman appeared near her servant. The reason Sola was not left at the hotel was naturally because no place was safer than being by Diarmid's side. Instead of finding a place to hide her, it was better to keep her close. Diarmid would not make the same mistake twice. Lancer? My apologies. Diarmid was also very helpless. This was the curse that entangled him. He truly did not want to covet his lord's woman. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps approaching from afar interrupted their conversation. They turned their heads and saw Gilgamesh, clad in golden armor, slowly approaching. What? Has that guy not come yet? Tisk, Gilgamesh said discontentedly. To make this king wait, he deserves 10,000 deaths. He's here. Soon Iskandar, riding his divine chariot, descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, striking the bridge. Have you arrived already? Iskandar. I was delayed slightly to handle some matters. No matter. Rin looked up directly at Iskandar and Waver, whose mental state had clearly changed. Evidently, they had experienced an untold journey of the heart. So, have you made all your final arrangements? Rin. If not, I don't mind giving you some more time to clarify things. How sharp you are. You're actually angry, aren't you? Well, don't be so petty. Even kings occasionally have inconvenient moments. Iskandar appeared foolish, but in reality he was trying to provoke Rin's emotions in this way. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, not to mention that Rin had Violet assisting him. Even he himself wouldn't lose his temper over such a small matter like Gilgamesh. That's enough, Conqueror, Rin said calmly. Let's begin our war. Seeing that Rin had discovered his little trick, Iskandar stopped playing around. Whoosh tilde. Mysteriously, everyone standing on the bridge vaguely felt a whirlwind blowing towards them. It was a hot, dry, scorching whirlwind. Gradually, whether it was an illusion or not, everyone seemed to hear the roaring wind sweeping across a scorching desert. Waver felt tiny, stinging grains of sand on his tongue and quickly spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva. Sand? Why? Diarmid was very puzzled. Like Artoria, he instinctively shielded his master behind him. This strange wind carried hot sand that could not possibly exist here. They all turned their gaze towards Iskandar. The magical energy on his body was boiling. Clearly the changes before them were his doing. Then here, saber and archer and lancer. Is a king truly solitary? Iskandar stood in the center of the swirling hot wind, his crimson cloak billowing and flapping on his shoulders. Solitary. If it were before, Artoria would have said that a king must be solitary, because only those who stand aloof from the world can become king. But now, the King of Knights did not understand human hearts. Such painful memories made Artoria think of the knights who followed her. You're finally going to show your true abilities, Iskandar. Come, let me see the power you possess, the same as mine. The same power? What did that even mean? But they didn't need to ask. Because in the next moment, the unimaginable changes completely robbed everyone of their ability to speak. The hot wind, coming from who knew where, began to subvert and erode reality. Distance and position lost their meaning. In their place were a scorching sun and an endless desert ravaged by dry gales. How is this possible? This kind of thing. How can such a thing exist? The astonished voices came not only from Waver and Irisfiel, but also from Sola. As someone from the clock tower, she understood better than anyone what this scene truly meant. Bounded field? The scorching sun burned the earth. The view was immensely vast, stretching to the horizon obscured by raging sandstorms, and beyond the cloudless azure sky. Waver had never before been so awestruck by the mighty power of his servant. If he had not held much hope for the confrontation between Iskandar and Rin before, then now, he can win. He can really win. Waver looked excitedly at Iskandar beside him and asked, "You're making a mental landscape materialize, but you're not a mage." "Of course not. This isn't something I could do alone." Standing proudly in the vast battlefield, Iskandar's face was filled with a proud smile as he negated Waver's question. "This is the land my army once galloped across, a scene deeply etched in the hearts of the brave warriors who shared hardships with me." As the world underwent this strange transformation, even the relative positions of those caught within it changed. Waver remained with Iskandar. Rin, on the other hand, was teleported to the other end of the battlefield, facing them from afar. The remaining spectators, Artoria, Gilgamesh, and others, were isolated outside the battlefield, on a towering sand dune. The view from there was excellent, allowing them to survey the entire battlefield from a distance. Heroic spirits with good eyesight could clearly take in the upcoming battle. Hey, hey, hey. Diarmid's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "You're joking, right? This kind of thing." Artoria stared intently at the mirage-like shadows appearing around Iskandar. There was not just one shadow, 2, 4. The hazy mounted figures multiplied exponentially as they formed ranks. Those figures gradually gained color and three-dimensionality. The reason this world, this landscape, could take concrete form is precisely because it originates from the mindscape of all of us. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the cavalrymen materialized one by one beside Iskandar. Though their races and equipment varied, their physiques were robust, and their gleaming armor radiated extraordinary heroism, as if competing for splendor, magnificent and formidable. Without exception, all of these individuals were servants. All of them. Diarmid looked at Sola, finding the observation results she provided unbelievable. He considered himself exceptionally strong, a legendary hero. But the number of servants before him was in the tens of thousands. No matter how skilled Diarmid was in fighting, how many could he defeat? Dozens? Hundreds? Facing such an army, Diarmid would only have one outcome: to be utterly crushed. Behold, this is my peerless army. At this moment, Iskandar raised his arms, boasting loudly about the thronging cavalry with immense pride. Their bodies utterly destroyed and their souls offered to the world as heroic spirits of old, and still these legendary heroes pledge their loyalty to me. They are my eternal comrades, who have answered my call and transcended time and space to come. My bond with them is my greatest treasure, my path of kingship. This is I, Iskandar's ultimate noble phantasm, Ionioi Hetairoi, an X-rank anti-army noble phantasm, continuously summoning numerous independent individual servants. There were war gods, maharajas, and founding monarchs of successive dynasties from later generations. As many heroes gathered here, so too were there as many legends. Each of them was a supreme heroic spirit. And all of them, besides the destiny of their own renown, also took pride in their common origin. All were brave warriors who had once ridden across the battlefield with Alexander the Great. A horse, the only one not ridden by anyone, walked to Ryder's side. It was an exceptionally strong and brave steed, majestic enough to be called a giant beast. Although not in human form, its formidable might was no less than that of the other heroic spirits. It's been a while, partner. Iskandar wore a childlike, innocent smile, embracing the giant horse's neck tightly with both hands. She was the legendary steed Bucephalus, later revered and deified. In Iskandar's camp, even horses had been elevated to heroic spirits. Boy, come over here. Iskandar pulled Waver from the Gordius wheel, onto the horse's back, riding together with him. Ah? This why, Ryder? Waver didn't understand, even though the Gordius wheel was so powerful. Moo! But soon, Waver knew the answer. The unridden Gordius wheel, pulled by the majestic and powerful thunderous hooves, flew into the sky. Rumble tilde. In an instant, thunder rolled and roars resounded. Countless blue-purple lightning bolts covered the sky, adding a sense of doomsday solemnity and harshness to this battlefield. At this moment, everyone was too astonished to speak. Facing such a magnificent and powerful army, even Gilgamesh, who also possessed an X-rank supernoble phantasm, put away his usual sarcasm. They were a group of heroic figures who had entrusted everything to the dreams of their king, once following their king across the land. Iskandar materialized the undying loyalty of his subjects even after their deaths, transforming it into this noble phantasm. Is this your path of kingship? If anyone was shocked by the scene before them, it was undoubtedly Artoria. She was not afraid of the power of Iskandar's noble phantasm. Rather, it was because this noble phantasm itself had already shaken the very foundation of her honor as the King of Knights. Unadulterated and wholehearted support. The profound and boundless emotional bond with subjects, reaching even the realm of a noble phantasm. As an ideal king, this was a noble phantasm the King of Knights could never obtain throughout her life until the very end. If only I could also. Artoria thought of her own Knights of the Round Table. She was not without followers. But compared to Iskandar, she couldn't even unite her subordinates. The so-called king. As if responding to Artoria, Iskandar roared, refers to one who lives more freely than anyone else, a figure whom all revere. The rows of mounted heroic spirits echoed his words, striking their shields in unison and cheering. One who embodies the aspirations of all brave warriors, standing proudly as an example, is a king. Therefore, filled with overwhelming confidence and pride, Iskandar, though standing below, seemed to be at the highest point, looking down upon all heroic spirits. A king is not alone, for his will equals that of all his followers combined. Yes, yes, yes. The heroic spirit's unified roar shook the entire battlefield. No matter how powerful an army or how thick a city wall, they could not withstand Iskandar's comrades. Their surging battle intent was enough to cleave heaven and earth. Charge! Show your path of kingship before me and my heroes. O demon king from another world. That's right. Perhaps Iskandar's Ionioi heteroi was simply too shocking. Artoria suddenly realized. Rin also possessed the power to summon strange servants. Before, she didn't understand how he did it. But now, with Iskandar setting the precedent, the existence of Xion and Ice Empress found a reasonable explanation. Indeed, a captivating declaration, Iskandar. Rin still stood alone on the other side of the desert. However, his voice reached everyone's ears without delay. Especially Iskandar, his declared opponent. I must thank you. Rin slowly raised his right hand, then clenched it. Thank you for providing me with such a magnificent stage. Crack. As Rin's words fell, a sound of shattering glass came from above everyone's heads. What? The sky, it cracked. This phenomenon startled Iskandar. He wanted to repair the bounded field, but found that the bounded field didn't need repairing at all. What's going on? Crack, 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 tilde. Even though the bounded field was undamaged, the spatial cracks grew more numerous and larger. Bang! Finally, after a crisp, shattering sound, a large amount of crystal-clear snowflakes fell from the sky, instantly covering the boundless hot desert. Snow? It's snowing? However, before everyone could express their surprise, more changes appeared before their eyes. The desert churned. Thick tree roots broke through the earth, shooting skyward. Green shoots sprouted from the tree roots, and in the blink of an eye, the color of life covered the entire desert. Boom! Yet it wasn't over. Flames surged, sand dunes began to melt, and a volcano spewing thick smoke rose from the distant ground. There was also strong wind, sudden rain, thunder, shadows. All sorts of different, even contradictory magical attributes suddenly appeared within Iskandar's bounded field. Then, they bloomed like flowers on someone else's territory. Crack, bang. Behind Rin, a slender, delicate jade hand swept across, violently shattering the endless desert landscape. Crack, 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 tilde. This crack did not stop there, but extended to both sides. This scene was as if someone had torn the distant heaven and earth in half with some great power, splitting it into two. How amazing! Are these the opponents Rin-sama encountered in the other world? At the same time, in the ogre village of the Cardinal World, all the residents were looking up, gazing at the scene of another world reflected in the sky. When Iskandar displayed his bounded field, not only were Artoria and the others deeply shaken, but even the monsters from the other world felt the heroic spirit of warriors from an ancient era. It was admirable and inspiring, though in different worlds their hearts resonated with this loyalty. Thump, thump, thump. Within the bounded field, from the shattered spatial rift behind Rin, figures surged out like a tide from that dark world, then spontaneously gathered around Rin, forming 1,000-man phalanxes. The enemy's numbers exceed 30,000. Every single one of them possesses combat power no weaker than a C-rank heroic spirit, and among them are elites comparable to B-rank, and even peerless heroes on par with A rank. 5,000 goblins versus 30,000 C-rank heroic spirits. Our side is clearly at a disadvantage. But he also possesses an advantage that Iskandar does not. Rumbled Tilda. The ground began to shake, and the first to change was the distant volcano. A colossal creature stepped out from within it. It was 50 meters tall, covered in sharp crimson fur, with lava flowing across its body like veins, pulsating like a heart. This was Homura, one of the 18 wolf guards personally named by Rin. And behind it, dozens of equally massive wolves brought unprecedented pressure to Iskandar's army. Whoosh Tilda. A long wolf howl, and the sun high in the sky suddenly had a piece missing. Darkness began to descend. The biting cold wind, Yukina through the ice. Like Fenrir, the giant wolf from Norse mythology, its scarlet beast eyes greedily gazing at the heroes from ancient times. Another one. Looking at these continuously appearing ancient beasts, Artoria had no reaction, but Gilgamesh's expression grew increasingly grim. As a heroic spirit from the age of gods, Gilgamesh understood the terror of divine beasts and demonic beasts better than Artoria. What a realm of vibrant vitality, where all things strive and compete. Rin glanced at the Snow Empress, who floated gracefully at his side. In that moment, she resembled a goddess born of ice and snow, ethereal and untouchable, radiating a sacred presence that made it impossible for anyone to harbor even the faintest blasphemous thought. That line sounds a little ominous, don't you think? To better understand Rin, the Snow Empress had taken their time to learn many things about Earth from him. Ha ha, Rin chuckled, unfazed by her concern. Anyway, the advantage is mine. Snow Empress said speechlessly, just keep jinxing it. Still, to be fair, Rin's side did hold a decisive edge over Iskandar. The strength of the 18 wolf guards was stronger than that of ordinary A-rank heroic spirits, second only to Shuna and Xion. The strength of the Starfang leader Hoshiga was not much worse than Ice Empress, making him one of the two main forces in this great battle. And under his leadership, 18 A-rank peak, heroic spirits, leading a group of wolves of various forms, comparable to BB+ rank heroic spirits, each occupied their respective positions, completely surrounding Iskandar's army. Ready, please give your command. Rin stood far at the back, his tone calm as he gave the order. Attack. Roar Tilda. The wolf guards of the 18 clans enveloped them from all directions. All forces, advance. The 5,000-strong army of hobgoblins, led by Rigurd and his two sons, pushed forward. The ogres were divided into two. One part protected Rin, while the other 100 led by Xion spearheaded the charge. My lord? A massive ice-blue wolf beast emerged from above Rin's head, but the sound coming from its mouth was a young girl's voice. Yukina, don't worry about formations. Charge straight through. The Starfang's wolves' speed was far greater than that of the goblins and ogres. Moreover, their massive size allowed them to effectively disrupt the enemy's formation. It's finally our turn. This side is mine. Ha ha ha, charge, kill them all. Roar. The first to strike was Yukina, riding a giant frost wolf. This ice wolf was 100 meters tall, formed by the convergence of dozens of ice elemental wolves. Its strength, aside from its recovery ability, was absolutely no less than that of the sea demon in the original work. Mystic arts casters, prepare. Form up. However, the massive wolf head failed to break into Iskandar's army formation, but was blocked by an invisible barrier of mystic arts 1,000 meters away. Yukina frowned. She looked down and saw a group of mystic arts casters in hooded robes, led by an old man, casting defensive mystic arts. And not just the front, but all four sides were enveloped by a barrier of mystic arts. This forced the charging wolves to stop and look for a breakthrough opportunity. Damn it, the girl swung her ice halberd, and a terrifying freezing ray blasted forward like a storm. Get out of my way, old man. The old man held an ancient book, his expression solemn, staring intently at Yukina and the frost giant wolf that was continuously crashing against the barrier. Porus, The king of the Punjab region in ancient India was defeated by Alexander in the Battle of the Hydaspes River. Alexander, admiring his courage on the battlefield, appointed him as the local governor, responsible for managing the southeastern territories. And within Ionia Heteroi, Porus was a master of mystic arts. His knowledge was only comparable to another savior, Ptolemy. Crack. Porus frowned because the barrier he had set up with hundreds of mystic arts casters was actually starting to break. However, Porus did not panic. Instead, he mocked, "On the battlefield, being too focused on one thing can put oneself in danger." What? Before Yukina could ask what Porus was saying, a deafening, thunderous roar came from above her head. Tilda, the divine bull, dragging the Gordius wheel, descended from the sky with the might of wind and thunder, and their target was precisely Yukina, standing at the highest point, and the frost giant wolf beneath her feet. Heh, do you think only you have helpers? Boom. Golden lightning and blue-purple thunder collided in the sky. They tore and clashed with each other, like two terrifying thunder beasts vying for supremacy of the firmament. For a moment, the sky and earth flickered, and the world hummed, drawing everyone's gaze towards the battling sides. Swish. You're running too fast, Yukina. A majestic golden wolf man suddenly appeared beside Yukina. He stood with his arms crossed, and countless golden electric arcs leaped around him. Leave the battle in the sky to the professionals. Now come with me and break this turtle shell. Good. As Yukina's words fell, Raiga stomped downwards. Instantly, a large amount of lightning, starting from his footfall, poured into the frost giant wolf's body, transforming it from its original ice blue to golden. Roar tilde. Thunder and ice frost mixed, transforming into a beam of light even more terrifying than before, spewing from the golden giant wolf's mouth, violently crashing against the defensive spell laid down by Porus. We cannot let this attack land. Iskandar saw the terror of this strike. He raised his noble phantasm, via expugnatio stop it. Moo. The divine bull, imbued with its master's magical energy, instantly gained immense power. The thunderstorm, which could originally only control a small area, began to spread in all directions, showing signs of covering the entire battlefield. The current situation was somewhat beyond Rin's expectation. Such a large-scale coverage of magecraft with Iskandar's magical energy. So that's it. Suddenly Rin thought of something. He looked at Waver beside Iskandar. The back of his hand no longer had the red command spells. Is it the power of the command spells? Before the battle, that kid, just like in the original work, gave all the magical energy from his 3 command spells to Iskandar. If that was the case, Rin was no longer surprised by Iskandar's current display of strength, which far exceeded what was shown in the anime. In fact, if he hadn't encountered Gilgamesh, who was his natural enemy, Iskandar would definitely have been the most troublesome heroic spirit in the 4th Holy Grail War.